today's presentation. So when we get to that Q&A thing, or when you have a question, if you can't belt it out, we'll have a mic here, or Rick can repeat the question that you asked, then that would be great too. So with that, I'm going to kind of turn it over to Rick, and thank you for being here.
It's about a delay here.
Okay, now I'm trying to switch my...
Yeah. There you go.
Now I'm hit. That's the end of the humor again. I am suffering with a sinus infection, so I apologize for being so cuffy and nasal voice. But that was supposed to engender sympathy. Anyway, we're good. If it gets really bad, I've got tissues to add to the effect. Hey, I am very comfortable with yeah buts and so quakes and all the stuff I mentioned before. So thank you for coming back and trying this. How many of you have tried anything from back in September? Like one thing? Good. That's great. So how many of you actually had extended conversation after the September session with somebody else? Whether you disagreed or agreed, you said conversation. Oh, yes. All right, now. How many of you actually shifted some of your thinking even a little bit and the way you did stuff in the class? Oh, that's actually pretty good. That's great. Now, what's been the result on students? Has any student commented, excuse me, that's different, or that's not like what we used to do, or this is really cool, or I hate this? Have any students had reaction? Okay. What's some of the reactions from students? Anybody just blurt a few things out? Positive, negative, or in between, or just an insight or an observation from a student about some of the new practice? Oh, please don't overwhelm me.
I'm just interested in why we're doing it.
Why would you do that? And then you've now had to come up with an articulation of that. And that might be the soul searching that a lot of us do. When you have to explain it to somebody else, then you kind of really get into it. It's easy when you don't have to articulate it. When you don't have to be an ambassador for it, just to let it go. This is like a kidney stone. It will pass. Other fads in education. But you have to understand, I don't know if I mentioned this last time, but for eons, I mean really, Greece, Phoenicia, Egypt, Greece, Rome, 1700s, 1800s, even the early 1900s, we've been doing standards-based grading, criterion referenced or some kind of, here's evidence, and the report is what you've actually demonstrated for all that time. And to not do that is the fad that's kind of gotten in the way of some really good reporting and ethical teaching. Other reactions from students, though? Good, bad, in between? You just heard maybe his comment. How about moms and dads? Have they had any questions or any comments of how it's coming across at home? Or are they totally indifferent, really don't care? Like professional grading, like from nursing school. You know, it's really interesting. Every single profession does way more standards reference grading than the more traditional 100% stuff. We are graded like that. Usually we have to present evidence of some kind of job performance. And it's got to be not just one fluke, it's got to be over time. And if we're above plan, below plan, setting goals, all the different stuff, yeah, it's much more preparatory for the kind of training in the fields a lot of our kids will face when they leave high school, college, career training, or military, which are the three general directions most people go post high school. So I'm hoping that people would see that that's a good, it's a reflection of reality. Any other reactions from kids or parents? Too soft, yeah. Yeah. So here's the thing. You know where I stand on this, where my bias is, totally, and that's okay. Some of you may or may not agree and be supportive of that, I get that. But is it too soft? Because my premise is this, it's way more demanding. You know what's going soft? Give a kid an F and letting him just take it. That's giving up. That's you abdicating your adult role. And man, if my kid's in a class, you better not abdicate your adult maturity and your understanding of the larger picture. You need to know this. Incompetence is never acceptable. You're not allowed to choose an F. I will not cave in to your immature, irresponsible, undisciplined self. I'll get in your face. It's way more demanding to ask a kid to go back and do it again. It's kind of like, the bike ride. I like to go back to the example because people like to do that. Like, the kid falls off the bike the very first time he tries riding a bike, and you just say, okay, look, you're going to be a non-rider for the rest of your life. I have to sign you up for Uber and everything you do. No, what does it compare to? Get on a bike and do it again. You do it again and again until you get it. because you will not be incompetent. I'm not going to cave in to you get to decide your future, because you're not ready for it. Obviously, by giving up the first time around. So we're about all those buzzwords that are out there. Perseverance, tenacity, grit, all the stuff here we should be doing. Yeah, you create that through reiteration, not through one and done. That's it. So we're really about confidence. And I will tell you, the best preparation a kid can ever have for the grade levels above him, or the world beyond high school, or beyond K-12, is confidence in maturation. Not, hey, yeah, I just chose not to do it, and they let me have it off, I just took the F. No, that's not going to happen. So we have to find a way to take a look at it. Is it more demanding, or is it going soft? And when moms and dads, or colleagues, or even ourselves, we say, I don't see how it's demanding. More demanding. I think giving the F is demanding. Well, I would love for you to recognize this. That's a sign that you really haven't studied how the brain learns self-discipline and meet deadlines and to really mature. And when you study the maturation of humans at age 15, or 8, or 18, whatever it is, the maturation of humans, you will find not one thing says, oh, do it for your F's and zeros in your grades, we'll try one and done, and they don't do it. None of them said that. So we have to actually study self-discipline. So I just was telling Devin about this. I need to make you aware. Just last week, I finally wrote the article. People have been whining about it for so long. Okay, finally I'll write the thing. So it's coming out in June, and it's an article on, hey, how do you teach self-discipline and meet deadlines and personal responsibility if you don't use grading? And we're actually going to talk about some of that stuff today. So I've got that for you. If you want it, I will send you that article. We're good. But I have to get across to mom and dad. Hey, just giving an F doesn't teach them anything about time management. Here's how you teach time management to a kid. And so a lot of us assume, I did too, very early in my career, oh, F's will learn them. Yeah, zeros will teach. No, they just breed resentment. They don't have this incredible maturing effect. Now sure, you got an F. You're denied privileges until you are successful and present evidence. So you're denied whatever the things you want to do with your life, you now no longer have that discretion in your life. And kids hate that. They want to get back to a status where they can have choice and autonomy and all these wonderful things. So there's a lot of teaching that goes on in the reiteration effort. It's not just, oh look, you didn't do well, you decided not to study the first time, so you got an F, and Miss Wormeli always lets you redo. My kids hate redos. And what the coolest thing is when a few students in the first marking period go through a redo process, and then they give personal testimony to all their classmates about what it was like. That's the best teaching in the world. I don't have to explain anything anymore, because they heard it from their peers. That's the cool part. So I'm hoping you'd be willing to at least try this stuff out, and you would see it as way more demanding. When I go to classes where they don't do standards reference rating, and they don't do all this other stuff, kids are getting away with all kinds of stuff. And they're not maturing. And the stakes are much higher in college or military or career training post-high school, and they fall apart because they don't have the wherewithal to be tenacious. They give up. I don't know if I remember sharing this with you last time, but over half the kids in 2012 that started college never finished. It's so scary. It used to be 1/3, and it went over to 50%. So all these colleges saying, oh yeah, we got all these kids who spent money, time, energy vetting them and denying other people who would have made it through the 4 years or the 5-year program, and now they're going in for a year or two and they give up and they leave college. Why should we keep doing that? We want to see proof of tenacity, proof of perseverance as actually one of the big elements before we decide you're a good candidate for our program. The military likes that too. So does career training specialists who are trying to hire you for their particular training institute. Anyway, I hope you would grab onto that. Is anything I just said sit with you? Do you have a reaction to it? Sound reasonable? Sound okay? At least politely for the moment? To do that? Politically? Yeah, go ahead.
Sometimes we have kids in a reteaching situation
Yeah, I'm just getting some tea. Go ahead.
that they sit in there and they say, oh, well, I'll be back next time.
Be back next time, like,
Teaching.
for like the following school year to repeat the course, or just reteaching session that you're going to be doing?
Teaching session we're doing.
Yeah.
And how do you handle when you have multiple preps?
Yeah. When you have multiple preps, so you have different subjects that you teach or different levels of the same subject during the day, and you have the multiple reteachings.
And you're just not getting that kid.
You're just not going to get that kid to understand it,
No.
to invest.
To invest.
To invest in it. What am I going to say? School is not designed for teaching. You have to agree to that. You have to admit that. School is still a factory model. So let me ask you this. You have a disinterested kid in your class. It's totally not investing, whether you do redos or not. Just to say, you got some kid who's disenfranchised. What would a highly accomplished professional educator do? The answer to that question is the same answer I'm going to give you. So would you be okay to say, oh well, you don't care about it, I don't care about you. Just take the F, move on. No, you're conscientious. You probably investigate and see, what's going on? Why aren't you investing? So a couple of things are happening. First, did you establish a relationship of respect and ethos with one another? In other words, I come prepared every day as your teacher. I try to invite your life into what we're doing. I try to make my lessons meaningful. I try to find out about you so I use the right analogy so I can engage you. In fact, the homework I assign is very transformative. It's meaningful. It's not busy work. I'm not just setting you up to do stuff after school because that's what I'm trying to do is make you compliant and obedient to the man. I'm not trying to do any of that stuff. By the way, the brain hates to be controlled, so have a little sense of student choice once in a while. The kids will engage a little bit more. So I'm going to really get into student engagement and investment. I'm going to try to do this stuff. But you are to show up every single day, and even though you don't like small groups, I say to the class, get in small groups, you still do it because you respect Mr. Wormeli. Mr. Wormeli's looking out for you, you're looking out for me. We're entering into this mutual ethos. The Yale Business School management definition of accountability is mutual respect or ethos with one another. I'm looking out for you, you're looking out for me. So I'm going to play guilt trips if I need to. This is not the way you and I usually interact with each other. Why would you not do this stuff? Why would you say no to this? Why would you keep putting it off? Is there something going on? I guarantee you there's something else going on in their lives that's keeping them from investing. Because the number one thing they want to do is to belong and be successful and do demanding things. I guarantee it. And we're hardwired to do that. So when a kid's like, this sucks, this is stupid, I don't really care if I get an F. You know, that kind of attitude. Right? There's something going on and they're coping. Now they might be, as I mentioned last time, they might be the kid who does not want to give the world more ammunition that they're worthy of rejection. You know, why should I show you that I can't read on grade level? The homework you assigned last night was all reading stuff. Or I can't do this math. I never really actually got the math, everyone else totally guessed. I didn't know how to do surface area or whatever it was, or whatever it happens to be. Why should I do that? I'd rather come across as a clown and lazy, or just be recalcitrant, or be obnoxious or contrarian in everything you're saying, rather than actually play your game, because it makes me look fragile. And I'm trying to prove to the world that I actually belong in this class. All that's going on. And then you have some teachers who are like this, don't bother me with the touchy-feely stuff, I just want to teach my curriculum. I'm not a high school counselor, or a middle school counselor, elementary school counselor. And those teachers are all saying this, I'm committing educational malpractice. What are you saying? You have to understand that 95% of everything goes into a kid's head, and it's even more intense in adolescent and young adolescents, let alone children, goes to emotional response centers first, not cognitive centers. So yeah, you have to orchestrate the emotional atmosphere of the room just as much as you say at page 26, 1 through 10. It's like an overt thing. You don't leave it to chance. So yes, I'm not a high school counselor, but I have to be reasonable and civil. And one of the ways they get kids to respect me is they see my respect for them, and that I come highly prepared, and that I care about them, and I ask about their lives, even though, well, it's kind of like this. The kid has real salami, bologna, pepperoni breath, because he's not brushing his teeth, or something worse. He's got little pimples like right here, you just want to help him pop it, because it's just so gross. Whatever it is, and the sweat's coming off, and he hasn't learned about deodorant, and you put the little snack-sized bottles of deodorant, but he's not getting the message, you put them on their desk. Anyway, they're going there and you say, next time a little less axe is just killing me, man, whatever it is. And you realize, my job is how do you love the unlovable? How do I have to act like I enjoy their company even though I really would like to be other places? You qualify for an Academy Award. They need to know that they make good company, and it's worth you investing in them for them to invest in you. I'm not saying you're not doing that, of course. But I'm saying what we do is we enter into a relationship. That's one thing, to make sure they're going to do it. And then, you go through the redo stuff. These are redos with consequences. These are not willy-nilly, I just redo, man. Like I've had kids, when I first started doing this, they sit down to the test and they didn't do stuff. They go, hey, when's the redo? Yeah, you're abusing me. You don't get to do that. You abuse me, I'll say no redo. If you remember last time, one of the biggest rules, all redos are done at teacher discretion. And I make parents sign that. And that means I get to decide it's reasonable. And if you're abusing me, no redo. Oh, problem. That's a bitter pill to swallow. Because I just said this, you're allowed not to know it or learn it. I just caved into a kid's immature self. See, here's the thing. I will outlast, out-survive, outwit you. So it's that old thing, and again, I may have shared last time, but I found kids like this. So the reading was supposed to be due by this Friday, yeah. And the kids come in with all kinds of excuses. I had to watch my little sister, the coach made me do this. Sorry, I had to work in my house a little bit, I had to do some chores, I couldn't get it done. All this stuff, prepared to even go to tears if they need to. And I just lean over and go, look, I don't extend this just to anybody. Actually, I do quite often, but they don't know that. So seriously, you look like somebody worth a little hope here. Let's let it go another 5 days, 5 school days, that's 1 week. No, shh, don't let that get around. You really need to learn this stuff, and I really care about you. And you've had some hard strikes against you, some challenges here. I hear that. So I will look out for you. The kid's like, yeah, thank you. They were so ready for the burden to be lifted, even though there would be tears and anger. But they were so ready not to do the project, not to do the report. And I just kind of ran it down their throat. Oh no, you don't get to wiggle out of this. And now the kid has no life, because he's doing the next curriculum plus this current one and the previous one, and maybe there's a massive snowball. He will rue the day he ever decided just to let it go, because he got frozen. Anyway. Disney reference, off and on. Anyway. I'm going to talk about the consequences so intensely, the kids have to go through it, and they'll be self-taught, and I'll have some classmates come in and talk about what the redo process was like. Because remember, there's all those hoops through which they jump. The plan of relearning before the reassessing. You don't get to do redo willy-nilly. And you and I will have words. So the relationship building to me and the kid, that's one thing. Where you're not going to, I don't want that kid to take advantage, but he's got to learn. You guys know that this stuff doesn't come online until 18 to 25, right? The executive function. We're going to talk about that today. At 18 to 25, that's when a kid can read other people and really understand how his words and actions are affecting other people, and whether or not he wants to commit to establishing a relationship or not is positive. You know, civil discourse, but also task management, deadlines, and meeting them. You know, breaking things down to smaller pieces so you actually meet the deadline. That's all executive function. It's not online until 18 to 25 on any consistent manner. What age do we teach? Younger than that. So I'm going to give you some really cool tips today about how you cultivate executive functioning kids who might be struggling with all the redo stuff. And I will tell you right now, you cannot do redos on everything you teach. Stop doing it. And if some administrator says, you have to redo everything, tell them, Rick said no, and you invited him to come in and we had to listen to him. Alright? So I'm going to give you this. You have to sit down and decide what are your power standards, your biggest boulders, the most leveraging things. That's usually 4 to maybe 7 or 8 things during the year. That's it. The biggest possible things that affect everything that's to come in your discipline, you have to sit down and decide what that is. And if you're the singleton teacher, you got a lot more freedom. But if you're not, there's somebody else who teaches it in the school district and you want to talk to them. But you can go to other schools and ask them what theirs is. And you say, for these 4 to 8, I'll always do redos. I'm going to tell the kids that, but I was going to say that's my policy. And these secondary ones that are close to it, all right, I'll do it as I can, you know, if we have time in the calendar. And these tertiary, 3rd level, nope, I can't do it. I'm just going to cut the line. I'm a modern hypocrite. You will have to be a hypocrite in order to be successful. Because school conspires against good teaching. I mean, it is a joke to say you have 9.5 months, an hour a day, or 90 minutes a day, if you have block schedule, whatever it is, or 55 minutes, or 37 minutes, which is the way a lot of schools are doing it today, because parents want their kids to have more classes during the day, and you have itinerant jazz teachers and all this stuff, so 37-minute periods at the secondary level, which is really about 22 minutes of real instruction. Because of coming in, settling down, and then thinking about their class and packing up, all this stuff. Yeah, that's incredibly insane. So school is not set up to do this. If I was setting up right, if I was really teaching for long-term retention, I probably wouldn't set schools up at all like you see your schools set up right now. If we knew way back then, you know, in the 1870s and 1920s, what schools should be like, what we know about learning. We would have changed it very differently. But the Committee of 10, they invented a thing called high school, and the standardized curriculum. And their big idea was an hour of math, an hour of history, an hour of science, and then lunch, and all that stuff. And that's the way you get them ready, which goes against everything we know in human psychology. So in order for you guys to really do some of this stuff, you have to break the rules. How's that, you radical? Go for it. See what happens in the local Glenwood community. You say, hey, you made us sit, listen to Rick. Give us a chance to try it. Make me the bad guy if you need to. But I think those 2 things would help a lot. One is that they're very aware of consequences and there's some reflection on it. And you model some of this stuff. And you realize it's just easier if I do right the first time. And second, you establish relationships so they don't want to abuse you. And it's just an occasional thing. It's not like an all-the-time thing. But the third real aspect of this is that you're conscientious. What do you do with a kid who doesn't get the stuff? And if he's showing disinterest, the natural state is absolute curiosity. That's the natural thing. So if the kid is showing disinterest, there's something up that I need to investigate. See what it is. Boy, that was a long, big, tall soapbox. I am so sorry. But aren't you so glad you asked that question? No, move on, Rick. Any other reactions from parents or students? Because we're already getting into some of the content I was going to remind you of anyway. This is good. Okay then. If anything comes up, blurt it out. We're going to do a lot of new content today, but at the very beginning, I thought we would do provocations. And provocations, of course, comes from provoke. To provoke thinking, be a catalyst of some sort in your thinking. So, if you want to have a conversation with me, and last time if you emailed me for something I didn't respond, I apologize. I went on the road right away after you guys, so I will try to respond. I do have a day off on tomorrow, where I have to travel to Des Moines, which is just, a 2-hour drive. So I'm going to do a ton of work tomorrow morning, so I can respond to emails tomorrow morning from my hotel if you like. At any rate, you've got that there if you'd like to do it. So let's go to the provocations. You have all these provocations in your handout, but I have them up here, so we can talk about it. So what I'm going to do, oh, by the way, I'm doing the exact same thing with parents tonight. See, parents came to a parent evening last time, and they heard me a little bit. Some of the parents will be the same, some will not. But every one of these things is actually a given in standards-based or standards reference or evidence-based or criterion reference, however you want to call it, graded. So all of them is actually true, but when you see them just by themselves, they cause a little ripple. They're a little bit strident. You're like, I don't know if I really believe that. But they actually are all legitimate statements. So what I want to do is get a reaction from you if there's anything you want me to clarify. So it's provocative, but it's also clarifying. And you say, Rick, can you talk a little bit more about that? I'm really not sure about it. That sort of thing. So let's take a look at the first one. I think grades are nonsense. They're absolute nonsense. In a perfect world, we would not do grades. Remember, I'm a member of a Facebook community called Teachers Throwing Out Grades. In a perfect world, we would not have grades. So get rid of the grades, we're good. But we have grades because we decided to put one adult in front of a bunch of kids. I don't have time to do long, narrative, descriptive feedback for every one of my 185 kids, which is my normal student load. When I taught elementary level, I would have 38 kids, but I have 7 subjects a day. I don't have time to do extended long narrative. And by the way, the long paragraphs I write, I've been repeating it for a lot of the kids. So we invented this system called grades, a little symbol. You see the symbol, it means this longer stuff. So a grade by itself cannot be the feedback. Cannot be the whole big description, but we've corrupted it so it's become that. And that's one of the biggest shifts in a lot of people's thinking. So grades are placeholders, and they must always be like a key or a legend. They must reference something that's much more descriptive. You okay?
So you're saying grades are okay as long as there's a rubric or some written...
I'm saying whatever symbol you choose is okay. Yeah. Remember blue moons, green stars, the whole Lucky Charms? It doesn't really matter what symbol. So you can use rubric numbers. You can use 4, 3, 2, 1. You can use A, B, C, D. As long as the symbol can be tracked back to an evidence descriptor, you're good, and that's standards reference. That's good. So it's a short symbol that's just a placeholder. But by itself, it's nothingness. It's void. It's the abyss. And we use it for manipulative things, which we're not supposed to do. Okay? Let's go to the second one. It's what they know at the end of learning's journey, not the stuff they did on the way. Oh, if you really believe that, what would now be in jeopardy? Well, all the stuff you did along the way, like quizzes, have to count 0. If you're going to ask the same questions in the big unit test like 2 weeks later. I don't really care how you did right now. It's what you know at the end of the learning. Okay, so I can't have in my grade book, all quizzes count 10%. I can say quizzes are where you are right here, right now, in this moment of time, but it's very, very changeable. So I have to see if you really keep that quiz knowledge. You got an A on it. You've got an F in the quiz, but you aced it. The same stuff on the test. The quiz is irrelevant. You would never allow me to bring in your earlier attempts at learning something in the final declaration when you're certified. Because you actually totally know it now. The quiz was just a formative stepping stone to get there. How's that sitting? Okay? That means anything that's a teacher technique is now void. Oh, you can report it. And what did I say last time? When you actually separate the report out, of the on-the-way stuff from the actual final academic achievement, kids pay more attention to it. So I'm telling you right now, you should have a homework completion column, a grade for homework completion, which is a report of compliance. And by the way, if your report card doesn't have it, nothing's stopping you from creating an addendum and sending it home with it until the report card redesign happens. But I think there should be a place for, yeah, meets deadlines. It's timely. That's a very different thing. You're actually marking behavior, but it's very different from your academic understanding of covalent bonds. See the difference? Here's what you know about covalent bonds. Here's what you do about getting stuff together in a short amount of time using a quiet indoor voice. Put your name, date, and period, top right corner of the paper. Follow your rules. And what we said last time, when you do that, kids pay way more attention to it and they mature faster in those skills. Oh, I want kids to actually pay attention to deadlines. I want them to get feedback more than deadlines. I want to grade on them meeting deadlines. Cool, do that. Give it more importance. Give it its own report. You aggregate it into one big mashup with what you also know about biomes and adding fractions or whatever else it is. You diminish the maturation moment. Why would you do that? I'm not sure. Yep.
Okay, so if it's the end product that's the grade that's reported out.
Yeah. The end evidence. Product is just the conveyance for it. Yeah.
Okay. So what if I have, okay, so I have a big, big unit or whatever.
Yeah.
On, nonfiction text.
Cool. Sounds Common Core familiar.
So, at midterm, what if we're not to the end thing at midterm?
Right. Then you have to give the report of where he is in the evidence that has been taught as of that point. Here's one mistake a lot of schools make. They have this idea that this is like a standard that goes through the whole year. So in the first marking period, you're not going to be at the final proficiency level with that standard, right? So a lot of kids are getting F, F, D, and then suddenly the last fourth quarter they get A. And the parents are like, what? You got an F? You got an F? You got an what? Well, I was comparing them against the end of the year proficiency criteria. No! So I'm telling you, probably not the thing you want to do. It's dishonest. So I think the grade has to be based on what was actually taught, not something that has not yet been taught. However, some schools are dividing it. And this is actually very cool. I'm cool with this ethically and pedagogically. They kind of split the square. Here's what you did according to this 9 weeks or 12 weeks. And here's where you would be if we had to take the reckoning of you for the end of the year. So they might have an A and D+. But they just see that that lower grade is going to change. It's where you are in your progression. Oh, well, some of you know Tom Guskey and Leanne Young. They have this idea of 3 Ps. One is process grade. That's all the you study hard, you work hard, all that stuff. The product grade is what you know against standards. The product, the task, the project, whatever. And then progress grade. How you're advancing in your own progression. You know the idea of math teachers, English teachers, PE teachers, tech teachers, whoever, they kind of say this. He came into my class at this level on the continuum, and he got this far on it. That's your progress grade. So you could do 3 Ps. And more school districts are looking at that very seriously, and Tom will lead you through how to create that, whether it's a process, progress, and a product grade. Basically, I said this. You have work habits, kind of effort grade, and you have achievement grade, which is 2 of those things. The thing is, I didn't add in, how do you do the grade for the student's personal progression? That would be the 1/3 thing that I'd add into it. So you can have this choice, but I am begging you, the ethical thing that will not stir up families and will actually be honest and helpful to everybody, here's what you know against the stuff that was actually taught in this marking period. I think the grade should speak to that if you only have one choice. However, the criteria for performing that will change by the end of the year. And I have to be extremely overt about what that's going to be. Make the invisible visible every time. I'm completely transparent. So yeah, you have an A for what we did here, but remember, at the end of the year, you're going to have to be here. But it is the end of the year stuff. The only thing that really matters in the whole ball of wax is that end of the year transcript. You know, this kid is here. Now that means that you have gone back from the fall content and put that in the spring and end of the year tests. Because you have to see if they've carried it forward. If they got an A in October, November, and you actually never really assess that in April or May or June, you really don't know if they carried it forward. And the testimony for the grade that makes it really accurate and has a lot of integrity is if they carried it forward. If you actually did that, do you think some students' grades would go down? Is there? Yep. It's way more demanding to do standards reference grading because you actually have to learn it. What? Really? I have to carry it forward? Yes, you do, Junior. Dang, you're hard. Nobody thinks I'm soft. That my reputation is, whoa, if you're a slacker, you do not want Mr. Wormeli. You just standards reference grading. This is when we first transitioned to it. So yeah, I was worried that I would come across as soft, and it's a complete opposite. Man, Mr. Wormeli makes you do it over and over again until you learn it. It sucks. It's usually the mantra. Other reactions? Anything you want to spin off anything I just said? Or what she just asked?
So do you teach comprehensive finals then?
Do you do comprehensive? It depends on the course that I'm teaching. We have EOCs, in some classes we don't, end of course tests. A comprehensive final for the entire year or just for the semester, it really does depend. And then sometimes you have a block schedule where that class is taught in its intensity just one semester, and you don't have that class again, or the next level of the class, until the second semester of the next year, so you have a whole year in between, which is really scary. I've also worked in schools where I was in alternating every other day block, which is actually pretty nice. And I like that pretty well. Or a rotating flexible block, which is where you have like first period Monday, but it's like third period Tuesday, and it's like seventh period on Wednesday. I love that, guys. Kids aren't always tired or always hyper for the exact same subjects. And by the way, the kids can remember where the course is being taught. It's the teachers that have to always look at their little schedule. What am I teaching today? And where are you? Okay. But usually you get into it. In our locker areas, we have little signs up. Hey, tomorrow, it's these classes in a row. And next day, so today's class sequence is this. Tomorrow's sequence will be this. There's little blocks thing. I'm actually one signed up has to go out there. Today is ABC, but tomorrow's class is D, E, and then A. You see that was 3 classes a day, Monday and Tuesday. And then we have B, C, D again, and then E, A. What do you say? Move on. Okay, go. So I am somebody who says, look, for the 4 to 8 big power standards, it would be comprehensive. Some of the esoterica, the nice to know, may not be a part of the comprehensive exam. But the idea at the end of the year, I have to see what you pulled from the whole year, because the grade has to be an accurate report of this curriculum, college admissions officers, or next year's teachers, at least. If you're just freshman or sophomore, let alone 7th grade going to 8th or 4th going to 5th, they need to know that this grade means what it says. So if I say A, that means you've actually carried it forward. And it's actually mostly complete. B would mean you carried most of it forward, but maybe not. I mean, you have to decide what your bottom line would be. Is that what you wanted to hear from me, or do you want something else?
Well, I also want to know how much weight, because
Yeah.
I'm speaking as the editor, but I think
Yeah.
it also goes, when we give our B-flat concert scale test to a 6th grader in the first quarter,
Yeah.
and then that's the grade that they have on the report card. Well, by the time they get to the 4th quarter, they should also be able to play that scale, but not only play it better or as well as they did the first time.
So you have slightly different criteria.
Yeah, and then how much weight are
How much weight? Here's the thing, I love weighting those exams a lot, like 30%, 50%, if they're composite. I will not weigh them if they're a single moment in time. So in other words, the last 2 or 3 weeks of school, maybe the last 4 weeks, because you just have to spread it out a little bit because you're doing other stuff, I would actually dipstick, check the level of oil in the kids in those big power standards on more than one occasion. If it's a single sitting, that's so ripe for distortion. 1,000 things go wrong with a 7th grader or a 6th grader in that one sitting. So yeah, you needed the B-flat scale, whatever it was. But you did it these other 3 times. I've got more than one little moment. In other words, I'm constantly doing this. Am I creating a pattern of performance over time? Because a larger sample size increases accuracy. And so the kid didn't know the one fluke, but now he actually knows it, and I've got a repetition here that he knows. All right, then we can do it. So if you played it once as a fluke, I probably wouldn't give him the A. I'd say, no, I got to see you do it, in a live concert, in a band room, as you're working with friends, whatever it is, I've got to see it over time. So if I had 4 or 5 pieces of evidence over the last 3 or 4 weeks of school of the same big 4 to 8 power standards, I can honestly say I would count that a heck of a lot. But if I had a single sitting, one moment in time, I'd count it 10% or less, because I just can't have that much influence. It's going to be too distorted. You okay with that? Yeah, go ahead, and then we'll come over here.
I'm trying to wrap my mind around how you do this in a semester grading period. Because what you're saying is you're going to go back to things you do that first part of the year. What I'm thinking is each outcome has its own grade, or each power standard, whatever you call it.
Right, and it could be a category, because within one standard, there could be like 8 sub-standards. Okay, got it.
And what I'm hearing is that at any point in time, anything that those kids can do can affect their standing.
Well, if they're in the formative section, they're just coming to know, I'm not gonna really, it's not gonna be the final summative judgment.
That's
on
not,
it.
that's not.
But you're saying, once they've gone through the teaching, learning, and they take their test,
Uh-huh.
and then subsequently, down the road, we're working in another unit, or I just out of the blue, give them another little test, it could affect the report at the end of the year? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
And I would say, yes, I agree with that. And so I do spot checks all the time for just the biggies. Leveraging. So you remember the little joke thing I did? It wasn't a joke, I really do it. I stop people at Walmart and Target. And I just say, solve these 4 problems for me right now. And I go back and change the grade book based on the evidence I presented. Yeah, I need you to do a quick write on this. Come here, talk to me. Here's a pop quiz, do this. And kids know this. And I talk constantly about it. You have to carry it forward. You can't just know it here. So all of my kids know subjective, objective, possessive, reflexive, personal pronouns. Singular first, second, third, and plural first, second, third. And if I just shout out in the middle of the cafeteria a particular set of criteria about pronouns, they better say what I want them to say, or write it down, and I need to come over to them. So I'll say, look, seriously, third person plural, reflexive. Okay, themselves, their selves. I don't know. Himself, herself, they better know it. And if they don't, okay, going back. Let's see, they're allowed to go back and learn the thing. I need to teach them that this really matters if you carry it forward, not just you learn it for a test and you forget it. But I can't do it with all the curriculum because it's curriculum overload. No adult could handle this, let alone 6th grade or an 8th grade. But
How long did it take you to set this up? Do your patterns, your...
I think, remember I started in the early 80s. So I would think by 85, I was getting it down pretty well and the kids knew I meant business. I made mistakes with it along the way. And, you learn a little bit, along the way. So
5 years?
maybe,
6 years?
I would say 3 years before I was really confident that I could explain it and do it pretty well, and it was just occasional mishap. I wouldn't say it took 5 years, because here's the thing, I had a sense of urgency. I was like, oh crud, I need to do right by these kids like right away. What I found is I experimented the first year, made all my mistakes then, and I really thought about it a lot over the summer, and the second year I really did it pretty well. A few adjustments, so by the third year, it was more normal on the flow. And I always get kids I've never taught before who find a loophole or something, like totally blew it. How many of you have ever done a rubric and the kid learns very little, but on the rubric, technically he scores really high? He felt it smells like a rose. Oh, I have to give him an A, but really he didn't learn a lot. Or reverse it. The kid actually knows a lot. You know that working with him, but technically the rubric, he falls short, so you have to give him a C because the rubric is the way it's set up. That kind of stuff, it takes probably 6-7 years to really finesse. So I would say by year 3, I was operational, functional, and that was just finessing for the next 2 or 3. But to this day, I'll still get kids who once in a while go, whoa, I didn't even realize I was doing it. Okay, I need to change that one. It's very organic.
Then how do you report that out to parents on a regular basis?
How do you report what out?
All of a sudden, the child had an A, and that area when they took the exam.
Yeah.
You retest them over it, or you give them
Yeah.
the same question on a quiz. On a test later, they don't have the right to go back to.
And the grade goes down, yeah.
Minutes later.
I tell mom and dad, what's the greater gift we give our own children? One dad to another. I play the dad card a lot. I couldn't do that when I was a bachelor, but as a parent I could do that. And I say, do you want me to give a false sense of confidence to your child, especially in a trophy generation? Where he gets a trophy for playing the basketball game or the soccer game? No. So here's the deal. Your child just got an F, he didn't carry it forward. But you know what? Here's how I can relearn it, and I'll assess them and credit anew. It's endless hope. So your child didn't know it. And I make it very clear to mom and dad, on back to school night, on the quarterly letters, I actually send a newsletter home every quarter. Just, hey, here's some things we learned about the brain. I want parents to know that I know what I'm doing, but also give them some ideas. There's no owner's manual for this 13-year-old. I need assistance. So a lot of parents operate from a point of ignorance or anxiety, which becomes fear and then later anger. So I need to make sure they're well-informed, they know that I'm well-informed, and all this stuff. And I will say, guys, here are the big standards, the big boulders. I'm going to repeatedly assess your child. And if he does not carry it forward, his grade will go down. Because you would never want me to knowingly falsify your child's report. That is setting him up for humiliation. That is not a legacy. That's not a lasting positive gift. So by golly, if he has an A or B for me, He totally knows it. You can trust this. Backwards and forwards, quiz him, have grandma and grandma quiz him on long car trips. I don't really care. He will know it, because my name is going to be on that report, and my name has integrity. So moms and dads go from the very beginning, and I've had moms and dads come in and get all up in my face. Hey, what's it going to take? How about donation to the PE department? Would that help my child's grade? I live in the Washington, D.C. area. A lot of lawyers and lobbyists. And they're used to gaming the system. All right, and the other thing is, money has power. And I'm going to say, I'm going to pretend like you never said that. But if you continue in that conversation, here's my principal's phone number. Because we're done. I'll call security. You're not allowed to be unethical with me and in front of your child. And frankly, I will tell other people that you're doing this. I'm really, really strict. Now, I say it in a diplomatic way at first, but if I continue, then I get a little bit more forceful. But I couldn't do that in the first 8 years I ever taught, because I was like, who am I? I'm just a teacher. But then I grew a spine. And I decided to, eat my oatmeal every morning and my Wheaties. At any rate, it started working for me really well. And people started listening and saying, Rick, you're right, let's go for it. And it turned out to be fine. The community actually appreciates it. Now, here's the thing. It was really easier for me because my whole school district was going standards reference or standards based. So I had a lot of support from a lot of different people who were all rolling their eyes and going, why do we do this? How do we do that? So we're in camaraderie. And I'll tell you right now, you probably should gather 3 or 4 buddies with you. I don't care what subjects they teach. They don't teach the same subject. And just kind of meet on a regular basis and go, how's it going? Let's talk. Say hello to your mother for me. No. I'm not going to do that. Mark Wahlberg. We sit together and just say, hey, look, what's working, what's not working. We'll call other schools if we need to do that. Anyway, I'm very clear from the outset, very proactive, and I've had parents who I know will be really angry about it. I call them ahead of time, make a personal call. Say, look, I'm just doing this thing with your child. I'm just make aware of it. I'm looking out for your child. If they see you come across as advocate, not adversary, they'll put up with you being pushy. If they see you just playing gotcha with your grading with their child, they're still going to be angry at you and get all over your face, and they're going to blame the superintendent, which was happening with some of my parents, with me. The superintendents always come back and back me up. Okay? Hey, we've only done 2. Let's go crazy and go to 3. All right. You want me to clarify anything? So, is all averaging completely abolished in your district? No. So that's the thing. Every grading expert in the world, every assessment expert in the world will tell you, knock it off with averaging. They'll have all articles on it, not just my articles. Tom Gussie, Ken O'Connor, Bob Marzano, John Hattie, everybody agrees. Doug Reeves, Susan Brookhart, Damian Cooper, Dylan William, Ruth Sutton, Ann Davies. I'm listing all the big names out there. Leanne Young, Tom Shimmer, Myra Dreck. Everybody agrees. So if you continue to average, you are saying this. Not to make you uncomfortable, but yes, to make you uncomfortable. You're saying this, I'm knowingly falsifying the student's report of evidence. Ooh, that's scary. I'm knowingly lying. Now, your hands might be tied because the school district hasn't moved there yet. Totally get that. But I'm going to suggest, could you pilot? That's the thing you're afraid of. Remember, say, call it a pilot, and nobody freaks out. Just a pilot. So what do? That means maybe I could keep an Excel spreadsheet or a separate document and just see what the other forms of central tendency would be. Or maybe I'll do this. I'll report the grades according to mode, mean, and median, just as an addendum, and then I get to choose which one actually equates to a grade. But I report all 3. I'm still averaging because I have to. I want to keep my job, but I'm also reporting the other forms of central tendency. And then, of course, what do you want to do? Hey, take a look at the outside the school test scores if you have outside the school testing in your subject area, and you'll see which one actually is more closely aligned. It'll probably be mode if things are going. Okay? All right, let's do the last one on this slide. Are we doing this? K-12? Yay. Okay, next slide. Are we okay with that? You can't perceive grades as reward. Oh, he worked so hard, he should get a higher grade. He didn't work at all. He's kind of a jerk. I'm lowering his grade. That's gone. The grade is purely no behavior. It is pure attitude. It can only be used to report evidence. Nothing else. So I can't manipulate, I can't manage the class through my grading system. Okay. Oh, we're whipping through it now. Is that all right? You can do alternative tests from time to time, as long as I have vetted that the evidence is the same. And that means if you do something really artistic and really weirdly different, it might take 2 or 3 products put together to create the evidence that would have been presented on my original test. So it's got to be evidentiary. Show me before, child, I say yes. Show me that you're going to be able to present the same evidence that was going to be asked on the test. If you can't do that, I'm going to deny the proposal every single time. And the kids really get into evidentiary stuff. They speak like the words. Mr. Wormeli, what's evidentiary for this? Big words. They say formative and summative, and multiple intelligence proclivity. It's polysyllabic, which is fun to say. So it's polysyllabic. How about that one? Well, we just talked about that, didn't we? You can't count a lot in a single sitting. It's got to be a composite over time, over 2 or 3 weeks or so. All right, last one. Oh, you okay with this? You don't do it in such a way that they can just memorize an answer pattern, right? And in math, you would change the numbers, the denominators, the decimal locations, just to make sure they didn't memorize just a whole series of answers. But basically, on the very first day or the second day, you say you're going to be asked in 5 weeks to do this. And it's an extremely clear picture. You're transparent. Turns out kids remember that stuff longer if they had the picture at the very beginning. If you just say, it might be in the test, it might not be in the test. You better study all of it. They don't remember that stuff very well, and you're going back remediating, and then you're going back and dealing with mom and dad when you have to tell them, yeah, I tested him out of the blue like 5 weeks later, he didn't know it. In other words, you're not teaching for long-term retention, you're teaching just to play coy. Just to kind of play mind games. Okay? Yeah?
So if you're assessing the project, you get the rubric first day?
Oh, yeah, the actual thing. But, you know, they may not have a real good vision of what that is. So one of the ways of creating vision that I love to do is the kids are given exemplars. And they have to create the values and criteria, which makes what makes these things so good. Like, for example, this huge project, it might be projects from other years, or maybe something I got online from some other class. Maybe it's a video, some student presenting a project in his class. And we talk about what elements make you so successful. Now, during the course of the project itself, we will do a little sidebar from time to time, and they will analyze, based on this values and criteria that I gave them at the very beginning, or facilitated them constructing at the very beginning, they will apply that criteria as they evaluate some samples. And this one may only come out to be a 2.5 out of a 4.0. And some will be excellent, some will be less than excellent. But the idea of analyzing other people's work totally makes you internalize it to your internal editor. And you start referencing it while you work on your own stuff. Oh man, I'm never going to do that. Oh, I'm going to do it just like this. That was really good. And they get better and better at it, and they remember it longer for having had that repeated experience with comparing and analyzing other people's efforts against the criteria. So if you can, like as simple as 4 math problems up in the class, and the kids work in partners, what makes these algorithms so successful? 4 essays, or 4 whatevers. I do, in my PE classes, remember I was a PE instructor for a while, we'd do layups, and I would get like 5 video clips of excellent layups. And the kids have to decide, what makes a layup so successful? Or programming in C++, or Java, or whatever it happens to be, HTML, whatever it is. What makes this so incredibly good? Whatever it is. And then as a class, we come up with our criteria, and then what am I going to do? I put up a 6th one. So a 6th video, or a 6th essay, and it's actually really well done, but it's a little bit different. And you're, all right, guys, this is the criteria we came up with. Let's apply it for real to this new one. And we must always see some things that are a little nuanced we have to adjust in the wording. But once they've gone through that experience, man, they totally know it. They do much better. In other words, if it's in sight, it's in mind. So put in sight that which you want in mind, and take out of sight that which you do not want in mind. It really helps. Does that answer your question a little bit? All right. Let's go next one. Anything there cause a little question in you? So even if it's down the road, what if the kid was a jerk? What if he plagiarized? What if he cheated? Should be given full credit on any redoing of all the evidence. In representation, you get full credit? Yeah. You give them a different score for trust and ethics. That's very different. But what kids learn is, I'm going to do it ethically from the very beginning. I might as well do it from the get-go. But when kids in my class plagiarize, they have to walk through a trust-building experience for about 5 to 6 weeks. In other words, you're not allowed to go anywhere in the building because you totally denied the trust. You wrote a letter of apology to your family for bringing shame on the family name. You write a letter of apology to the class. You might have to do service to the school, restitution to school. You might be denied opportunities to do things that would be privileged for others who maintain trust in our community. Kids hate it. Just these are unethical. Yeah. That's the message. So the idea that they can recover from a panicked, not well thought out, impulsive act is actually really huge. And you don't do this. We'll just see when we trust you again. Yeah, when you're good and ready, we'll say. That's like forever, okay? So give a finite thing. For the next 5 weeks, we're going to do this. And kids are like, oh, I hate this, I hate this. And when they finally get off the 5 weeks, like, I'm never going to do it again because I don't want to have all these privileges taken away from me. I don't want to have people not believe me. And I have to always take a partner to go to the bathroom. I'm 17 years old. I take a partner to go to the bathroom. Yep. And you can't go to the kiln to see how you glazed very well or not very well. Sorry, not by yourself. Take a buddy. I'm not in like 5th grade. I don't care. Take a buddy. You're like 6'7", mountain of human football playing flesh. Take a buddy. All right, anything there? There's a new one up there. So you can't use grades by themselves unless you really have vetted the evidence with each other. You're calibrating your evidence. So you guys actually, with your subject-like colleagues, sit there with each other and do this. What's excellent? What's almost excellent? What's emergent? What's developing? What's a 1 versus 2? And you spend a lot of time with each other, making sure you're very, very consistent. The grades might be a little bit more, okay, they're functional, but you have to have a pattern of evidence, not a single sitting. So grades are already, you see, inferential, fragile, relativistic. You get closer to success, but you never actually achieve perfect validity and perfect reliability. They're like asymptotes of grading. We're going to get close to that, but we're never actually touching it. Okay? All right, how's this one sitting with you? Oh, so you're like, no. After everything I just said, you may have walked in and said, no, I want the homework to count at least a low percentage of some sort. You're still holding on to that nugget, aren't you? It's really hard to let it go, isn't it? There's that frozen thing again. It's really hard to let go and say, no, I have to count it. If you need to count it a little bit, just so kids feel like they're getting something for it, count it 2%, count it 3% or something like that, but you count it like 10%, you'll falsify the grade, higher or lower. Now, isn't there usually a correlation? Kid does the practice stuff, kid usually achieves pretty well, kid doesn't do the homework, probably doesn't do very well. Yes, but there's also the other thing that happens. Kid does the homework, but actually aces all the tests, and vice versa. Does all the homework beautifully, but fails every test. That's really weird. But the thing we've discovered is this. When you report homework separately from achievement, it helps in so many different ways. Much better than if you aggregate it in, which just kind of slows things down. The kids don't get the meaning behind doing homework. So homework has to be transformative. It has to be meaningful. I may have mentioned this to you, but I'm going to make sure we're clear on it. When you practice something you value, you find meaning in it, you actually improve in that thing. So kids who play basketball a lot, they play basketball because they like it. They find value. They get better at basketball. Kids who hate basketball and yet are forced to practice it actually don't improve very much. It's the same thing with writing, same thing with mathematics. So if I find value, if I find the beauty in math, like, oh, this is like solving puzzles and I'm successful, nothing motivates like success. And it's very transformative. I can see how I'm going to use this, or I used this thing in one class in another person's class, or I recoded this thing I was learning in terms of a favorite sport, a favorite hobby. There was connection, there was meaning making. Wow, I actually improved that thing. The practice had great value. But if I'm practicing drudgery, I don't really get into it. And homework is a real mess. So you can look at the homework wars of Harris Cooper and Kathy Badarat and Bob Marzano, and we all argue with each other. In fact, in their books, you will see them attacking each other from time to time. It's fascinating to look at this thing. It's one of the few, that differentiation, you see people arguing in their books. Mike Schmoker, I'm talking about you. And Debbie Willingham. Anyway, the homework stuff is fascinating, and you have to decide every single day, well, homework after school hours, practice after school hours affect this kid's long-term achievement. Remember, homework is to practice what's already been learned. So I will not assign homework if I don't have proof the kid totally understands 100%. Which means I have to get really good at doing quick writes, little exit slips, pop quizzes right there in the class, and then I look at them and I go, okay, your homework is this, but your homework is this, and your homework is this. I usually come up with one assignment, but I'm really good at being flexible with that assignment, because I might have 2 or 3 different homework assignments I have to give based on what I find out in that class. But I never give homework unless I have proof from the kids that they totally understand it. It should be 100% autonomous. We're going to talk about homework at the very end of the day, but I'm just reminding you here, every single assessment grading expert in the world will tell you homework counts 0 in terms of the final achievement thing. And when you have a separate report on homework, kids pay more attention and mature in getting the homework done. Yeah.
Okay, I think I know my answer to this, but I want to hear your answer.
Okay, yeah.
Just say you're doing a summative assessment in the classroom, which is to write a paper.
Okay. And the paper is not being graded, is the content represented on the paper?
Yes.
Okay, or is the paper actually the thing you're teaching too?
The paper is, I'm an English teacher.
Oh, okay, so you're teaching the paper and the writing too, not just understanding of literary analysis.
Same rate, is it?
What?
And then I have the argument to kids, so you can't give homework. I said, I'm just allowing you to finish an assessment at home. Because you
Oh, I
do not
see.
have to-
So the idea is where it's actually completed,
Right.
what's in the class or at home.
I know, and they'll use that argument, and I said, you don't want it?
No, they're wiggling out, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, that's just like, I want to game the system. I want to find every loophole I can. I'm going to tell you this later. It's actually, I have a special effect on it later. It's really cool. But anyway, we're right here right now to answer that question. I think homework is just disappearing. It's fading away. Because we're entering into a 24/7 cycle with access to personal technology, where you basically say, here's the thing you have to learn or create whenever you do that task. So my daughter is a competitive swimmer, and so she's at the aquatic center at about 4:15 every morning. Our high school starts at 7:20. You're allowed to go in the building at 7:20. Starts at 7:35 or so. So she works out from 4:15 to about 6 o'clock, and she's doing homework from 6 to 7. That's when she does her homework, but it's at the aquatic center. And then she drives over to high school, which is a few blocks away. We're some of you know the East Coast, and you know Route 95, goes from Maine all the way down to Florida. Well, we're in a competitive band, marching band. I'm a band parent. I may have mentioned that before. But we'll go up and down the 95 corridor. 6 school buses driving from Virginia to Florida for a competition, or South Carolina, or Myrtle Beach, or whatever it might be. And along 695, we've just done the band competition. Then we had to go over to a high school and do an exhibition. And then now we're getting back in the buses and we're driving up. It's between 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. And we're driving, and the kids are beaming like they're working on their PowerPoints. They're doing the homework in the bus, and they beam it, from here's my part of it. They beam it to the bus that's in front of them, and they beam it to the ones behind them. All stuff. It's a wild time to do this stuff. I'm suggesting this: call it practice. So, hey, your science practice tonight is. No, man, I can't go to your house. I got math practice today. Sounds more legitimate. Like it's a sport. But we call it practice, so we're mindful of the role it plays. Practice what's already been learned, or the preparation and creation of something. And whenever they do it 24/7, that's fine. But it's classwork, homework, I don't really care. It's called practice. You may call it application. But you keep calling it homework, that itself is disappearing, because that's more of a power play. Did you do your homework, did you not? So I write down if you didn't do homework. I keep a track of all my kids. Did you do homework or not? And there's a separate thing. You have an 88% completion rate. That's it. Most teachers, high school seniors that I know, don't collect daily homework. Because most college professors don't collect daily homework. However, college professors are getting more and more savvy with online little portals. And so they'll say, hey guys, in between this Thursday night lecture and next Thursday night's lecture, I want you to complete these 5 activities that are posted online. And then a record is sent to them. They have 300 freshmen. Stadium seating. They can't possibly look at all the stuff. But they get a little report. Yeah, you got 4 out of the 5 correct. You got 2 out of the 5. And they see which problems were an issue, which activities, and they might talk about it in the next week's lecture. So there's a little bit more of that happening in a lot of college classes, which in a sense is, getting homework done as an accountability. But the question is whether college professors are taking those practice activities you do and making them as statements of your final proficiency. And that's still a problem. Some professors are doing that when they shouldn't. So thankfully, there's increased number of articles in higher education journals on how do you grade at the collegiate level, but we're not quite there yet completely. But some universities are. Some of you know you have a big local one that's actually world famous. Around the world, people actually look at Drake and Reed College in Oregon, MIT. Some of you know MIT, the grading policies there are extraordinarily this stuff at the collegiate level. It's so exciting, and the rest of the world is looking to see how you guys do it. So Iowa's actually setting the standard. Yeah.
Was that like taking away 10-page papers and
Well, it depends on the course. I'm thinking chemistry and accounting classes and engineering classes. I'm thinking of things that weren't necessarily the papers. So it might be a paper in history class or English class, but I'm thinking a lot more about the accounting classes, engineering classes in business school.
In a lot of those classes that you have 12-page papers.
Now, are they for the 300 freshmen? See, what I found is if there's freshman 101 classes of that, they very rarely do the big papers unless they have 25 TAs. Okay, 18 TAs, something like that. If they have a freshman class, they have to do much more of the electronic scoring, that kind of thing. I find in sophomore level classes and higher, that are smaller classes, yes, they're still doing the papers, that sort of thing. Particularly still in graduate school, let alone undergraduate school. But I think that they're doing online activities to take away some of the write a paper to get to know something. The question professors still need to address is this an activity I find very formative? Is this one more thing in addition to the lecture to help them learn this thing? Or is this the final declaration where they're applying everything in a cumulative way, and the final declaration of proficiency? And some professors still don't understand that. Some do, but some don't. And that's still the thing that has to be crossed, has to be taught. Okay? Anyway, that's my response to you. Long way to do it might be. You okay with that?
I guess I'm just a little confused.
Yeah, okay.
So I did the homework part.
Okay.
But if I want to grade something as a thing, that has to be done in my classroom?
Yeah, well,
So I
it
know
depends.
what they're doing.
Yeah, right. I worry about that too.
Review of the paper.
Yeah. So I might say, no, you have to do it in my company. I've done that. And I've done stuff like this on a paper. I was using the paper to express content about something else. And I said, you know what? We're not going to write the other paper. I'm going to interview you, and I'm going to ask follow-up questions. You better know it, and this is going to be your reason. Right here, right now. And I'm really pushy on that. And the kid's like, it's just easier if I do the paper right. And I really listen to the criteria. Yeah, you just kind of dismiss the criteria and decide to turn something in. So you don't know it, you come back and do it this way. It really depends on what I'm trying to assess. But I have no problem demanding it must be in my presence, because I have little concern that maybe you're getting a little assistance. So one of my biggest phrases is this. This is part of my criteria when I judge kids. Independent of all assistance, the student will know and be able to do. And I have that phrase, independent of all assistance. Now, that's an interesting thing. What if you have a special ed kid? And part of the IEP is he's allowed to have a word bank to choose from words to fill in a blank or something like that. I have to go back to my subject blank colleagues and I have to say, okay, is our standard they have to know it cold off the top of their head forever and ever? Or they're allowed to do it with prompting? And we have to actually have that conversation. Yeah.
I sit on the curriculum committee that talks about this all the time.
Oh, cool. Add your advice.
Well, my question is, some of the feedback we got, and I think it kind of takes from what we asked about it. Say that you are a liberal arts teacher,
Yeah.
and you're trying to evaluate the ability to come up with a thesis, provide supporting statements, cite your research, that type of thing.
Yeah.
And generally, historically, that has been culminating as a.
Yeah.
Well, in the ensuing, in 3 to 5 years, we could talk about homework, we said homework can't count.
Oh, I see.
And a lot of the teachers, I think one of the concerns is if we do the X number of page paper always in class with my company, how many weeks of class time?
I know, how long is it going to take?
They'll leave that to home, but then home isn't supposed to count. How do you, does that make sense?
You've actually made rules that cancel each other out a little bit.
So how would you handle?
Oh, I would say there are some things you could say, I physically don't have the capacity to do it because I don't have the kids for 3 years straight for the one class. So you're going to have to say, some of the stuff to be at home. But the thing is, I'm going to have separate categories in my gradebook. And there'll be things like this. Maintains proper, or understands proper bibliographic format and proper citing of sources. That'll be a separate standard. And I might do a whole bunch of quizzes in class or a final test just on that. Where it says, here are 10 different citations listed by students. Which ones are done correctly and how do you know? Which ones are done incorrectly and how would you fix them so they weren't done correctly? That would be actually one of my final culminated grades, not just the thing they do in the one paper. And then I'll do a whole series of readings. Hey, was there ample evidence to support the author's claim? Why or why not? What would you advise this author? The capacity to critique other people's performance is an expression of mastery in your thing. So in my class, you can play F sharp or B flat scale. Yeah, you have to be able to critique other people. You can do the math, that's fine, but you have to critique other people's math, otherwise you don't know it. So I don't know if I gave you an example before, but remember the basketball, they do one about the bouncing, the passes? I have kids who can do bounce pass, chest pass, lollipop, overhand, round the back pass. They could do every pass in skill and isolation. But when they played the game, they could read the situation to see what the greatest advantage was at that moment in the game and actually execute that pass. They could be strategic and responsive to the situation. You will never get an A in my PE class unless you can be strategic with your skill set. Not just you can do the thing in isolation. So I need to see that flexibility and dexterity, and that's a part of it. And a big part of that is you can edit and critique other people in their execution of the thing, for their examples. So I wouldn't use the paper as the sole diagnosis of understands how to analyze rhetoric. You would do some major other things to analyze rhetoric. Does that help? That's what I learned. Okay? Don't worry. We'll come up to a break soon. But not now! Okay, we're okay disaggregating? You read the standards on the test, the standards on the project, and you can actually get a separate score for each one. You can't be too reductive. You have lives. So don't one standard can have 8 or 9 subsets of things. Don't give an individual thing for all those. Get a life. What you do outside of school makes you a better person in school. Try not to diminish your out-of-school life. Even though you're going to do it anyway because you're conscientious. But at any rate, we try to have on the test, not one, Unit 4 test, B+. That's gone. You would actually have the standards, you get a separate score for each one. Okay?
And you would have multiple standards on every assessment.
Yeah, you have quizzes, and they might have 2 standards. Or maybe it's just 1 standard. What is it?
How does that look like? You've taught math before, right?
Yeah.
How does that look like in that kind of class? I mean, I kind of get my...
Well, think of your categories. What level of math do you teach?
I've taught anywhere between lower level and upper level in high school.
Okay. So you might there might be a thing called functions. There might be a thing, binomials, whatever, I don't know what it might be, quadratics. It might be, for younger grade levels, it might be geometry, and then one might be ratios and proportions. You just do general categories. And within that category, there is a separate document that is in the hands of moms and dads and kids, available online and also hard copy. They have a copy. It says, hey, when you see the grade for ratios, proportions, it means this. When you see it, for logarithms, it means this, or whatever happens. Now, don't forget, you can have standards like, it kind of is a complex interweaving of 3 or 4 of them, too. Like, employs understanding of X, and you fill in whatever the math term is, and there might be multiple math terms in the capacity to solve real-life problems. That's the complex interweaving of all of them. You can do that, too. I don't know exactly in Power School because they've updated it, but there's a capacity in homework, in Power School, Power Teacher and all that, to actually have a separate homework reporting column or section. And it can be a bar graph, it can be all kinds of different graphic portrayal. I've seen so many schools work with it. So, does anybody know? Do you guys use Power School? So can you just count it as 0? Right, yeah. So anything you say shouldn't count because it's formative, can't you just weight it at 0? Okay, and I color code those. So parents can see right away, anything in red is formative, it counts 0, it's coming to know, but it is a status check of where your child is along the way. That's all right. But in the final grade, only thing in the format of green, in the font of green, will actually be counting on the report card. It just helps to color code things for graphic society. Does that help? Oh, I'm sorry. What's my criteria for whether homework is counted? I mean, I only have 2 criteria. Did you do it? Well, you could have scribbled through it. So there has to be a second criteria. Was it a worthy practice? And I can decide what's worthy. So what if the kid attempted half of them but really got into it? That's a worthy practice, or whatever it was. So I give lots of examples, think aloud, self-talks, and I have the kids come to do it. Was this a worthy homework practice? We actually projected on the front wall, a board. Was it worthy? No, it is not worthy. Yeah, we get a little bit of Wayne's World. We're not worthy, we're not worthy. This is worthy, this is not worthy. And that's okay. So guys, don't just scribble through stuff. It's got to be a worthwhile practice, otherwise you're doing it again tonight, or whatever it is. So I basically have this, check minus a 0 or 2, 1, 0, because that's what it would be numerically. So it's a 3-level scale, 2, 1, and 0. 2, you did it, was worthy. 1, there's some hiccups here, some issues. 0, really? This is the way you submit it? I don't think so. And kids will know to read to the practice, or it's woven into the next night's practice too. Okay, next one. How about that one? Anything there catch your eye or your heart, your mind? Here's what that means if you really believed it. Every single time you plan something to do with the kids, you actually think in the same planning breath. And how will they get feedback on this? From each other, from themselves, or from me? Or from outside the school? I love doing projects where we invite people who are professionals in the field to come in and actually assess what the kids did. So we do that. Every time I've done biographies, we do biographies of the town's people. And they come in and actually give feedback on it. If I do poetry, if I do science writing, and when I do, as a PE teacher, we'll do a wellness or health magazine, a literary magazine. As a science teacher, biology teacher, we've done biology writing, science literary magazines, math literary magazines, and those things are going to be in local Jiffy Lubes, hospital waiting rooms, dentist waiting offices, waiting rooms and offices. And we get we have a mechanism there for people to sign commentary and all that stuff, and they get feedback that way. We can post stuff online. Some of you know Dale Seymour, the toothpick bridges thing, where they have to build the bridges that are really strong, and they have to follow bridge design, and the welding materials, the glue, and the lumber for the bridge is actually toothpicks. Some of you know stuff? I get building engineers from the state to come in and actually grade the strengths of the bridges. They love doing it. It's like so cool. So if there's feedback from outside, that's really cool. When my kids were doing custom and metric measures, we would do all the quarts and all that stuff, and metric and kilogram and all that stuff. We would create pop-up books for 3rd graders on it. As 8th graders or 9th graders, and we would actually take a bus and go to the school, and they have to read and show their books to the 3rd graders. And they get feedback. It's actually pretty cool. All right? So when you do formative assessment with all that feedback, you have to realize this. This is a mindset. I'm not like slowing everything down to do some sidebar assessment. It's actually a specific act of direct instruction and actually build neurons and they're learning things. So let me just remind you this. Every time your kids take a quiz, a quick write, an exercise, they're actually relearning the material. It's not a sidebar. It's actually direct instruction. So if your school has something where you have to submit lesson plans in advance once in a while or a lot, and has like a little format that says, what's your objective? What are your materials? What are your assessments? What's your methodology? That kind of thing. You can actually put all of your assessments, every quiz, every quick write, every little short little processing in your learning activities. Not just the assessment side, because assessment equals learning at the same time. So you have to have that mindset. Oh wait, I'm actually speeding up long-term retention when I do this. Okay? How about that? We've sort of talked about it. You okay? Full credit, not partial? We're done with that old mindset. Most of the heads are nodding. Maybe just because they don't want to have anybody question them right now. That's okay. How about this one? All zeros should be made in the 50s or higher, whatever your score is, if you use a percentage system. Or stop using a 100-point scale, use a 50-point scale. All the 40s are A's, and the 30s are B's, and the 20s are C's, and the teens are D's, and the single digits are F's. And then when you multiply everything together, because you have to average, if you're still doing that, everything has equal influence. Basically, you're doing this. Shoot for smaller scales. You have a higher entry rate of reliability, consistency, and integrity. So are we okay? Yeah, parents have to be taught. Yeah. I agree, and it might take 5-6 years just to train the community. But it's so worth it. It really is. Every long conversation. Yeah?
What if you have a student who just on a test?
Yeah.
Sections of the plate.
Yeah.
That are working on, so.
Oh, so there'd be some components would have good grades and some would have nothingness.
So, 50 for doing absolutely good work and not even trying.
You're actually giving him an F, aren't you? It's just an equally influencing F. If you're still stuck averaging. Are you still stuck averaging? This is only a problem if you're averaging. Wait a minute, we just said before you guys weren't averaging anymore. Well, maybe you are, I don't know. See, this is the only problem if you use a 100-point scale and you average. So I would say this. Here's your score on this test. Do you use letter grades or do you use percentages? Okay. Well, you'd probably say you have an 88, an 88, a 90, 50, 50, 50, 50, because there were like 3 sections and you didn't try it all. And then 72. And that test, would not be one overall grade. If you're still stuck to an overall grade, then you have to worry a little bit, but it's disaggregated, isn't it? Right now, you got like 6 scores. I would put those individual numbers for that test against each of the standards in my grade book, and I would be done. I wouldn't have to do the overall thing. But if I'm forced to do the overall thing, it's still okay to say 50, 50, 50 if you're still stuck averaging. Because think about this, if you did 1 0, let alone the 3 zeros, it would probably take, what, 9, 10, 11 perfect hundreds on all those sections just to come up to a D, which is knowingly falsifying the report. So the kid isn't getting something, even though he didn't try at all. Like, that's still you holding on to, grades are reward and validation for hard work. You can't say it. The way you phrased it to me made me think, oh, you still think grades are compensation for work given. And they're not. What they are is a reported evidence at the end of learning. That's all they are. They can't be anything else. There's pure communication, not like a reward. So even if a kid didn't do anything, I should still give him a 50? That should raise red flags in your mind. Oh, we're still holding on to grades as compensating for work done. And it's not. So I would say, first, disaggregate, it would be much easier. Second, don't do the averaging. And third, all you're doing is making sure that if you're still stuck averaging, all the letter grades have equal influence mathematically. About 10 points, about 10 points, about 10 points for the flat grades. Yeah.
How is that not falsifying grade as well?
What do you mean?
They earn credit for doing nothing.
Well, you're using the word earn, so that's an issue already there, because the grades aren't earned.
Okay.
That's the mindset, right? Yeah. So how is it not falsifying the grades?
I'm not here to mix verbiage, I'm just here to.
I know, but it really helps mindset when you use correct terms to help you get kind of around it. So you're still thinking grades are earned. That's a concern, because if you're like, well, I need to give a report of the evidence that was presented. So it's just a communication tool. This is the symbol equated to this evidence. So there's no sense of earning, which shows that you were committed to it, you followed through on a task, and you created something that was warranting of this. It's supposed to be a merely report. So how is that not falsifying the grade? Would a 0, which skewed it way down below any kind of semblance of success with those other sections, would that not falsify that grade? Yeah, overall grade would be falsified. Why? What if you did the individual disaggregation? That I'm giving an accurate report of this standard, an accurate report of this one, accurate this one, and stop right there and we're done. No falsifying of anything. Nobody would have to play with that, right?
But at the end of our grade, we have to give 1 grade.
Yeah, you do. One accurate, which is a really big problem. And you want to change it. But let's say you want to work within what you have. You have that reality. Would the 0, so skewing it low, create an accurate report? Is what you're assuming. If you assume what I said, raising it to 50 would be falsified. What are you going to say?
Well, let's just say there's 2 power components.
Just do what?
2 power components, you talk about power components.
Yeah.
And let's just make it easy, 5 components on the test.
Yeah.
They get a 10, they get 100% on the 2 power components, but 0, 0, 0, and don't do nothing on the other 3, because not power components, whatever.
Yeah.
Everything is 40%, you know.
Which is an F.
Okay.
I see.
And 40%, and then you change, if you didn't do nothing, they get now, say, if it's out of 10, make it easy, 5, 5, 5, on the ones that did nothing. Now, does that person deserve a 70%?
Oh, the 50 doesn't bring it down enough to show the F-ness of his performance.
I don't care about how far the F goes down, I don't know whether it's, I mean.
Well, would you say?
Like that person passed the test for 70 because he passed both the power components, did none of the 3 non-power components. Okay, in our system, they passed the power components.
Are the power components more impactful, greater representation of knowledge and evidence than those other components?
Excuse me?
Those 2 power components are much more complex and much more intense.
Yeah.
Okay, so they should be weighted more. Is that correct?
But as we have it now, they're kind of separated from the other ones. Okay, as we have it now, where we're going to be changing that, but they're its own entity that kind of has something a little bit to do with the other ones, but it's not. There's things in the other one that you need to know.
You do need it, exactly.
I mean,
So you're giving a false
that's
report.
all one and the same.
Right.
Components don't interlock with each other 100%.
Right. Okay.
So.
So what I'm saying is, shouldn't the student who doesn't demonstrate evidence get an F? Would you agree on that? Yeah, it should be an F or some sort, but just as you would never tolerate an A, B, C, or D having a 60-point skewing influence, you don't want the F to have a 60-point skewing influence. So what I'm suggesting is use smaller scales, getting away from the percentages, if at all possible. And what most schools do is they arbitrarily come up with an equivalency scale of percentages, rubric numbers, and letter grades. So for example, if the kid got a B, we've always called 89 because that's the top of the B range. There would not be a score called 85, 86, you just call it 89. You want fewer symbols, in your scales, you do it. And what we do is when we're going to average, we're going to make sure all those numbers that go in there only have the reasonable skewing influence. So if a kid has 3 of the levels that are failure, and 2 that are power level that are wonderful.
So we're going to study for it.
Yeah, they're studying for it. So those are, but they happen to be power standards, whatever they are, whatever you call them. And he gets a 70. Then you have to decide, is a 70 passing? Is a 70 worthy? Is it not? 70 in my book is like failure. I mean, really, D and F we don't discern between. They're just called, not there yet. So you have to decide what the cutoff is. Am I giving a false report when I say 70, as opposed to when I say 40, if the mathematics turns like that? I want to make sure we're clear. You want to have something that is reasonably recoverable if they do it. And you would have a disaggregated report that would say, look, he's got these 2 power things that are fantastic and 3 things that are significant but not a power, and he's low again. What?
He needs to retake those 3.
He does need to retake these, but he passed the test with a 70. So then you say, well, do I require him to still do those 3 things? Or do I say no?
I'm going to put it on the test if it wasn't.
Exactly. So I would say, let me go back and require now that he goes back and does those 3 things. What if he says, no, 70's fine with me? He's not allowed to say no. He's the child and you're the adult. You will go back and you will learn those things. Yeah?
I think a lot of these questions come from us having knowledge of our students, and there's a few kids in the back of our minds that we're just saying, I don't know if this student's ever going to come in and do 3 Ks, or if they're always going to have things outside the school. These factors that are going to be obstacles for them. No matter how much we try to work with them, and then there's just always this doubt. So honestly, are there any kids who teach learning assessments here in the Washington D.C. area? I don't know what type of school you teach at, but at the end of the year, do you have any students that don't meet all your standards?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so that's why I think what you're saying all sounds good and stuff like that. And we have a feeling that everything that you're doing works for every student, and so we're feeling like really.
Well, here's the thing.
At least for me, I can't speak for everybody. It just feels like, gosh, I'm gonna, mess this whole thing up. Not every single one of my students is,
Well, the goal for any conscientious teacher is every kid is successful. I mean, every time. It will never happen. It's a pipe dream. Because we don't physically have the time or resources to meet all the kids' needs. So here's the thing, we come as close as possibly can, and we decide what's sound instruction, and we don't sacrifice sound instruction because we have a few anomalies. So, okay, it's still a good principle, I will do it most of the class. For these kids over here, I might have to do something slightly different for them from time to time, because they need to get up to speed. They're so far behind as it is, or they're disenfranchised for whatever reason from their family's dysfunction or from previous school life. Go ahead.
And then I heard somebody say back here, have you ever put incomplete in?
Yeah.
Do students know what that means and
Yeah.
what happens if they don't know?
Yeah, incompletes in most school districts, or NE, no evidence presented. Schools use that. Remember what I used, NTY, not there yet? And some just say not yet, NY. Everybody's from New York and those great books. Anyway, what they do is after 2 weeks or 4 weeks, whatever your clerical sanity window is, they automatically become Fs in that particular thing. And there's no chance to recover unless there's some extraordinary measure. But you remember that 9.5 months is actually just kind of a joke. We made that up. It's not the thing they really need to teach. So some kids over the summer get mentoring, tutoring, take an extra class, and in early August represent evidence from the previous year, and teachers go back and change the transcript from the previous year. Which is really awkward if they've already graduated high school, so maybe K-11 instead of K-12. But the idea is, do I teach so you learn and not let your development get in the way of your learning? Or the factory model schooling, where I can't really meet your needs during the classroom day. So there are times when I have to do online tutorials. I have gone and vetted TeacherTube, SchoolTube, Khan Academy, as long as they're accurate mathematically, and all kinds of other online tutorials. And I go, this teacher does a better job than I did. I understand you didn't get it. Let me show you these 3 different online tutorials, and then come back and let's see if we can go through this again and really teach it. You can't do that with everything. I can do it with a big power leverage and standards. But at the very end of all the year and everything else, I have to be as close as possible to an accurate report. And I do the best I can, but I still have kids who don't quite get it. Because it might take 3 or 4 years for them to mature up and get into this stuff. The idea that we release people into the world at ages 17 and 18 is a complete misnomer. It's when you're ready. Kids should be leaving high school at like 16. Some kids, and some not till 19 or 20. But our society is just, oh no, it's terrible. So we have the human psychology, what we know about how the brain learns, and then we have what we're really doing our master schedules on. And we're trying to have both worlds. I know it's fun. Yeah.
Just to get this straight, now, they get that 70 with the 2 power components.
Yeah.
You give them 5, so leave it blank or whatever. And then you say, you gotta come back, and they go, no, I don't want to pass class, I'm gonna C. Then you try, I mean, it's a whirlwind of what you're, like, communicating, I mean, it's just,
well,
and it's not just, like, in one, let's say, underneath 5 kids.
Yeah.
It might be 30 of them.
There might be some kids where a C would be devastating, and of course they'll come back and do it. Sometimes a C is like, I got a C? Lift it up! Family reunion! Let's do this, celebrate! I'm always used to getting F's. So a C is awesome. It depends on the standard in the kid, whether or not I'm going to be pushy. But the problem is, I have to make sure that the kid understands he doesn't get a choice in his learning. So if the kid is settling for something like a C, and these 3 things, as you mentioned, are really, really important, and I don't have his cooperation, 1, that's not natural. He's just trying to cope, and there's something else going on in his life. I swear to you, I will stake my whole career on that. It is unnatural for a kid to go, I don't care, I'll just settle for less. They desperately want to learn and belong and succeed and be, be appealing to others, all this stuff. So I get that side of it. So I'm going to see this as not laziness, there's something else he's trying to cope with. He might be overextended in so many other areas, and he's making some bad decisions. So I might need help to deal with that. But the other thing is, I want him to enter respect. I want him to actually feel bad when I'm disappointed because he has respect for me. Because I feel for him that mutual ethos as well. So I might play on that a little bit. But if I don't have his cooperation and I'm worried about building that relationship, that means I can only do the relearning and reassessing in my class if I don't have mom and dad's support. And I might need to do that. Now I will tell you, I wrote that article that I mentioned last time on where do you find time when the regular classroom doesn't work but within the school day. That might help. And it might give you a few ideas on how to do it. But I have to make that moral decision every single time. To just let the kid say, okay, I forget it, I'll take the C. Or like, no, this is so important. And I have to mediate relevance. I have to teach him that this is really, really valuable. I might get in his face a heck of a lot more, and in my class, he's gonna have to learn that stuff. But I'm always mindful of this, I gotta move on. So I've got a decision. Is this so fundamental I can't move on? I gotta just dig in my heels and work with it. Which might create dysfunction, I don't know. Is this nice? No, it's not really important, I can move on without it. Or, hey, down the road, can I spiral back and revisit it because this was a skill in isolation. He really didn't get the meaning behind it. But down here it's going to be meaningful context, and suddenly I can reteach that skill set that he just denied there, but in this meaningful context, I'll let it go, and so 3 weeks from now, we're going to do that 1 unit. You have to make one of those 3 decisions pretty much every time a kid fails to actually thrive and do something. But the first thing I would hope you would understand, and have as your mindset, is that he doesn't want to be the loser, the one who doesn't know it. He actually wants to learn the stuff. I've had so many kids who can't read very well, and so they don't participate in class discussions at all because they're not prepared. They don't know the stuff. They've never read anything. And then somehow I work with them, and they've got it. They actually read the thing ahead of time, and they're totally involved in the class. Like, whoa, this is like really cool. And it really motivates them for next time. But I have to get them over that hump. So to me, it's a sign of lack of maturation at that point, and I have to help them walk those steps to get to it. But I probably would not just give up if it was something really, really important.
Well, I'm not saying to give up, but I'm just...
You say, oh, well, I'll take the 70 and move on, right?
Well, no, I'm saying I'm way against that because then the kid would be like 70 and...
Oh, then he's passed, yeah.
I mean, I'm for, I'm for the 40s, and so they know they gotta come in because they didn't master that.
Can you give a report towards disaggregated where they actually get a report that says FFFAA? Can you do that even though it's not the final thing at the end of the year, but they get a report and send them to mom and dad, they have to sign it? That's actually could build some catalyst, like, oh, crud, I have 3 Fs. And by the way, I'm going to repeat this stuff in subsequent exams.
Well, I have every component is listed, and then I have the final grade of the component.
Yeah.
So that they can see what they did not do, and 0, they just left it blank.
Okay.
You know,
Would you be okay if you were doing 4.0 scales and you said 0, 0, 0, 4, 4? And that would be all right? Because you probably wouldn't do this, -6, -6, -6, you know, down to the 0 part. Or whatever it is, down to 40, so I'll give maybe -3. As you did that. Remember we did that slide last time? So in a 4.0 scale, you'd be fine doing just the regular influence. But you're saying, no, you want extraordinary influence, bring it down, because you're using a 100-point scale.
well, that's what we're using right now, so I'm just trying to make it,
Yeah.
we're gonna change it, so I mean, I'm just saying for the gift.
Why don't you change it right now, the rest of the year, just try it with the 50 or lower, or whatever it is, and as an experiment, see how it goes.
But it did, it's still in my head, it's still like.
Okay,
that's a great-
just take the larger picture. Do you have a comment you want to make?
That's not good.
Give them an incomplete, call them in, teach again. Done. What you have to do is you put it incomplete, they freak out, they have to go like, why do I have incomplete? They're like, why do I have incomplete? They're not-
Do they know that incompletes can come F's at some point?
Yes.
Good. Then
Well,
you're all
I don't
set.
know about the high school, I don't know. All I know is I think it's complete. I give them a certain day, and they say, you're gonna finish this outcome, you have to
Yeah.
have all the components. They don't finish it, I send a letter home to their parents, I'm sorry, they did not finish by this date, they'll do it in June.
Yeah.
They're gonna finish it then.
I think that's very reasonable. But this back and forth, where some of you are like, gosh, we should move on to somebody else. Or like I said, this back and forth, you have to be able to articulate this and ambassador this yourself. So the role I played, the role he played in this conversation, or over here, you need to have that one and not you. And be able to explain this, because moms and dads are going to ask the same question. And colleagues, and yourself from time to time. So I'm hoping you will sit down and say, okay, what if somebody asks me this, what would I say back? And you try it out, and somebody actually tries to rip you apart. I mean, nurture you, give you feedback. It's actually very cool. It's a wonderful way, collegiate way. It's like defending your dissertation. So I'm going to ask you guys to do exactly what we just did. But let's show you a few more things, and then we're going to take a break in about 6 minutes. About 9:45, is that okay, or was it 10? Somewhere between 9:45 and 10, we'll take a break. Anything there? We talked about that already. And then what about there? Have you guys sat down and decided some of your scale descriptors and what they actually mean? By department, by grade level? I hope that's good. If you haven't, that's a wonderful thing to do in the summer or just through email with each other. Hey guys, what do you really say when you say emergent or developing or adequate or secure? These are really generalized terms. All right? How about there? Special ed, let alone regular ed. Remember we told you about the Office of Civil Rights clarification of IDEA federal legislation. I gave you a few slides at the end of the handout on that. Okay? All right, how about that one? Standards reference or standards based? Does not harm high flyers to advanced kids. You okay with that? You can prove it, you can explain it. The last one, we kind of already talked about. Okay? Woohoo! I think that's the end. Any last lingering question before we get into the new content for today? Something makes you kind of Rick, I wonder about, if only, anything? Okay, tonight, those provocations, I'm doing with moms and dads. So they're like, yeah, good luck with that, Rick.
So are you videotaping that one too?
I have, yes, you can watch it. It'll be highly entertaining. We're streaming it across the world. Watch Rick Wormeli melt in front of the entire, become a puddle of quivering jello in front of everyone. Hey, come if you want your entertainment tonight. Now, I think it's 6 to 7:30, is that correct? Or something like that? So I'm hoping people will show up. It'll be good. You okay? All right. Yeah.
Well, I just, as a parent and teacher, I think that's where it's confusing,
Yeah.
is because what you're saying is, I think, when you're talking and how you're making decisions and knowing that child, then, your child has many different teachers, and so to really understand what that teacher is requiring and what their you know, how they're grading and when it needs to be done and retested. It's just, so you're working with many different teachers and trying to understand the whole new.
And cultural shift is hard, so it's going to be an intermittent process over several years for some teachers.
And parents, I mean.
And parents do, yeah, I know, but parents have to understand that. You can't change the culture overnight in a particular school. Yeah, it's hard. I have to remind moms and dads, how are you evaluated in your job? And also, how did you learn your job? And then remind you that if I came into your job and said, I'm completely changing the way you do everything, well, at least most of the stuff, overnight, and remind them that they would probably get defensive a little bit because they thought what they were doing was very legitimate, and that's fine. We all are in that place. So to change the process, not an event, I have to get that across to mom and dad so they can be very supportive. Did I share the pharmacy example with you guys last time? I don't know if I did. But can you imagine going to the pharmacy and you ask for your prescription to be filled? Wherever your pharmacy is. And they mix the liquids, they mix the pills, they put the label on it, and they type up all the directions that go on that label, right? And you go home, and you can't make heads or tails of the label, how to do it. You mix stuff, it's like a mess that causes dietary issues. Okay, other end of your body issue. Anyway, all this stuff, it's just like a mess. You go back to the pharmacy and say, look, pharmacist, here's how your directions and the way this medicine was prepared is affecting us at home. And it's causing this and this and this, all these issues. You would not do this. Excuse me, move to one side. Let me step over this counter. Let me show you how to be a pharmacist. Let me show you to fill the... You would not do that. And the role of parents is to say, hey, here's how it's coming across, not to come in and tell you how to do your job. They're saying, this is where we're coming across. Is this what you wanted? No? Can I make a suggestion that would be more helpful to us in the home? That's the role of the parent. So some parents will come in and try to tell you how to do your job because they were once kids in school, and so they think they know how to teach. And so you have to decide, again, I know I mentioned this last time, but it's worth saying again, to what degree we allow people who are untrained to tell you what to do. And I've got to get across that I actually know what I'm doing, but I'm so going to listen to you because I have to take that into consideration so I can do right by you and your family. That would be really cool. Right? Anyway, I hope the parents will understand that. Now, I got to tell you, we had some parents last time, but who knows who will show up tonight. I'm not the parents who are here, and I'm going to actually explain to them a lot of the stuff I'm sharing with you guys. Not the rubric stuff I'm about to do, but all the stuff about building tenacity and perseverance and personal responsibility, I'm actually teaching that to parents tonight. So there'll be a much more emphasis on that than the standards-based grading. But you're welcome to come if you want. It's just going to be a reiteration of what we do here. Okay. Any other questions about grading before we move on? Yes?
Can you tell me how you know that it doesn't harm the high flyers?
Oh, yeah. What do you think I'm going to say? Because remember, I want to make sure you guys can do this too. How does standards-based grading actually help them too? Or does it harm? At least, like the doctors of, at least do no harm. Well, it's a stumper. Let's think about it. Go ahead.
Kids who get A, they're always going to achieve the highest all the time. So if
Yeah.
it's set up as a standard or if it's set up in a traditional classroom, the student is always going to.
You have to present evidence.
Yeah.
Here's a caveat. Kids who get straight A's and you switch to standards reference grading, their grades go down a little bit. For like the first year. What? Because they're so used to buffering their grades with all kinds of peripheral stuff that's not really indicative of learning. They were indoctrinated how to play the game of school, and they're really good at that. Now they have to suddenly remember stuff in the long term. They have to really know it. They have to show depth and complexity. Because remember I talked about intellectual agility and mental dexterity, flexible application. You can't just memorize a bunch of stuff, do all for tests, and then forget it. All this stuff. Like, seriously, I have to learn it? Yeah. Ow. Once they figure out that's the game, I really have to learn it, they bounce back and do just fine. If they're high flyers in advance. If they're just good at finding the classroom a friendly place, they know how to play and jump through a teacher's hoops and please the teacher, that's a different student. And so you have to be aware, it will hurt some kids' grades and parents will get mad. You always got A's in your class before he had you in math or in science, whatever it is. And now he's got you and he's getting B's and C's. There must be something wrong with you. No. I'm doing standards reference grading. They really have to know it. Were the earlier teachers doing that? I don't think so. Well, I am. It's the greater gift. Now, because there's all kinds of hope, you didn't know it the first time, so go back and learn it. And then figure out how to manage your time and step up to the plate the first time and do it. There's hope, not just that's it, one and done. The parents actually come around and they're very supportive. And I can't tell you, I've lost count number of parents who come to me, and they have a lot of kids who are all high flyers and advanced, gifted, whatever, honors level. And they say, I can't thank you enough. His older brother coasted through school, was never pushed, and he fell apart when he got out of high school, or the senior year of high school. But you didn't let him wiggle out, or his younger siblings, didn't let him wiggle out, and he's really had to prove that he learned the stuff, and that's really set him up. And so when he was in high school or college or military training, whatever it was beyond, he actually did really well. Yeah?
Multiple opportunities for retakes, retakes and reassessments sets kids up for failure post-secondary because they don't get that opportunity there.
Do you think that's a legitimate concern? Devin, what do you think I'm going to say back to that? Or do you want me to respond to that?
I want you to respond.
Okay. You said post-secondary, right?
Post-secondary.
Yeah. Multiple times. Just sets them up to expect it, right? What's the greatest preparation for post-secondary? Learning the song. Rock song. So would the alternative be there? You only got one shot. You didn't do it? So now you're incompetent. You don't know the stuff. When you go through the reiteration process, you actually learn how to study a heck of a lot better and manage your time. You mature into, oh, if I need to get this done, I need to back up about 5 days and do this thing and this thing and this thing. And I realized when I went through it last time, I screwed up on that. I waited the last minute. All these maturation moments and experiences happen in the redo process. What doesn't happen and nullifies that is just giving an F. They don't go through that reflective, reiterative process. So what I found is, my kids, when they go post-secondary, they're the ones who get their act together the first time around because they've already gone through the experience of maturation. They don't wait till college where it all falls apart because they never learned those skills. So, my kids, I don't know if I showed this with you, but I go to teachers in grade levels above me, and I was the only one doing redos for full credit for a number of years in my department. And I went to the people above me and I said, seriously, do you understand about the kids who came through me? And my kids' reputation of being unusually independent, owning it. Not making excuses when they do poorly, but they blame themselves. And they come to the teacher early and often. They advocate themselves. So self-determination, self-efficacy, and executive function have developed much better in my kids. And they own it. If they don't meet the deadline, they totally get that, but they take steps to meet the deadline. They develop self-discipline. They have a higher reputation of maturity rather gone through the redos and retakes. So think about that. How do you get good at any field post-secondary? Doing it a lot, getting critique, revising your efforts in light of it, and doing it a little better next time. Every single profession does that. EMTs, accountants, teachers, doctors, lawyers, they do postmortems. They do some kind of diagnosis afterwards. Hey, how was the court case litigated? How do we solve that problem? They do case studies and this stuff over and over again. And that's how you get competent. So I am begging you to realize the professional model in every field is redos with descriptive feedback and relearning in between. Not one and done. And then think about this. Do you think demanding adult-level post-certification performance when they're morphing immature humans pre-certification teaches them how to get to that level? It doesn't. You screw up, I'm going to walk with you as you recover from that, and you learn a little bit better, and you keep going. So I mentioned to you the Harvard thing where I was there and the scientist said you have to do something 30 to 36 times to get to an 80% proficiency. So I have to realize, simplistic teacher algorithm. I was doing like 4 or 5 activities and a test on Friday. 4 or 5 activities, test on Friday. Thinking that was the stuff that created competence. It's not even close to creating competence. Competence comes from iteration. So pilots redo their landings hundreds of times. Remember, surgeons redo practice on cadavers and super realistic virtual suites. How does somebody who's a journalist learn to write? You write a lot, and you get a ton of feedback. You don't get a job at journalism unless you can do it. And post-secondary, usually you gravitate towards those things you're good at doing. But K-12, you have to be good at everything everyone else says in the exact same day, in the exact same hour, in the exact same level of proficiency. No wonder some kids need 70 times versus some kids only need 84 times. They get to it. So I teach you that you learn it and you're competent. So now post-secondary, they have a professor who does not do redos. That's no problem, because they've already learned how to deal with that and get their act together before they get to that point where they would even need a redo. But, sidebar, guys, every month I read the higher education journals, and I have college professors in my class, and various things that I do all over the country. And they always say, hey, Rick, Could you tell the high school teachers, that's a bunch of bunk. I would say every high college or university in the nation has some department or a lot of departments who allow redos, at least to some degree. So like the geography department does it. Can I just tell you which department usually is first to allow it? Sciences. It's part of the scientific method. Reiteration. Science experiments that fail teaches just as much as science experiments that succeed, if not more. And exposure to consistent success actually doesn't teach very much. So the sciences, so your physics department, chemistry, they do it. My daughter is in GIS, Geographic Information Systems, the School of Engineering at Virginia Tech. They allow redos in the School of Engineering. You screwed up, here's advice, do it again. Because you're supposed to be competent, not incompetent.
It's Freud's growth mindset.
Growth mind, yes! Absolutely, Carol Dweck. And everything else that is associated with that is huge. So your fixed intelligence, I'm basically saying this. Schools that teach your ed have screwed up. And I don't know about Iowa schools. I do work with Drake University from time to time. I know Tom and everybody else that's there working this. But I don't know about your schools, but they should give you an entire course, maybe a whole year. Just on how do you teach this stuff to kids? Personal responsibility, motivation, the growth mindset. That's something that you don't, because most of us don't worry about this. How to keep the kids motivated and doing stuff that's actually boring. When they say no to me, what do? That should be like a whole course. But we do things like history, social foundations, and here's some ed tech that's going to be obsolete in about 5 months. You know, all stuff. It's a problem. So I write to my schools, so George Mason and UVA and Virginia Tech, my community, George Washington University. These are places where I've worked, and I said, hey, in your program, you need to add a course on this. Otherwise, teachers are going to fall right into, I got to do punishment and rewards with grades.
I totally agree with everything you're saying. I just don't want to built to be able to do that because.
What do you mean you built? As a person or?
Every kid should be on their own track.
Oh, wouldn't that be cool?
The A learner should be in the middle of the road. They should be pushed so far that they're
Vygotsky.
so that they're constantly growing. Right?
Standing on mental tip test.
The
Yeah.
student should be at their level, but constantly wanting to earn that better grade.
Yeah.
And so that they
Aspire.
Every student should be a C student, constantly wanting to aspire, right? But we're not built that way because if I were to do that in my classes, I would have 190 some students. Every one of them would be on their own track. And in the end, they have an ACT test, which is not graded in that way, which is going to dictate their ability to move further on momentarily. You know, you can pass those ITDS tests, our state standardized tests. Our community, our schools, our teachers, our parents are going to look at, you know, the outcome of those tests, the results of those tests, and they're going to judge as teachers. But during the course of the day, I don't have enough time to teach every 180 students on all of their own individual tracks. And so what's happened is we group them into.
We have flexible grouping, just make it same.
I want to do everything you're saying. I don't have the staff and the resources to do what you're saying.
So would you just scrap all of it because you can't do any of it?
No, but I want to know how we can do that. Like, how can I manage all of that?
Well, first you're going to teach kids the dichotomy of curriculum. There's a public curriculum, the stuff I'm hired to teach, and there's a hidden curriculum, like how you take an ACT. At the savvy of taking tests. So I can teach you how to take a test and write a formulaic writing, or do the thing to jump through at one particular hoop, which way more often is politically motivated, not pedagogically sound. And I can realize that every single author of every one of those standardized tests is going to tell you, you should never use a test scores as a sole diagnostic for high-stakes decisions. Should never be used. That's politics doing that. This test is just to inform, in general, how you compare with other students. For the specific test of an individual child, Pearson, ETS, and College Board, the three biggest authors, all this stuff, will tell you, this is not supposed to be the statement of where the kid is. It's one thing out of a whole bunch of other stuff you should be including. To get into colleges and so on, what we should do is present a portfolio of the work and then make an executive decision based on what they think is good for successful candidates in their freshman class and what you've actually presented here, what they see inside you. But they see thousands of applications. So let me teach you how to play the game of school and do this savvy. But let me most of the time, which is 51% of the time or more, let me most of the time do right by you and do some of this growth mindset stuff that we're trying to aspire to do. yeah, I need to give you a report that yes, you are at this level of performance and it's quite excellent, or no, you're here, but you need to aspire here, and I need to create a situation in the classroom where you're willing to personally invest in your own aspirations. I need to do as much as I can. I can't do it because schools are set up to teach. So again, if we have smaller classes, now for a band program, we need a larger group because we have to create the band sound. But if I had smaller classes, I could work with the kids, you probably do clinics for the music students. You do some small sets, there's a lot of tutoring here and there, and eventually kind of grow towards the ultimate goal, whatever it is. But I don't think it's okay, in my mind it's not, to say, you know what, that's pie in the sky, it's just aspirational, but we really can't do it with the reality. I think you can, and you can do it pieces at a time. So in my class, for these 5 things, this one marquee period, I'm going to do redos. I just can't do anything else. I remember last time I say I don't allow redos the last week of the marquee period because I have to survive. That's it. For 8 weeks, I'm hopeful, 9 weeks to be able to do something. That's the compromise I make. But I don't think I'm willing to let go of sound and modern pedagogy because the school isn't there yet. Now, I'm also going to do this. I like to be on the committee to revise schooling in America. Yeah. And I do that. I serve on those committees, and we are trying, and there are great strides happening. High school, middle school, elementary level, let alone collegiate level. So if you read Ed Week, you'll see a lot of this stuff. Every single week it comes out, new ideas. Some of you know ASCD's, what's the update for all 14 articles every day? Oh, Smart Brief. Some of you subscribe to Smart Brief, and you can see a lot of this stuff is happening around the nation and the world. These innovative little moments. But we've got a lot of parents who put a lot of pressure in schools to keep it just the way they remember when they were kids. And that's really hard. So what would really help is if you and some of the other people in the room would run for political office so you can set good policy. That'd be really good if at all possible. But I'm not really willing to give up on the kids because I'm thinking this, what goes unachieved in the students because I was trying to play it politically today. I've really got to focus on this as much as I can. So you probably are quite intuitive to it because you said you're a band director, right? So music instructors, fine and performing arts tend to be very intuitive. PE teachers are very good at this. And science teachers, I said, usually the first departments that really embrace it because they get the idea that I'm supposed to teach for a growth mindset and take you from wherever you are to where it possibly can go, and we'll do the best we can. But we need to get everybody else on board too. It's not really an easy answer.
The reality though too, like, if you have a kid in E class and you're working on bench press, squats, 40 times, so on and so forth, and the kid has A, works his butt off, or worse, and then he says, hey coach, how come I'm not able to line that? Well, you're 110 pounds, bench press 75, that's right. You're 20% over your goal for the week, but you have to be honest with kids too.
Oh, I agree.
Because even though they have A,
They would get pummeled to death if they were a Lambert. Yeah.
You might have to math, but that doesn't mean you're going to get a 36 on the ACT in math, because you're at a different level.
So you want to make sure you teach the kids.
Conversation.
Yeah.
Parents and kids.
Well, do you think anything I've said would say be dishonest with a kid and give a false report to a kid? I don't think anything I've said would do that.
No.
Okay. So I think you're being very honest. In fact, you're being more honest. You're not here. And here's a voucher criteria response to you. So to get from here to here are the things you would have to do. That's the standards reference grading, as opposed to padding with other things that are going to get you there, give you a false sense of proficiency.
So if the parent wants A, right?
Yeah.
So you tell their A students who aces all those tests that they have a C because they're doing gene engineering and everybody else is doing trig. That's hard for the parent because now they're not going to get a scholarship because in their math class they have C and this other student is now going to be the valedictorian because they have straight A's and are in a different track.
Yeah.
And that's hard for those.
Right, so valedictorian should be shot out as fast as you possibly can. You should get rid of that as fast as you can. But it was perpetuated because parents want it, not because it's pedagogically appropriate. And then the ranking of kids according to various GPAs, which is just, very fragile premise which debates so much function and dysfunction, should be gone. So there's a lot of these things in place that we just allow to be in place. And when you speak up and talk in the local community at parties and barbecues and the baseball stadium and the swim meets or whatever, the church picnic, and say, hey, can I just make you aware of what's going on? And the kid who wants to be the linebacker who's only 110 pounds, we just sit there and we start chanting, Rudy, 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 Rudy. And we do right by. I don't want to be dismissive, but I understand people's eyes are glazing over, and I probably need to give you all the credit. So I'd like to take 15 minutes and come on back. for modern romance. Let's take a look.
Kaufland wünscht ein frohes Weihnachtsfest. In allen Galaxien.
Okay, I thought it was just fun. Put a smile on your face. Get back into this stuff. Get the brain juices flowing. Now turn in your timeshare and tax annuity manuals to page 893 while we take a look at the new tax law. Now, you want to find that slide in your handout. You already have it? Those of you who don't have handouts, are they available someplace if they do need them? Does anyone not have a handout? They needed one? Okay, we're good. You all have it. Someplace as you go through it. You want to find this. This is the language that the 6 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus whatever, however many plus 1s they want to have. Just call it 8. Anyway, the 6 plus 1 writing trace people say is the language you should use with students. And this is for 5th grade. Now, is there like any word in there that you think you might have to define for students or maybe yourself? I think there's a few. What's focus? Glory to one is focus to another. I think it's focus. It's clear to me. Enrich. Fresh. Original. Shows insight. What does that mean? Relevant. Quality. Goes beyond the obvious. Adds something to the whole. Well, I said it was a really, really, really green house. That's more than was there before when I just said it was a greenhouse. And it had a window in the side. There you go, that's my detail. Yeah. This is something where the teachers would sit down and go, seriously, what do we mean by this? Over and over and over again. So we have a problem with rubrics, and it is semantics, it is wording. And you might not be very strong in your own vocabulary. But when you talk about it with each other, wow, do some things come out that are really very clear. So I want you to take a look at this one. This is supposed to be an example of excellence in rubric design. So we're taking a look at it. It's actually for a university level. But just look at 4, 3, 2, 1 and the big capitalized words. Do you see anything that should be a red flag to you? Like, oh, no, 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 no. Yeah, notice 3, 2, and 1 are talking about the level of performance, proficiency. But suddenly 4 is how you're being compared to other children, other students, other adults maybe in the college level class. That's a problem. So you have to speak to the same domain all the way up and down your rubrics. And you don't go to different domains. So averageness, averagidity, above average, below average, that's how you're doing in relation to other children, other students. We're doing how you're performing in relation to the criteria. You're evidence-based, evidence referenced all the way through. So this one is a complete mistake. It's a mess. It will be a really hard problem to solve. Take a look at this one. You have 4 different levels there, and you have 4 different categories. So this is an example, supposedly wonderful, on Google Images. You don't have this one in your handout. Some things I could just show you live. That's all I have permission to do, not actually disseminate electronically. But notice what they did. You just get a check mark in each one. They add it all up. I'm told you get 77%. Again, you're trying to hide behind the math to find your credibility. And that's a problem. How about this one? A rubric for behavior. I am setting the best example. I'm doing my personal best. Two different levels. That could be really confusing to kids of exactly what you mean. I'm going above and beyond to help others. Wow, superstar. I'm following all the rules and directions. So I'm not exceeding going above and beyond. Well, what's above and beyond? I saw a piece of paper on the floor. I picked it up. I told people to be quiet. Now you get a kid who's unusually bossy, so they get tally points. This is interesting. Demonstrates complete understanding. All requirements were included. Demonstrates considerable understanding. All requirements are included. Demonstrates partially. Most requirements are tested. You got to be a lot more specific. But also notice you're doing two different things in each one of those criteria. Demonstrates complete understanding is a completely different domain than did you have all the stuff. That's where you complain. Did you have a checklist? So that's going to be really hard, because what if he had all the stuff? I mean, really all of it, he would have a 5 or a 4, but he didn't demonstrate all the stuff. Well, if I circle the 3, it says most requirements, but it does have all of it. So I'm falsifying the report if I write 3. So I'll say 3.57269. And we kind of fudge it, thinking we're more credible because we're more specific. It doesn't work like that. It's a problem. Many of you have had training on this stuff before. Let me see if you notice the glaring error. I know it's a little blurry, but here's my hint. What's wrong with this? This is the math rubric. Look at the criteria that's being judged. Yeah, where's the math? This is not a math rubric of any shape or sort. If you go to Google Images and just type in rubric image like that, you will get so many all over the world. What's really fun to do, and I know some of you were trained by Tim, and you were trained by Tammy, because I heard those names mentioned by some of you already, about rubric design and assessment, just get other people's rubrics. And then take your principles of assessment that you know, and analyze them in light of, hey, is this relatively robust and accurate and good, or is it not? You will so clarify your own thinking, and you'll be better at rubric design back in your building. So I'm going to ask you to, hey, just analyze other people's rubrics, and you'll get really good at it. So I wrote an article that came out last year on do's and don'ts, on rubrics. Some of you had the training and some of you have not. I just needed to give you across just some of these ideas that have worked so well for schools in which I've served and then schools where I've coached teachers in doing this stuff. So here are the first 4 here. Use fewer levels. You don't want to have like 10 levels, write out a rubric, little descriptor for each one of the levels. It's a big old mess. So just like, what is the most going rate? 3 to 5 is usually what people advertise as the best way to go. Any more than that, and you're splitting hairs, you're going to have parents on your case and students on your case, wiggling for a few extra points to get a little bit higher, and it becomes just not worth it, and it actually becomes inexact, more subjective. Second, hey, if I'm talking about your proficiency, I can only speak to proficiency all the way down. I can't talk about as the parts required or completed work. And then everything else is talking about the relative performance against the standard. Can't do that, those are 2 different domains. Speak about the same domain all the way down. Hey, keep it authentic to learner's experience. What do I mean? So many times teachers will put something on a test that they never had kids experience during the learning. So, for example, if I'm going to do something that's inquiry method in a science lab or something like that, and all I did was recipe labs, where you just have a predetermined question, predetermined methodology, predetermined result. I may have mentioned this last September. Then that was an invalid assessment to the learner's experience because you never did inquiry method, which is you make up the question, you make up the methodology, there's no predetermined result. It's invalid. So I love novelty, curveballs, what would you do if? What if you don't have all the information? What if this little variable is introduced? How does it affect everything? I would never save that for the test. You know, let me see if they really know it, the little boogers. No. I would have done novelty, whacked out curveball ideas in their homework and their classwork all the way through, so they understand how to respond to novelty and curveballs and flexible thinking. Otherwise, it's a false test. So anything I put in there must be authentic to learner's experience. And man, oh man, we're about communication. Same part of speech. So if you use an adverb at the top, use adverbs all the way down for your descriptors. Use an adjective, adjective all the way down. Do not say noun, verbs. Well, you'll see an example later. It messes up communication. Let's look at the next 4. Test drive it. Seriously. I have done so many rubrics, and I never actually tried to employ them with real student work, and realized as I'm handing out grading papers how wrong I was. So please do not waste everybody's time and go, I'm going to have to go back and change this little rubric for everybody. Just take some work, and if you can't find it, go online and find it, borrow some other classroom teacher's stuff. I don't know, whatever. Just try a test drive at least once before you actually start saying, and here's the rubric I'm not giving you. It will save your sanity. Write exemplars. So if I have a 3, 2, 1, 0, I need to give exemplars of what a 3 is, a 2 is, a 1 is, 0 is. If I don't have it, I get stuff from previous years, other colleagues, take the names off, or I write them myself and pass them off as former students. They'll never know the difference. And sometimes they're very strategic what I include in there. Oh look, kid, this is mistaken, because I want to point that out to kids. That's okay, you can do that. And then ask them to design the evaluation criteria. We've already talked about that. It really helps. It puts it in their internal editor if they create the rubric themselves. It's very constructivist. And you guys know that constructivism is actually really cool. Vygotsky talks about it. Everybody talks about it. Really cool. You don't have time to do that with everything, but can you do it with some of the big stuff? Yeah, you probably can. And then number 7. This is kind of weird. Some of you know Lester Hunt's wonderful book, Grading Inflation. It's a series of essays about the problems of grading at the university level. Lester Hunt was the editor. Well, a number of professors in there said something, and we actually took it to heart in our school district. And basically they said this: whoever does the teaching should never design the test, proctor the test, or grade the test. Wouldn't it be nice I just show up and I teach all day, somebody else does the paperwork and does all the grading and all the headaches associated with grading? I have nothing to do. Well, how about this? I don't want to be a teacher. I just want to grade papers all day. Because I don't have to talk to anybody. I can do my own thing. Yeah, I know. Somebody like, I'm thinking I'd like that. Okay, it's fine. At any rate, here's the thing. When you grade or evaluate kids' work, you actually enter into a relationship with them. And you actually find out more about them, and you can actually respond better as a teacher. So you're still going to have to do both to be a really good teacher. However, 4 or 5 times a year, I go to colleagues. And I say, I'll grade yours if you grade mine. But I'm such a teacher egoid. I secretly grade my stuff before I give it over to my buddy. Because I want to see if my answers, my grades match theirs. I also grade their stack of papers. I know, I need to get a life. But anyway, I do that. And what happens? About 1/4 of the time, sometimes it's only 1/5, but about 1/4 of the time, the grades are actually different. So which one do I write in the grade book? Well, my buddy objectively created as the grade? Or, no, I know better. I was in the room when I taught it. I know the student better. I know where they are. I think my grade will supersede anybody else's observation. Well, what are you going to do? Here's what I do. I go to my buddy and I say, so, I was just looking through them, and you gave that one a 3. I was thinking more like a 2. Just in a quick glance. Why'd you say that? And they'll say, well, look, you said the evaluation criteria with this, this, and this. He's got that, he doesn't have that, but he has all these 3. Oh yeah, I was just checking. I almost always write my colleagues' grade, not mine, because it's an objective thing. You are so wildly subjective because you're human. As you look at stuff, all kinds of factors are going through your mind. He was kind of a jerk in class today. I'm less likely to be having any latitude with you. You brought in brownies, a little more latitude. Whatever it is, so that's the thing. Occasionally have somebody objectively who was not in the room when you were teaching actually grade the stuff your students grade. Might be eye-opening for you. It was for me. Next set of these 3. How many of you have ever done a project where you give kids like 4 or 5 choices on how they do it? Do you write out 5 different score sheets? No! 1 score sheet! That's it! Just 1! And then whatever avenue they chose, they have to demonstrate evidence of this and this and this and this and this. And it has to be overt. You're not an evidence archaeologist. You're not going to go digging for it. So if they think it's a little obscure because it's so artistic, they have to put little post-it notes or a little annotated bibliography. Look, right here, I'm demonstrating this, and this is how it demonstrates that. You might remember that with the alternative assessment demonstrations we did back in September. So, 1 particular rubric and all, 1 score sheet. You grade faster that way too, because how many of you have noticed if you have a rubric and you can start grading something, it's just 1 rubric, you start memorizing all the levels, what they are, and you can almost like, without even looking at it, you know what number to circle. Yeah, it gets easier if there's 1 score sheet like that. Number 9, clear, consistent evidence over time. So I can't just be 1 fluke, man. You did it once. I have to see if you do it multiple times. So you have to decide what's a pattern. 2 is the beginning of a direction, but it's not a pattern. 3 is starting a pattern. I'm thinking I need to see 4 or 6 specific independent examples, or if I give you credit for, yeah, you know it. And for some of you, no, he's doing it 15 times. Whatever happens to you. And down below, I've got some slides for you. I'll show you. But The idea that you take your rubric and then you have some kind of list of mentoring questions for yourself to see if the rubric is any good, that's something you want to do. Hold it up to what you know to be about good rubrics. Analyze your own rubric. And I'll give you some stuff on that in just a moment. Now, the don'ts. Well, we know about that. Don't use average, above average for any of their descriptors. That's how you're doing in relation to other children. It has nothing to do with how you're doing in relation to criteria. Second, don't write out every single level. What? Guys, I do that once at the beginning of the year. Here's 4.0, here's 3.0, here's 2.0, here's 1.0, here's 0. And the students see that I'm just wordsmithing. That each one below is just a lesser degree of the one above. Student demonstrated exemplary performance, good performance, somewhat of performance, little or no performance, wasn't even on the planet or in the galaxy when I taught it. I don't have to be exemplary, I could just have to be somewhat and I'll pass. So all I do, after they've seen that at the very beginning of the year, the entire rest of the year, all I do is write out the standard of excellence. And then what I do is I circle anything that needs a little improvement with explanatory comments down below. Because I don't want them settling for mediocrity. I'll say it to you again. If it's in sight, it's in mind. If it's out of sight, it's out of mind. So put in sight that which you want in mind and take out of sight that which you do not want in mind. So I don't want them settling. Well, when I only give them the vision of excellence, the kids actually achieve it way more often. Because they're rallying all their energy efforts based on just what's written there on the page, not something less. By the way, when I do that, isn't it easier to memorize those 5 or 6 lines of rubric criteria than do 5 or 6 lines for each one of the 5 numbers, like 4, 3, 2, 1? Yeah, I grade faster when I have just one descriptor to reference all the way through. Even though I'm doing descriptive comments or Google Docs, I'm just recording my voice as I give commentary or whatever it is, it works out much better. Number 3, look through the rubric. Is the kid just getting points here because he did something? Am I actually assessing according to activities, or am I assessing according to standards? So I have to be careful with that. And then, I forget to say, don't use symbols in the natural sequence. A, B, C, D, F. That's a hierarchy, isn't it? Let's think about that. A down to Z. M. Is that lower in the alphabet or higher in the alphabet than L? It's lower. So M is less preferred. It's a subset. It's not L is superior because it comes earlier in the alphabet. You see how that's a hierarchy? So when you look at A, B, C, D, F, you might remember this from September, it's not C out of A, as if A were the greatest, and C is, no. It's just, here's where you are with evidence, is a symbol. You may not be able to choose this. You might still be stuck with 4, 3, 2, 1, or A, B, C, I get that. But when you use symbols that have no natural hierarchy, the kids pay attention to the evidence descriptors way more. If it's a hierarchical thing, they just look at the numbers and letter grades, they don't even pay attention to the descriptors. So I'm going to suggest if you could use symbols that were just random symbols, but they stand for this thing, like a key or legend, you're closer to the original intent of rubrics. And then, caution, what I mean by exceeds, my 4.0, exceeds goes above and beyond, we addressed that back in September. And I told you how dysfunctional I think that is, and that those are different standards. So if a kid nails it, and your standards are very complex, they're very demanding, but he nails it, he should get the 4.0. If he exceeds and goes above and beyond, that's a different curriculum. So there should be a separate rubric for, and here's how he does with advanced stuff. And here's what he does, he gets the science standards identified for this course at this grade level. It should be a separate rubric. Does that make sense? Do you remember this? From September? And then, the last one is this. Whenever you write out the evaluative criteria, please remember this, you've totally limited kids to your generation's imagination. It really shuts things down. So, yeah, you could do this. So here's what I'm worried about. If kids only learn what we in this room expect, they'll stagnate. Civilization, society will grind to a halt. I kind of alluded to that last time. So I'm going to suggest that in all your rubrics, and I put this in mind, there's always a place as part of the evaluative criteria where they have to transcend the evaluative criteria. They had to do something above and beyond, a little bit different. So they demonstrate divergent thinking, and then I lead kids into what is divergent thinking. Making connections among things that aren't normally connectable, or in comparison to some degree. Add your own voice. If we took your name off of it, but we still know it was written by you, or created by you, to some degree. This is transcending a little bit. Make meaningful connections, extend your investigation beyond the parameters put forth. So what if you took it into the dance world, or into the flora and fauna world, if you were to talk about this political idea? Would there be a part there you could do it? give alternative proposals for how you want to demonstrate stuff, teach the teacher or classmates something we didn't know, and then down below, do it from a different perspective. These three, four, that you see here, I've actually used in my classes over the years. I'll give you a moment just to glance through them so you can see how it's going above and beyond, a little different than just the evaluative criteria. I know some of that's really weird. And you're thinking about your fourth graders going, Rick, I don't think they can do that. They really can. Take something that's of value to them. SpongeBob SquarePants as an analogy for this thing over here. Whatever it might be. That's kind of cool. You go for it. Please try to realize you want kids to supersede you. And so I try to plant that in my rubric design. The thing I want to get across to them is this sentiment. We have to cultivate creativity. With Common Core emphasis, a lot of people are kind of going over the top trying to say, everybody's got to learn this thing exactly this way, and then on this day, this thing exactly this way, like automatons. And that's going to hurt what America actually exports and contributes to the world. Creativity, divergent thinking, problem solving. So you want independent thinking, you want stuff, and just this idea that the moment you write out evaluative criteria, you limit to kids, if you just keep that in the back of your mind, and I'm going to suggest all kinds of resources at the end of this that might help you get there. Okay? So know that that's coming. Well, here are those mentoring questions I told you about. What would I do to see if my rubric is any good? And the next one. These two slides are my ideas. But the next one coming is from Rick Stiggins, who's one of the captain gurus of it all on rubric design. So remember, these questions might be easy to answer or hard to answer, but actually telling somebody else, here's my rubric, and I talk to somebody else through it, is actually a good way. Not just yourself, but you actually say it out loud behind your skull. This is the meta rubric summary from Rick Stiggins. So you've just done a wonderful rubric. These are the 5 general elements that you should always assess to see if your rubric is worthy. I'll give you a moment, see if one of them there, you want to beg for a little clarity from me. Seem reasonable? Hope so. Okay, those of you who were trained by Tim or Tammy Hufflower, sound pretty parallel with what they were talking about so far? A few nods of heads. Okay. Anything different you want to clarify? Yeah.
One thing that Tim said was his highest level of achievement went above and beyond himself.
Yeah.
So that's the one thing that I'm...
That's where we do disagree. And I disagree with Bob Marzano, and some of Tim's stuff comes from that way. A lot of people believe that. But there's a growing critical mass of others who find that that's going to be a dishonest reporting ultimately. So maybe that's my, okay, you have to transcend the criteria a little bit, think divergently. That's my little piece of that. But I think that if society says that a biology student in 10th grade or earth science in 9th grade or whatever the subjects are taught, it achieves this level of excellence, this is the goal, they should get the full credit for it. If they go above and beyond, those are slightly different standards. So I would say a separate reporting. That's the different where Tim and I would differ on that. He would say, no, put that in your advanced level. You can never get a 4 unless you go above and beyond. Guys, I am overwhelmed with students who have 100%, A, all the way through the marking period, and they get a B on the report card because they never went above and beyond. There's something just dishonest and disingenuous about that. And I go back to the original root of grades. Communication, honest, transparent communication, no mind games. And too many teachers have very flexible, varying definitions of what is advanced and above and beyond. So if you do say a 4.0 for above and beyond, whatever the top of your scale is, then you must have vetted that and be extremely overt with kids. Hey, look, here's excellent. Here's above and beyond, man. And they have to know very clearly what it is. To me, I'm just saying, raise your standards and just say if they achieve excellence, that's showing dexterity and flexible thinking. But if truly above and beyond, report it in a separate place. So you have to decide, do I believe Tim or Rick? Or just pilot a little bit of both, to whatever degree you can. All right? Now, I hope you all are aware there's two types of rubrics, holistic or analytic. Holistic is everything is like in one descriptor, all there. Then you go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Analytic is I took out different categories within the project, and I gave a little rubric on that, a little rubric on that, a little rubric on that, and then if I have to get just one score, I weigh those columns differently and come up with one possible score in the end. All right? So we'll do one for atomic structure, just to give you a sense. Holistic, everything's in the one descriptor paragraph. But analytic, I divide it into 3 categories: anatomical features, periodic chart identifiers, relationships and bonds, the atoms. And I'll give you a little 4, 3, 2, 1. I'll give you a chart of this in just a moment. Okay, here's the thing. Analytic, you get more specific feedback. It takes way longer to grade. So you have to say, well, this thing, I need to spend time and give more specific feedback. I'll make it analytic. This one, I really don't need to do that. I decided to get a life. And I kind of did a little bit of a hybrid, but mostly leaning towards holistic. You can grade it faster. So this is one for an historical fiction project I did with some 5th graders, just so you know. And what it is, oh, by the way, I never use 4.0. I'll use 5.0, 6.0, 3.0, 2.0. I will never use 4.0. Why? Because parents and kids and colleagues all have emotional baggage with A, B, C, D. A 3 is a B, a 4 is an A. And even look at my descriptors. If I give you something that's not a 4.0, you're forced to kind of look at the descriptor. So it works out pretty well. At any rate, 5.0 is a standard of excellence. What I'll do is I'll write out all the stuff that must be for excellent, and then as you see in the last question there below, anything circled, I explain down below in explanatory comments that needs to be improved. This is that idea of only giving the standard of excellence. So I have found the kids still get the same level of detailed feedback when I do this than when I do the analytical stuff. Once in a while I'll do analytical, but most of the time I will do this, and I grade 185 students' papers, projects, tests faster if I'm doing rubric design. So those 2 ideas are on this next slide. Just give the standard of excellence and only not do the 4.0. Just do 5.0, 3.0, 6.0, 2.0, but not do 4.0. You don't have to do 4.0. I think the United States is moving towards, does not yet demonstrate mastery, mastery exceeds mastery or something like that. I think they're moving to about 3 levels. Eventually in my lifetime, I think it'll probably get there at that point. Okay? Now, here's the thing. A lot of people look, okay, Rick, look at my curriculum. You can't rubricize it. You actually can. So this one's for a math problem, right? Whatever it is. I list all my look-fors if you properly do it. Look at the bottom bullet. The student actually gets the right answer. That's like one small part of your math algorithm understanding. So I need to see all this other stuff. I break it up. And then I can say, this is more important, this is more important. You can rubricize anything. Those of you who have pairs and always equal, I did this with graphing a parabola in that book, so you'll see some ideas there. And you just have to decide, where do I draw the line? And I would vet that with my buddies. Is this excellent? Is it almost excellent? Is it emergent? Is it developing? If I don't have that conversation with each other, it's really hard for me to designate that on my scale. So you want to have that conversation. Now, going through this process, you probably already know it. I don't want to insult you. However, I'm going to give you some things to the bottom line basic skeleton. First, you actually sit down, and it might take weeks just to do number 1. Hey, what's evidence of success with this standard? Not just what the definition of the terms is, but really intellectual agility, we talked about that, and what we decide is evidence. Did I share with you the music educator's example from Seattle Public Schools about pitch? I don't know if I did that. It was amazing. I said, what's one thing you teach first grade students, all music educators? And they said pitch. Good, give me a definition of pitch. About 40 minutes later, they agreed on a definition of pitch. Now these are primary music educators. So good, now explain it for first graders. So put what you just did in adult speak into first grade language, another 40 minutes. And they all agreed on this is the wording. Good. And I said, now would you give me evidence that you would accept that the kids understand pitch in first grade? And it was about an hour. So 40 minutes and 40 minutes plus 60 minutes just to do one concept. This is why I'm telling you it takes weeks to identify what's evidence of this thing I'm supposed to teach. And you have to vet it with each other. So that's the number 2. And then you write a descriptor for the highest level possible. If you need to do the other ones, you can. And you identify the labels, of course. But then you test drive. And one of the biggest things that saved my sanity, I learned about 35 years ago. One of the big gurus came to my school and was telling us about rubric design. And he said, please accept this premise. There's no such thing as a perfect rubric. Every year, kids will find loopholes. And you have to tweak it every single year. If you have a state, by the way, or in my case, Virginia is a commonwealth. If you have a state or a commonwealth where they use the same rubric year after year after year, worry. They're doing that just so they can compare students. But you have to understand, every time you're at a rubric and you go through all the grading of all the papers, the projects, you will find things that need to be shifted in the rubric, ever so slightly. So it's really hard to be able to compare year after year after year. I get that. Yep.
I just have to clarify thing. You said, use anything except the 4.0.
I try as best I can, but sometimes my district requires me to use 4.0. Well, 5 would be 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. So a 3-level one would be 2, 1, 0. A 6 level would be that. But 5 levels is usually 4 down to 0. That's why I said that, 5 levels instead of 5.
Because I've read a lot of things that have always kind of said in the past and in the exchanges. Don't ever use a 5 because people automatically will go to the 3 if they don't really, because it's easy. They're still passing, really.
Well, I will tell you, when you get into rubric design, you will find grades start to acquiesce towards the middle in terms of generalized population scores until teachers get better at really looking at evaluative criteria going back. So they're still playing a little bit of mind game there. They're not looking at evidentiary reporting. But yeah, I will tell you, when a school district, we did the same thing. Our scores started going from the upper end and the lower end and kind of collating around the middle, collecting in the middle, and we realized, we're just going to the middle because it's safe, and we had to get robust. Well, we had to develop candor, and we weren't there yet. But yeah, it is an issue. Now, these are just some of the words that are out there that I've collected. You should probably find all of these familiar. There are way more. They're growing all the time. One of the ones I see more and more is the idea of, instead of adequate or satisfactory, this word, secure. Okay? It's still a generalized term. All of these are super generalized, and I bet you anything, especially when you've got the English teachers together, who tend to argue semantics ad infinitum. And we said, okay, what does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? We'd like to be here for days. You do need to have the sense of compromise, and eventually come up with, okay, this is what we mean in general with that word. So choose your words, whatever they are. Some of those things up there, I disagree with it. I don't think you should use them. But these are some of the more common ones you see around the country. Okay? Yeah.
Do you think that across the school, we should all use the same terms?
It would be very helpful. Would consistency be of value to use the same terms across the entire district? Yeah. Well, at least start with the department or the grade level. And then decide, okay, the school building. If you need to go school-wide, that's okay. I mean, seriously, think about this. What if somebody says, over my dead body, am I using that? But you find what they're doing unethical. What does a highly accomplished professional educator do? You try to find another word that's kind of in between the two? Maybe, but if I know in my heart, in my mind, that doing this thing, like, remember, I'm really a staunch proponent of anything that's a 0 should be turned into a 50 or 60, right? But the rest of my department says it has to be a 0. For whatever reason, do I just give up on that battle? And in my case, swallow any ethics I have about accurate reporting? Or do I try to do the wise and wonderful thing here and ask others for forgiveness? I don't know. You have to choose your political battle. I totally get that that's an issue, and you might just let some stuff go. I get that. But try some of the stuff out before you knock it, before you totally dismiss it. That's all I can ask of you. Then, I told you I'd bring this up, so here it is. Look down below. Top, adequately, average, poorly, 0. You see how those are different parts of speech? And it'd be really hard to compare level to level. Keep the same part of speech. So many rubrics they see are just thwarted because they use different parts of speech all the way through, and it wasn't about clear communication. So just try to do that if at all possible. Now, I told you I'd give you an example. Here's an analytical one. I've got craftsmanship, accuracy, reasoning, preparation, presentation. Let's say it's a music class. I got 4, 3, 2, 1. So, these are all your scores. And in a perfect world, I would probably just stop there, and there'd be no one overall score. I would record those if at all possible. This is analytic, and of course there'd be explanatory comments down below for each of those things. Now, I just want to give you an example of one. I do a math autobiography when I teach any math class. Tell me the history of how you learn math. I do the same thing for science, PE, history, social studies, government classes, English classes. How do you learn to read? I do a reading autobiography, a writing autobiography. It's fascinating. I get more information about kids and their lives when they write those things than when I say just do an autobiography. They're very specific. So remember, the first moments you learn math, the first moments you learn music or whatever it was. Well, this one is for the reading autobiographies. And what I did is I put a whole bunch of them on the wall that I thought were excellent. And the students had to work in partners, just like I described before, to go through and pull out what makes it so good. This was the list they came up with. This is all the words, all the sentences, the phrases the kids came up with. And this was an 8th grade classroom, just so you know. Okay? That's a lot to put on a rubric, but it's a starting point, isn't it? So all I do is I lead them in a class discussion, and we whittle it down to something that's rubric size and comfortable. And then we would say, now here's another reading autobiography. Let's say if our thinking really applies, because this one is also excellent. It got an A in years past. So, A, let's see if it works. And we clarify our thinking, we adjust the rubric and our wording, and then I think the kids are really ready to go and work on their own and do it. If I never went through this, here's what most kids will do. You hand them a rubric at the very beginning, it's passive. They'll look at maybe. They'll go through all the stuff they're supposed to have in their project, and they may or may not look at the rubric until the very end as a checklist like I've got it all, and they turn it in. It's not really very instructional. It's just about accountability at the very end. And of course there's a role for accountability, but I want it to be instructional. When you go through this process, it's actually very helpful. Yep.
So is there a college standard and you're using a 4-level rubric?
Yeah.
What level would you use?
Yeah. If you only have 4 levels, how do you define the very lowest one? I didn't define.
And then what about 5?
Okay. For me, a 1 or a 0 on a 4.0 scale, automatic, I'm going to reteach. So 4, 3, 2, I'm acceptable. Most schools come up with 2 or 3 levels that are in the acceptable zone, and anything below that is a catch-all general category. NE, no evidence, or something like that, or limited evidence, so whatever it might be. And they say, okay, that's the reteachable. Now, what if the kid says, I really don't care, I got a 1 or a 4.0, it's not a 0, I'll tell you. You don't get that choice. I'm the adult, you're the child. You will be obedient. Well, it depends on what the actual standard is. One, if it's a power standard, I probably would try to reteach. But if it was a lesser secondary standard, I probably would say, it's a battle, I can let go. I can do it. But for me, anything that would be emotionally baggage equated with a D or an F is an automatic reteach. So, but we've decided, I mean, some schools, here's their scale. 4, 3, not yet. There's no 2, there's no middle ground. So only the top 2 levels are allowed to continue. By the way, that's the way most college and university classes are operating. You get an A or B, you get a C, you really aren't doing very well in that class. In a lot of university classes, certainly in honors level classes, AP classes, IB programs, you really need the top 2 grades to keep going and stay in that class. You okay? Yep.
On this analytic one, does every row there have to have the same number of things? It's like on your math example, one
Oh yeah.
has the right answer?
Yeah.
Either yes or no.
It really depends on the situation. I'm not going to say university always have to do this. So I've had different rubrics for different levels. Some of you know adjudicated band competitions. I know that because we have the largest band competition in our state, in our particular high school, and my family's going to be involved with it. And they might say, in this particular skill, the rubric is just 3 to 1. But this one is like 2 to 0, and this one is like 4 to 0. You might have a certain number of points out of the rubric total possible. So this one might have a larger spread, this has a narrow spread. Are you asking me, can you have different rubric sizes? Yeah. For different elements? Yeah. Okay? All right. Well, here, as promised, are the practical books. Can I just recommend something to you? If you want a series of essays for good conversation that's research-based, you probably want to get Rubric Nation. It came out last year. This is the one that will convince you about, hey, rubrics limit the next generation, but also give you very specific research on rubric design. Just came out in 2015. I recommend it to you for some book study if you'd like. But if you just want practical all the way through, you look at those others, plus these here. And I gotta tell you, I have worked closely with Susan Brookhart. She writes particularly practical books. So anything she has, like she's got a book on how do you assess 21st century higher order thinking skills. You know, they're not a natural part of your curriculum. Really good book. She's got a book on this, how to give feedback to your students. Specifically, STEM sentence starters on how to give feedback. She's pretty practical, so I recommend her stuff quite a bit. Oh, there's a middle one there. How to create these rubrics for formative assessment. One of the most popular books she's got. Oh, by the way, she has a new book out. Deb, I don't know if you've seen it. It's an AACD member book. I just finished a review of it. It's how to choose the right data to differentiate instruction in the classroom, something like that. And she talks about large standardized tests, then your common formative assessments, your classroom formative assessments, and your big old tests, your interim tests, and what each of those can tell you and what they cannot tell you, and how they all work together with each other. It's a skinny book, like 125 pages. Pretty good. Might be a book some of you want to get and just kind of explore that a little bit. I'm trying to remember, it's Susan Brookhart, and it's something like how to use the correct data for differentiated instruction, or something like that. I can look at lunch and tell you the exact title if you like. It's good. And it's short. We like short books in our copious free time. You guys ready to switch gears? That's the end of grading and assessment. Any latent question you want to ask? Because we're totally going in a different direction. Yeah?
I guess before you go on, I saw on a couple of your rubrics you talked about the 0.5 part of the scale. Is that something you...
Yeah, we don't go more narrow than 0.5. We don't say like 0.2, 0.1 or all. Is that what you're asking?
I guess that I'm asking, is that something that you would suggest or not suggest?
Yeah. I will tell you that most grading experts will say this, keep it to the whole number, if at all possible. If they're not a 3, they're not a 3 until they're a 3. They're not going to be like a 2.6 or a 2.8, like you're getting just, or a 2 until they suddenly get to 3. You want fewer levels. But I have walked the reality that sometimes we have to go to 0.5 and split the difference on something. And so I'm comfortable with that modern hypocrisy. But anything more narrow than that does not create a sense of, oh, look, I'm more specific. It's more precise as a report. I'm going to say keep it to 0.5s is the most narrow thing you can do. Because you can't determine mastery, which is very subjective and messy, to that level of precision from student to student. Does that help? Yeah.
Is there any element to take a project, like for me, I'm a vocal music teacher, when using rubrics or a project or something like that, where a 4 for this student and a 4 for this student?
Oh, you have different criteria for each student.
Well, you have, their level of competency. So I'm thinking more in terms of growth.
What you're grading then is their personal progress. So you have to decide, is it better to grade students in vocal music against their own personal journey or against societal standards mandated for this grade level in this course? And what will be really cool is you can give them both scores. Here's where you are in your progress, here's where you are against societal standards, artificially imposed on this particular level of musicianship as a vocal performer. That would be fine. So you're going to have to decide which one you want to say is the indicating score. If I grade you against different criteria, then you said consistency among criteria is not of value to us. And some people say, no, that is of value. I also don't want to give a kid a false sense. If he has like a 3.5 or a 4 in his personal progress, but really he was way back here and he's not even up to grade level yet, and I give him the 3.5 and you think, wow, as a vocal performer, I'm like, whoa, up there. I don't want to give him a false sense that he's competent when he's not. So I would try to find a way to do both if I could. I think it's very legitimate for kids to get some kind of feedback on, wow, I've grown so much. I was once here and now I'm here. And what decision did I make in between so I got there? That's like really cool. And it's one of the great things you can do with descriptive feedback. But I think it's okay to also say, hey, artificially imposed for 10th grade course, here's where you are. That's okay. I'm very comfortable with candor because they see that I'm looking out for them, not playing gotcha. And there's every chance in the world to change it.
Like by you both, that the both are qualifying factors for their actual recording grade?
Okay.
Or do I just use one for recording grade and the other one is...
Are Are you the only vocal instructor in the building, in the district?
Not in my district.
Yeah, you want to talk to them about that and really decide. If they were going to go to a vocal competition, would the judges judge against their own progress or judge against this particular criteria? You might want to say, look, your progress, you're here, but here's why I have to judge you because that's the thing by which we are judged when we actually do vocal performance. So I probably would yield towards that one more than the personal progress. But man, if I could sort of change the report card, it would be so much better. Now some kids, what if they don't make a lot of progress because they're already outstanding? Then they get an F in personal progress? That's a problem, to be careful. So some kids are outstanding athletes. They're natural at it. They didn't really improve very much in terms of their personal health because they were already outstandingly healthy. I can't finish them in their grade because they didn't progress because they were already excellent. But I would also say this, kids who are natural athletes, natural artists, natural singers, and musicians, I would have them set different programming goals that would be much higher. And a portion of the grade would be the degree to which they achieve their goal. My battery's going out, I'm speaking louder and louder. Sorry, it's not my fault. Okay, am I on? No, I don't think I am. Woo! Any last questions on rubrics or grading before we go on? All right. We're stopping in about 45, 50 minutes or something for lunch? Okay. So if you need to stretch, I'm really okay. I know it's a lot of butt goes numb, brain goes dumb stuff. But we're going to get into some cool stuff now. Go stretch. Listen. Now they're all getting up. Well, I'm going to keep talking, so you're going to have to stay quiet. But you can stand up. I don't care. Something coming up. Oh, now you're getting serious, aren't you? Yeah. We're going, yeah. The sweater's coming off. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is my son, Ryan. We do national parks every single year. This is where they filmed 127 Hours, the Aaron Ralston story. In Utah, outside of Moab. Some of you have been there. It's in Arches, the Capitol Reef area. You know that area at all? Well, we climbed the top of this ridge, and this is when Ryan was going into 8th grade. So Ryan is so nice. He tells a funny story. He's great. Boy Scouts, he made Eagle Scout. It's so cool. We get to the top of the ridge. He goes, Dad, take my picture. It's like so cool. So I did. There's the photo. The next photo you see is Ryan at the next family vacation. The same human creature, 1 year later. Ladies and gentlemen, before, after. Before, after. Well, it works with this child, will not work with that child. It qualifies you for Mensa Society to keep up with this stuff. What? So I go to some in-service, and I get some cool idea, and it works for 4 weeks, and then it stops working, but it works like 9 weeks later, when I just tried it on a fluke. Go figure that. It's crazy. So I've discovered I can't teach blind to the students I serve. I got to figure out where they are, and in September, here, they can be very different than September there. So I can't just assume everything about the kids. So I come up to you, and I say, so you teach 4th grade, do you? You teach high school juniors, do ya? Good. So what's unique about that other people who teach other things would never know about it? Are you developmentally appropriate to the students you serve? Would you say this? Can I talk to my union rep before I go back to you? Because you feel threatened? No. This should be easy to spill right out of your work. I should say, hey, here's what I know about kids in 4th grade. Here's what I know about kids as freshmen. Now, what if you were a teacher of high school seniors? And you suddenly were asked to do a freshman class. You haven't taught freshmen ever. Would you have to do something different than you do seniors? Is teaching, yeah, they're different animals completely. And if I was somebody used to teaching freshmen and sophomores, and suddenly now I'm teaching a level of seniors, I can't do the same thing. There are a few crossover things that are universal no matter what you do as a teacher. But I should be able to circle in my lesson plan where the unique nature of the students I serve and my response to that is coming out without it being threatening. You should be totally comfortable. So if you're sitting there going, oh, I don't know if I can answer that, I'd be uncomfortable. Do you remember those books, What to Expect When You're Expecting? Okay, they have stuff like that for every grade group, every age group. So you can't just go, oh, the high school kids, you teach them all the same way. No, you don't. So you want to be really specific as much as you can. I need to get to know my kids. So if I'm going to get to know my kids so I can be responsive, the root of all modern pedagogy and differentiation is responsive teaching, then I need to find out about them in the short time I have. These are just some of my favorite things that I've done. Let me just explain it real quickly. I put index cards in their desks. Yeah, it's old style. I'm old school. A little pen or pencil and an index card. Not just electronic iPad stuff. Anyway, what's the best way for you to learn geometry? What's the best way for you to learn to read and write at the English grade 10 level? Or learn social studies? And your kids write down stuff. Here's what they write, like, if you want to remember it, write it on the board. If you write it, I think it's important. That's cool. Hey, if you write stuff up front, make sure it's like high contrast, and I can see it from the back of the room, because sometimes teachers write in really light chalk, or, okay, that's old school, light marker, or there's a glare on the screen and I can't see it. It's really weird, the stuff they say. Sometimes they say this, and I get this one a lot. Try to talk slowly. Talk way too fast. I get that. Now, the second bullet is really cool. I get more response from parents than anything else I've ever done. Surveys over the year, all kinds of stuff. Specific questions? No. I just say in a million words or less, tell me about your child. And I get almost all of them back. It's so cool. It's like catharsis. They've never been asked to really just talk ad infinitum without parameters about their kid. But the third one, I have to do at the same time. And what I say to the students is this: I want you to write a letter as if you were your parents describing you to me. And the kids think this is really cool. They're like, I mean really, fourth graders do this, third graders, let alone middle school, high school that I've taught, they do this. Dear Rick. They just think they're so cool, calling me by my first name. And they're writing under a pseudonym, and it frees them up. They're a lot more candid when they're pretending to be their parents describing their child to me. Jeremy has CCD on Wednesdays. Jeremy has like Muslim school on Saturdays, so please don't assign. Jeremy's grandfather is an alcoholic. I mean, this stuff just comes out. And he's living with us, and it's causing a problem. It's amazing how they just free things up. So if I get those three, I think it's really good. And I'm pretty good to go. But I also do interest surveys that are out there. Some of you know learner profiles. And that's kind of like your multiple intelligence surveys, whatever they might be. And then shared group activities. I have found that I learn more about kids by climbing one day on a mountain with them than just spending 3 weeks living in the valley, that old phrase. And when I do a group activity, like we're doing a service project together, I get to know the kids really well. One of the ways we do that, we have actually do plays in our school, but adults in the building, teachers, can have small roles in the musical, in the plays, in the skits or whatever. And when you're working in camaraderie and you don't sing very well, except you sound really good in the shower, or there's reverb in the walls, when you're working side by side with somebody that's scary for you even, and the kids are coaching you on how to do it, that multi-generational service project, or whatever the big project is, actually brings you close together and you get to know each other much better. So I'm going to suggest as many possible ways you can to get to know your kids, not this. Look, I don't need to know the kids. I've been teaching 10 years for 30 years. I think they know where they are. It is more about connection than you think. That's all I'm saying to you. It really affects their success in the classroom. You don't have to become their best buddies, but you do need to kind of spend some time making sure they know that they're good company and getting to know them. Now I will tell you, K-12, what have we found doesn't work in order to really get kids to engage in your class? These things. Any of those things look familiar. By the way, I've done several of them earlier in my career. These are very deflating for a lot of kids to actually personal invest in the class. Okay? So you can decide, well, I agree with that, I disagree with that, I can handle that one, I can't solve that problem. That's fine. I'm just putting it on your radar scope. These are some things you don't want to do. I'm going to spend most of my time telling you what you can do. But right here, I just want to make sure I got that out there. So, you recognize this? I may have used it in September. It's a metaphor for what happens in our classrooms every day, right? Square peg, round hole. I must diminish you. I must shave your sharp corners. Your unique attributes to get you to be another automaton. You're a pod person. Body Snatchers movie. So, schools are meant to meet the needs of diversity. For you to do this is countercultural, subversive. The number one thing kids want to know is this: does anyone know me? Do you see the gold inside me that my parents and I cannot see? I'm worried that I actually belong here. That's huge. And kids who help them transcend their current condition, to help them aspire, as somebody's mentioning, to become something more than they are now, students in high school, middle school, let alone elementary, will gravitate towards those teachers. See, some teachers make the mistake, and it's, to be honest, it's usually young teachers who are trying to be cool and establish a relationship. They come across as just older versions of the student. So you're just an older version of me, and so they only talk about what the kids are interested in, as opposed to talking about other topics to get them kind of expand their thinking, as opposed to coming across as an adult. I think it's okay for your inner child to come out and for you to wear tennis shoes with your professional garb. That's okay. But if all you do is come across as an overgrown version of them at their level, that's a problem. So you want kids to have someone to which they aspire. You're on this pedestal, what the world should really be like once they become an adult. Now just to be mindful of this, to really get to know the kids, I need to remind you that the brain develops from the back of the head forward. You may not be aware of that. The myelin sheath that codes the axon, the sodium-potassium ion pump that carries impulse down the length of that axon and across the dendrites and all that stuff, neurotransmitters, well, it's the stuff in the back of the head that comes online first. The last part to come online is right here, in the front, right behind the forehead. So what's housed there? Well, the prefrontal cortex. So you got prefrontal cortex, and really it's the front half of the front half. Well, what are the skills inside that? Well, let's see. Any of that stuff important in schoolwork? Like impulsivity control? Being aware of the consequences of words and actions, planning, adjusting to changing situations, reasoning, all of that is up there. The last thing to come online, and that's ages 18 to 25. But as I mentioned before, input into the brain will go to emotional response centers first. And that's specifically, let's see if I got there, right here. I'm going to come back, don't worry. But that's the hippocampus and amygdala. The amygdala encodes things, the strong reaction emotions. It encodes things going to long-term memory, and the hippocampus is the stuff going to long-term memory. As teachers, we love the hippocampus. When the hippocampus is working, woo, long-term retention. Well, to speak to that, there are two neurotransmitters that are particularly important to us, dopamine and serotonin. Dopamine for mental acuity, alertness, all of that. When you are on cocaine or some kind of stimulant like that, you get this moderate euphoria, and usually it's from dopamine. Now, if you have too much dopamine, you keep firing and firing and firing, and there's an issue with dopamine if people have Parkinson's. It overfires as you do more and more. Dopamine, too, takes higher and higher levels of stimulus if you're on cocaine to get to the same level of euphoria. That's why sometimes you get addicted. Now, those of you who study middle school and high school adolescents, you realize they're unusually susceptible to addictive behaviors. Like, you can have kids addicted to reading, addicted to running and exercise, addicted, of course, to drugs and alcohol. They're really right. The brain is like set up for addiction in those levels. So you have to be very aware of that. Kids can go over the top. Serotonin is reasonableness. Now, in taking a look at it, and regulation, self-regulation. So think about this. If I have too much of either one of those things, it's a problem. Here's what we found maintains a really good balance for successful academia, diet, exercise, and sleep. Now, what is it for kids? It's usually 9 to 11 hours, depending on the research you read. When was the last time your kids had 9 or 10 hours of sleep before they came to your class? It's hard. What's really weird, starting in 4th and 5th grade, sometimes as late as 6th, but starting somewhere in that early adolescent stuff, it shifts by about 4 hours. And we're not sure, well, it says 3 to 5, but I'll just say 4 because it's in the middle. We're not sure why. What am I talking about? Melatonin production. Now, melatonin is the chemical that causes the chemical that causes sleepiness in mammals to be produced. Melatonin itself is not your sleepy chemical. It's the thing that induces the chemical. So, understand, kids in 4th grade going to bed at 8:30 or 9 because they were sleepy. They're ready to go. But now, it's midnight, or it's 11:30, and they're still wide awake. And you say, here's some more milk and graham crackers. Let me rub your back. Listen to the radio. Don't look at the screens of your phone, iPhone, or your computer. Just it stimulate your eyes. And they're going, I have to get up to get to the bus at 5:30, or 6, or 6:30, or 7, or 7:30. It is like me walking into your bedroom at 2 a.m. Seriously, 2 a.m. Think how happy you'd be if I walked in and I said this. Wake up, sunshine. It's going to be a glorious day. Here's a hearty, full, robust breakfast. You would look for a shotgun. Wouldn't you feel nauseous trying to eat breakfast at that point? It's the same thing with a lot of kids in middle school and high school. It's like me waking you up at 2 a.m. How functional are you for like the first 3 hours? You're not. It's one of the other reasons why we should start high schools and middle schools at about 9:30 a.m. or later. And they should go to 4:30 every day. But coaches and after school work, and so what do we're doing about that? I understand. We actually know what to do, but there's a gap between knowing what to do and actually doing it because of other issues. I get that. But this is the idea of neurotransmitters. We want to balance in this stuff. And then Robert Sylvester is really good. I know it's spelled Sylvester, but he pronounces it Sylvester. He's really good at emotion drives attention, attention drives learning. So if I want kids to be learning stuff, there has to be a little bit of an emotional component, if at all possible. And I will build that in. Like for example, when I teach the kids about citing sources in bibliographic format that we mentioned earlier, I make sure I plagiarize right in front of kids and I get caught. I have parents come in the room, as a plant, not a ficus, but an audience support. And what is it? I start saying, hey guys, here's a paragraph I wrote for an article I'm writing. I wonder if you give me some advice on it. And they stand up. And they say, oh, Mr. Wormeli, I heard what you just said. That was in such and such book. See, I told them about it before, so they would chew me out. So they know the book, and I'm hiding the book behind a binder, but I'm pretending like it's my own stuff. And they start chewing me out and saying stuff, please sit down, I don't have to call security. And the kid's like, oh. And usually it's somebody's mom or somebody's dad. Oh. And that kid's going, gosh, Mom, be quiet. Shh. Oh my God. Mr. Wormeli, I'm so sorry. And then I continue, and the parent says, no, I'm going to the principal. How dare you call yourself a teacher, a member of this community, a writer? How dare you tell the kids? That's lying. Those are your words. I know that book. And I'm going to the principal right now. And we go back and forth, and finally I go, all right, fine. And I reveal, the whole class is like, oh! Like, look. And I say the very things kids say to me when they plagiarize. It was just one little part. I share all the rest of my lessons, my own original thought. But no, they would have thought, this was a good lesson, but no, you had to butt in. Now the kids think low of me and low of you. Man! And the kid's like, it's like a ping pong match. And when the parent is about to go to the principal, I say, all right, stop. I'm sorry. I don't want to lose my job. And the kid's like, what? And I say, have you guys had enough? How do you set your sources properly so that this does not happen to you? Like, yeah, they can't write quickly enough. And at dinner table on the community that night, I'm a crook, a boy that come back from college saying, I was so tempted to plagiarize, but I remembered how mad I was at you that day, and I didn't. Touchdown! I will tell you, a few years ago I had a daughter, my pastor, and he was the one I invited into my class to be the parent. He came in full robes in a public school. Flower behind him. And at the height of this emotional intensity between us, he stands up. And that long, like, drapey sleeve, he's got these bony fingers, they come out and go, I know the faith you practice. We'll be having words on Sunday, Mr. Wormeli. It was great. My kids come from all over the world. Some are Christian, some are not. And all of them were like, ah! I'll never do it. So I'm thinking, is this dried out sawdust? This is boring me to teach it. How can I create a little competition, a little enticement, a little raising of the emotional level? Because I realize the brain pays attention to emotion. Now you can paralyze cognition if you're not careful. Because there's too much emotion, it can paralyze. So for example, I brought in a box with air holes that said Reggie in quotes on the outside. Reggie, my pet snake Reggie. If you ever saw Raiders of the Lost Ark, that was the name of the snake that was in the plane in the opening scene. Okay? My pet snake Reggie. Show some backbone, way up. Anyway. So I bring the box that says Reggie, and there's air holes. Ladies and gentlemen, we're learning about cortisol, adrenaline, fight or flight response today. Now what we're going to do is my pet snake Reggie. I'm going to pull Reggie out. We're going to pass him person to person. Please look underneath, look at the adrenal glands, and pass him along. Do snakes have adrenal glands? No. They don't know that. And the kid's like, what? Seriously? So I open the lid. The kid's like, oh. By the way, these are high school freshmen. And I reach inside, and I'm trying to get this, well, what's inside is a black rubber snake. But they don't know. So I reach my hand in, now come on Reggie, these are nice dudes. Oh! Ooh! Reggie, ah! I saw somebody jump, I saw the shoulder. Anyway, guys, he's a little irritable today, I don't want to lose my job. Would it be okay if I just held the box and you looked inside? And the kid's like, yeah, if you really need to, but what they're really thinking is, okay. So I say, okay, fine, I'm just going to walk over to you. And I walk over and I do what highly accomplished professionals do. I trip. And they've been led to believe. You know the flying monkeys in the Wizard of Oz? They've got nothing in flying serpents in a freshman class, okay? Walk over, whoa! And of course I hold the box with the rubber snake comes out. And they've been led to believe, and it's dribbling like this. And he goes, look guys, it's rubber. See, I'm stepping on it. Look, I'm tying it up. You feel that? Oh yeah, come on back to your seats. seats! Because it's mad vacuum to the side walls with accompanying bladder issue. Get back to your desks! Right now, good. Now take notes. Here's what cortisol is. Here's adrenaline. And their handwriting is like really jagged. Feel that? That's adrenaline, baby. And now it smooths down and then a smooth cursive. Okay. Good. For a moment there, cognition was paralyzed. And you have to bring them back from the brink. So you decide. The emotional stuff, some of you know Highsmith. They do education simulation of every single subject taught K-12. You can order them and get the entire kit with everything. Fascinating stuff. Well, when I raise that emotional side, that engagement, the kids will remember the stuff forever and a day. Got good sense of it? We'll see more about that later. So now, a reminder. If I don't pay attention to the emotional atmosphere, how kids are feeling safe and invited, then I have a problem. I could do laser shows and they won't engage. They won't learn. So I'm going to tell you, when the kid is stressed out and worried about something, anxiety about a test, parents are divorcing, bully in the hallway. I don't know. Who loves whom? Girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever is going on. A father or mother was killed in Iraq. You know what? I've got to do something about it. Well, the body's in survival mode. And when the body's in survival mode, blood with oxygen nutrients goes to vital organs first. There's actually blood loss from its normal flow to the brain. Second place it goes is anything associated with growth. Are your kids growing? Just sitting in a chair, high school, middle school kids are growing. On the growth plate, they can be uncomfortable just from sitting there growing. And then anything associated with social activity. This is why words come out of their head without passing by way of the brain. When the kid is stressed out, tired, worried about food, I don't know, whatever it is. The fourth priority for blood is cognitive portions of the head. So I am telling you, you can't sit there and go, don't bother me with the touchy-feely emotional stuff. You really don't know what you're doing. You really have to orchestrate that, even if it's not your fault. I have to get you engaged at least a little bit, at least make the attempt to do it. I can't solve everybody's problem, but I can try. So one of the things I've discovered, and I really got into this from William Perkey. Dr. William Perkey, Inviting School Success, is his famous book. He's out of North Carolina, University of North Carolina, Greensboro. And he really said some teachers are inadvertently disinviting. And some are advertently disinviting. Maybe that's on purpose, I don't know. But are you inviting or disinviting? And either you don't know it. Here's an example. Teacher's desk. Front and center. Well, it's a sign that the teacher's the most important person in the room. Everyone else is subordinate. Teacher's desk in the side of the room or the back. Oh, students are the most important. Student work at eye level. So if you're second or third grade, it's lower on the wall. Even in middle school, I've seen teachers who have cork strip at the very, very top of their ceiling. I'm 6'3" and I can't read that stuff. The little essays that are up there. So it's got to be eye level. In other words, is this place for you? Or is it not a place for you, it's a place for the teacher? I say hi to you, and I say your name out loud. By the way, I say the name of every single one of my students every single day. It's the only proof they have that sometimes, for some of them, that they exist, and they're worth having their name remembered. It's fascinating how powerful that is to kids. I have parents who email me or call me, or later on they see me at the grocery store or something and go, JJ cannot believe you know his name, like 3 days after school started. It's amazing. They'll move mountains for me because I happen to know their name. Well, these are some things that helps kids realize, oh, I'm invited and safe here. In this class, I'll give you some other ideas about negating incorrect responses. These are some of you probably already do this stuff, but this is not something you go, I don't have to do this. I have my job. I teach my math class. That's about it. I teach me. I understand when you've had a bitter argument with your significant other, your spouse, before you arrive to school, aren't you a little shaky as you start teaching your class? Or you've had a particularly wonderful morning, whatever that might look like for you and your family, aren't you a little bit euphoric? Very cool and calm. Emotions do paint what we learn and how we form memory. So we have to be aware of it. These are some of the cool ideas. I will tell you that if kids like the teacher, they do better in the subject. They hate the teacher, they hate the subject. The teacher, ergo, is the subject. That doesn't mean you hand out Jolly Ranchers to everybody. Aren't you like me? What it means is they feel respected by you when they're in your room. That you enjoy their company. That's the kind of stuff we're talking about. We talked a little bit about that before. So, you don't want to be this teacher. Look, Rick, if I focus on the emotional, affective side, there's less academic. It's not zero-sum. When you focus on academics, affective rises. When you focus on affective, academics rise as well. So it's not a scarcity thing, it's an abundance thing as you do that. I would like to suggest that last bullet It turns out in our society and humans, we like rites of passage. Merit badges, confirmation, marriage, getting a driver's license, we like rites of passage. And we built in rites of passage in their learning. Okay, here, I'm now at the next level, and now I'm at this level. It's kind of cool. And a lot of kids will do stuff. Now sometimes the rite of passage is, in my class, the whole class is going to do the wave for you. If you demonstrate mastery. Hey, Jeremy did the prom right. And the whole class goes, woo! Good, I've never had one of those before. Thank you very much. But you have some kind of progression. You were once here and now you're here. There's a rite of passage. It's something that's actually very inviting for a lot of kids. Oh, I said that twice. It looks like, oh well. I must have really thought it was important. Now, here's what I wanted to pause on. A kid says something wrong in your class. And you don't want the rest of the class to think it's right by not saying anything. But you don't always want to come across as, no, you're right, but you're wrong. That's going to shut everything down, right? So how do I negate a kid without making him want to go away and just crawl into a hole? These are some of my suggestions that have worked. One of my favorite ones, and I use this with my colleagues as well, is, oh, tell me more about that. I act interested when really I'm not. Now that you know this, if you try using this in one of your committee meetings, people will know what you're doing. But sometimes you'll fall for it because you'll forget I said this. So tell me more about that. When you try to re-explain your thing more clearly, you'll find your errors in it, you'll accept them. But if I point out your errors, you get real defensive. So tell me more about that. Why are you doing that particular procedure? Why are you doing that? Well, because, I did it. Okay, that's cool. They'll accept that. We're good. We're back. Second one there, I act with a sense of empathy or sympathy. You know, I used to think the same thing, but then when I read the bottom page 65 in the textbook, which obviously the child did not, but he really needed to do, it changed my thinking. Let's see if it changes yours. And we read the bottom page 65. Well, the student goes, well, it's not so bad I didn't know how to do it. I was just like the teacher. It was reasonable for me to think like that. I'll stay involved in this conversation. The third one is where I simply give you a different reality. Or I change the reality of the classroom. Child says something wrong. I will change my question because I realize he needs a win. I will change my question so what he said was actually right. So one of the things I learned from Annette Bro, some of you know her wonderful work, is it better to be right or to be kind? And I use it with colleagues and I use it with students. Right now, I could be right tomorrow because that person needs a win, so I'll be kind. I'll let them be right now. And then I'll do that. But sometimes you realize, oh, when that colleague or child is done talking, I'm still going to correct them. I will still be right. And you have to decide, who's the adult in this situation as they do this? The second thing you might want to consider is, oh, that's the answer to the question I was about to ask. It really wasn't a question you're going to ask, but now it's your future. You have to remember, you go on to ask somebody else a question, you have to go back and ask the question so that what he said was actually right. You have to remember to do that, don't forget that. And the last one I got from a colleague, and wow, does it work. I'm asking questions of kids, and one kid goes, I don't know. And I say, well, if you did know, what will come out of your mouth? They answer every single time. And almost all the time, it's right. I did not accept the reality. I replaced it with a new reality. By the way, I've done that with colleagues. We were trying to get male reading scores up in our building. They were really low. And I said, what would you do? I was the steering committee coordinator. What would you do? What would you do? What would you do? You get the last person who's a colleague, and she goes, I really don't know. I said, well, just pretend you're like you're the ultimate guru. I'm going to raise boys' reading scores. Well, maybe I would do. And that was one of the things we did that had the greatest impact. Is that I had to remove the filters. You're self-imposing. Wait, there's more. Hey, what you just said is actually correct, but you put it out there for all of us to chew on it. That's what a scholar does. I need a whole class of this. I'm affirming the risk. It's a way to keep them invested. Second one up there. Hey, do you want to dial a friend? Ask a friend? Something like that? Do you want to ask somebody else? I can do that. And the other one is, you know, this part, I can totally agree with that, but this part, I'm not so sure. I can look at that. But I will remind you, whoever is doing the responding to students is doing the most learning. What does that mean? 3rd graders, 10th graders, it doesn't matter. It means that if I ask her a question and she says something, and I say whether it's right or wrong, I'm learning a lot. Wait, I'm the teacher, I already know it. So I need to be really good at redirection. So she responds, I ask another student to give evidence to support or to deny or to refute or support what she just said. But I call a 3rd student to critique the 2nd student's evidence and reasoning. Wait, I'm not done. I go back to the 1st student and I say, you may now have a rebuttal to what these two said. Do you see how I just tripled the anxiety in my room? Because when you call one kid, all the other brains go, ooh. But if I just say some question, everybody's going, me, and they're accessing, they're percolating. If you have a habit of always calling in somebody else to comment on what a student said, they can't settle and go, when somebody answers the question, because they realize they're going to be called upon to do stuff. So it's a triple, a triad. I do that all the time. It really helps. So I'm really saying this. You're in the art of persuasion. Elspeth Murphy wrote a book of poetry in 1979. I thought it was really cool when I was studying to be a teacher at that point. And one of the phrases stuck out to me. If I'd been in my class today, I want to come back. So yeah, you can just show up and do your stuff, but I really do think you're in the art of persuasion. I make this worth your personal investment. Time, energy, all this stuff. Convince you that it's worth spending energy. Not just, I show up, you show up, we do our jobs, we go home, we don't have to like you. It's a very different mindset. I'd like you to find meaning in that. Not just, hey, Rick's telling you to do it from afar, but you find meaning in it. One of the things we're very clear about is that grades have never been shown to actually motivate people. Take a look. Yeah? Overwhelming, we find it over and over and over again, and that's the actual citation if you'd like to go there and take a little more look at it. So we have to decide what really works with the discipline, the management of class. And I'm suggesting something to you. 3 different facets of discipline. Discipline coming from disciple, right? So student, follower. It's not, I'm going to get you, your little dog, Toto. It's a gotcha mindset. We are about cultivating your independence and your responsibility and all that. So proactive discipline is you show me how you're developmentally appropriate. So for example, grades 5 through 9, I should never see one kid collecting the papers. Everybody gets up and turns in the paper. Because that's developmentally appropriate, they have to move every 10 to 15 minutes. Seriously, they do. Primary teachers, I should see you shifting activity every 6 to 7 minutes to keep the cognition portion of their brains engaged. So if I'm doing the big book, I know you guys, we have 3rd grade through 12th here, but in kindergarten, you might recognize this, or 1st grade, big books, we're sitting on the floor, there's a huge book, we're reading together, right? I would stop every 6 to 7 minutes, and I would do a finger play, we'd do questioning or something, and then we'd go back and continue reading. And we stop every 6 to 7 minutes, and that's what I'm talking about, shifting. And for secondary levels, it's every 10 to 15 minutes. You shift activity. So I would never show a video the entire class period. I'd stop every 10 to 15 minutes, sometimes it's 20 because I'm lax. And we do a processing of what we just witnessed, what we saw. And then we continue the video. As much as we can. Interactive, this is how I form relationships with you. So am I already cultivating, looking out for you, trying to engage with you in a humane way, a civil way? We don't have to share common interests. We don't have to really like each other, but you come across as very respectful to me and me to you. We're looking out for each other. All that, how do I form relationships with you? And then reactive, look man, when you violate our class rules, what are the consequences? Here's the problem. A lot of teachers who aren't into this, they overly use one of those, they don't pay much attention to the other ones. And when you have a sub, your classroom management falls apart. You have to have all 3 in order to really have a constructive response to what's going on. So I should be very comfortable coming to you. You should not be threatened. I've ever asked you, can you show me how you're doing proactive discipline? Which means you're actually developmentally appropriate for the age levels you teach. You differentiate all stuff. Second, can you tell me how you're cultivating relationships with kids? They're just positive and friendly place, a safe and invited place to learn. The kids feel safe here. They trust that you will not humiliate them and you will keep them from humiliating themselves. They feel safe under your leadership. And then, hey, can you show me your classroom rules and the consequences very clearly delineated? Some teachers just use their own personality, and they don't really have very good classroom rules. I think it's fall apart when somebody else takes over and they're absent that day. You have to have whole. Okay? Now, I told you about the article I wrote that's going to come out in June, so I will send it to you if you like. That's a little note at the very top. I'm happy to send it if you like it. What I found is the article expands on all of these, a little bit more. Is these are the elements that actually help kids develop personal responsibility and learn self-discipline. First, a lot of kids make bad choices because they don't have proper diet, exercise, and sleep. I can't emphasize that enough. Sleep changes personality, doesn't it? When you're sleep deprived, you're not at your best. You're not doing the best. You're not going to extend yourself to try things. You're going to give up. You're going to get contrarian and cranky. There are some kids who have dysfunctional families, and I bet you anything there's some in the Glenwood community, if you're typical, they get 1, 2, or 3 hours of sleep per night, and that's it. You can't do memory formation. You're going to be a very differently behaved person. You're going to act pretty much drunk and ornery the whole rest of the day. It's a really big issue. So we've had to make a response to sleeping conditions, or called CPS, because only getting 1 or 2 hours of sleep per night is a form of torture at Guantanamo Bay. It's actually abuse. So we've got to engage with that. And then, I would say the first mindset should be this: accept the fact that they want to be responsible. They want to be self-disciplined. There's no such thing as laziness. So I have to accept that. At your core, if I were to take you into wilderness training and help you discover who you truly, really are, you actually don't want to be toxic, loser, high maintenance in all the small groups, like dead weight, you never do anything in a small group, that kind of thing. So I have to first admit that that's what they want to do and help them discover that core inside them. And then I have found one of the coolest things I've ever done is provide feedback on their behavior. You decided to do this. This is the outcome. Is that what you wanted? Remember all the stuff I did in descriptive feedback back in September? There were like 4 or 5 techniques. That stuff actually really works to help kids go, oh, if I change my decisions, I have a different outcome. And I have autonomy over my decisions. I feel empowered. This is self-determination theory. This is self-regulation, which I will talk about in a few minutes as well. And then, I have never found one thing you do this and the kid's suddenly responsible. If I just did this, they'd be responsible. It's always systemic. How do you recover after a heart attack? Diet, exercise, time, friend and family support, meds, maybe some therapy, maybe some surgery, I don't know. It's like 6 or 7 things. If I just had friend and family support, would I totally recover from a heart attack? Go, I believe in you. Your lips are turning blue, but you can recover. No. If I just changed my diet, would I totally heal? Probably not. So I've got to do things that are 5 and 6 together. I got to teach a kid responsibility. If I just do this, so I'm going to be responsible. No, that's dreaming. That's not reality. Here's a little pill you can swallow. Now you're self-disciplined. Make learning meaningful. I have found over and over again, if I make the homework, the project assignments, where I build in a local community cost, or I show them how if you learn this, you get to do this stuff. When I show them how it's meaning-making and actually focus, where's the meaning-making in my lesson, and where's the sense-making? Many teachers in America stop at sense-making. All right, what are the 5 protections of the First Amendment? And they list them. That's sense-making. I'm saying, what are your rights and responsibilities when you're shoplifting, you get caught, or when you're stopped by a police officer for speeding, and there's meaningful transformation. They use this to this. I want you to write a business letter talking about the plight that you pretend like you're this particular group of subjugated people, and you're writing a business letter or some letter of complaint to the federal government, like the Trail of Tears, and Native Americans forcibly relocated, whatever it was, the Dawes Act of 1872. In other words, they use it some way. And in connection to their personal lives, I never have to cajole kids. Oh, please, why don't you do it? Why don't you learn responsibility? They're totally cool. If I change the audience, like we're going to put your work up in the local movie theater, and it's going to be seen before the previews on little still slides there. Instead of eat at Luigi's and bring your tickets up and get a free cup of coffee, it'll have your poetry, your math problem successfully done. There's going to be somebody who sees it. Kids are completely responsible. They'll work for hours after school. Somebody's going to see it. So if it's meaningful, transformative, I've solved the problem. The thing you're cajoling kids to do sometimes is when they find it drudgery and boring, like I don't get the connection between this and my life. So just emphasize a little bit more of the meaningful stuff, and if you go, I really don't know how this can be meaningful to lives. Really, we don't graph parabolas to get through the day in our community. But there's stuff inside graphing a problem that's actually really helpful to citizenship, and I need to prove that and show that to kids. And then down below, a lot of times kids won't do stuff if they don't perceive they have the tools. I'm going to show you a video that explains this really, really well in just a few moments. Provide the tools. Really, if I perceive I have the confidence, I will do anything. If I perceive I don't have the confidence, I will delay. I will put it off. And I'll do a half-hearted effort. And I'll make up all kinds of excuses so you don't judge me, thinking it's bad. Well, what do you need tools? Well, let's take a look. I want you to write a report on blood. Old school, you go to the library. Give me all the books on blood. 72 books are stacked up on the table. Which book do I read? This is like overwhelming. Today, you type in blood on a search engine. Mom, I have 5,472,000 hits. Which one should I look at? That's overwhelming to adults. So what am I going to do? Structure. The brain craves structure. I'm going to give you tools. So what are the 4 parts of blood that we've been studying so far? You see it? Red cells, white cells, plasma, platelets. Good. What are the 5 attributes I want you to consider? Put this to the side. I help you create a data retrieval chart. Now look very quickly at the slide. Ready? Just filling in each column. Red cell, purpose. Red cell, amount. Red cell, size and shape, right? Filling in each column becomes a different paragraph in a multi-paragraph report. So I fill it in, carries oxygen and nutrients, 5 milliliters cc blood, small rounded dentin like little Cheerios. No, not in the mature stage. Bone marrow's clean. Now you're at your first paragraph. Does this look familiar? Look familiar? Yeah, it's just this stuff put in pretty little sentences. So I only give one night to write the entire rough draft of major papers in my class, and it's the first time you have ever heard about the paper coming up. I'll spend a week building your thinking. A week afterwards doing pretty stuff like introductions, conclusions, transitions, and additional example. But the rough draft is a copying. It's a mindless activity. Why? Because if a kid says, I don't know what to write, put subtitles floating in the air below his chin, he's actually saying, I don't know what to think. If a child knows what to think, I guarantee you'll never lack what to write, because writing equals thinking. 98% of writing is thinking. You can't have good thinking and bad writing. You can't have good writing and bad thinking. No, it doesn't work like that. They go together. So I give you a tool like that, you will jump in. The brain craves structure. When it was nebulous, swinging it up there, and all this stuff, they put off and put off. I had kids before I got into this, they were like, oh, 2 weeks I wrote draft, I haven't even started. And the next week goes, gosh, I haven't started Friday, too, I haven't started. Thursday night, they're all panicked, right? Today, when I do this, I'll spend several days building your thinking, like, Mr. Wormeli, can we write the rough draft before we pop? There's no worry about rough draft. It seems like the easiest thing of all. Get the rough draft of the paper done. Because I created structure. So before we watch a video, or read something, or go to a website, I structure their thinking. T-charts are awesome. You can put whatever you want at the top for kids to engage in as they process information. And then don't forget, Cornell Notes, man, is a T-chart. With a paragraph at the bottom. So at the right, they write all their notes. On the left, they summarize in short chunks what's on the right. And down below, they take all the stuff up top and create a 3 to 5 sentence paragraph of all the stuff up there. Kids who do this on a regular basis, their grades go way up. The brain craves structure. Kids will engage if they feel like they have structure. I learned this about 38 years ago from my learning disability specialist who was working with me. And I've used it with regular ed, gifted, advanced, honors, AP, IB. Oh, woo! They love it. Every single narrative ever written. Situation comedy, Shakespeare play, full-length mystery novel, movie, cartoon. Everything's a narrative as this structure. Somebody wants something, but, so they have to. Hermione Granger her parents were not magical, they were muggles. She wanted to be accepted as full magical person, but Draco Malfoy kept teasing her, so she was super studious and took extra classes. Does that describe that character pretty well? So the kids who could not even begin to write a character sketch or a summary, they just fill in the template, and then all I have to do is give examples to show it. Well, that's fiction, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, non-fiction. Yeah, science teachers, history teachers, current events, even math teachers, some of your stuff can fit into this one. They memorize it. Something happens and then. You teach them independent, dependent variables, and they can rock with it. Again, a template on which I hook my learning, the brain craves it. I teach 200 Latin word roots if nobody else is doing it in the building, no matter what grade level I teach. Yeah, even the younger kids I did that. So I walk in the cafeteria, Aster, everyone of my kids better say star. Cardi, art. Seth and Pet Pod Foot. They now are deciphering stuff on their own. Mr. Wormeli, I was the only one who knew biology was. Bio living things, logi study, biology study of living things. Isn't biology great? Is usually my response. In other words, when kids can have the autonomy, they're so engaged, I don't need to convince them to be responsible. Because it's an innate, natural state to be responsible to those who care for you. To have a curiosity about learning. They eat it up. So I give kids tools. Instead of saying, okay, please read this thing and answer the questions 1 through 11. No. I said, please do your reading notations. Which means they have to take a stance. I do this in my PE classes, I do it in my science classes, history classes, English, math, it doesn't matter. They have to put these little marks, like icons on a website, right? General claim would be a CL. Whenever the person makes a claim, write CL. A little circle around it if you need to. Now, I used to say SD, supportive detail, but I was teaching health class, and it got awkward. Please now identify your SDs instead of too close to STD. So I'm not going to do transmitted disease. So I changed it to evidence. Evidence 1, evidence 2. Now the next day, we're engaged in a conversation. Kids are going, this is silly. I'm saying this, how many claims does the author make? All he has to do is count the 3 icons for CL. 3 claims. How many pieces of evidence does he have for claim number 2? 4. What are they? Boom, boom, boom. It speeds up, maintains momentum if they did their notations. And I gotta tell you, kids will moan and groan to you. In elementary, middle, and high school, why do we have to annotate in the margins? Why do we take notes and stuff? And then they will come back towards the end of high school and in college and say, I cannot thank you enough for making me do that. It's one of the coolest things you can do. But it's a skill set. And if they have the tools, they're way more likely to do it. But if I never taught them the tools or gave them the tools and said, just annotate, how many of you would really get into that? See, if you don't find the value in the thing, you don't find the success for having annotated, you're way less likely to engage in it. So I need to give you lots of tools. I also teach my kids to memorize all of these. No matter what the grade level is, you have to memorize analogous relationships. Because I need you to think in analogous terms. So, we're doing something in class, and some kid will go, hey, that tool is the tool user. Hey, the relationship of that is increasing intensity, which is like the relationship over here increasing intensity. Yeah. So they memorize this. These are all the analogous relationships I've ever found in K-12 curriculum. I give you tools. You rise because you like tools. I don't have to cajole you to be responsible. Now, this is like making the invisible visible. Think about this. We're doing one-page writings. You guys remember Pascal? He said, if I had more time, I would have written less. I only do one-page writings in almost everything I do, high school, middle school, elementary. One-pagers. 2 or 3 times a year in high school, I might do a multi-page paper so you learn the idea of endurance. But, well, following rhetoric to its logical conclusion, and that might be helpful, multiple pages. But usually it's a one-pager. I can tell what you know when you encapsulate, because every single word counts, every sentence matters, otherwise it's topped. It's harder to write a one-pager than it is 3 or 4 pages of lazy writing. Hopefully something will stick with the teacher. So I say, the Civil War. Is that a good topic for a one-pager? And the kid's like, no! All right, give me 4 things inside it. This is actually what we did. These are the real things written in my own classroom. I just typed it up and put it in the PowerPoint so you could read it instead of my chicken scratch and taking a photo of it. So say, people love it, battles, adventures, reasons. Good. Choose one of those. Most kids are prone to do, they chose battles. All right, battles, Civil War. Is that good enough for a one-pager? No, it's too broad. Give me 4 battles. All right, they chose Gettysburg. Battles of Gettysburg. No, it's too wide, too broad, too general. All right, give me one of those. Anyway, we finally get it down to what was the fishhook strategy employed in the Battle of Gettysburg, and we never write this paper. What? We're practicing making the implicit explicit. The next day, I'll say sports, and they have to go through 3 or 4 or 5 levels and get it down to, so just what is the infield fly rule in baseball? Next day, solar system, and they get it down to, so can bacteria grow on Jupiter's moons? Next day, you as a person, and they get it down to, just what is a canker sore? All we're doing is practicing, making very transparent the skill. Now I really get to the topic I'm teaching. And I say, now, here's the general topic. What will be really good, very focused, research, 1-page questions you can answer. And the kids are excellent at it. But this is me revealing the little man standing behind the curtain. Pulling this out, kids thrive with that. So this skill set is huge. How many people have seen Fat City? Solamente 3? ¿Es todo? Okay, I didn't show it last time I was here, did I? I don't think I did. This video clip, I can guarantee something. If you have never seen it before, you will have an audible gasp. You will lose control. Not of your vowels, but of your vowels. You will absolutely, in this room, I guarantee this, will go E, I, O, and sometimes Y. It will happen. This was filmed in the 1980s. It still applies today. Those of you who've seen it, just see it through the lens of, am I giving kids tools so they can engage and perceive and really invest in what's going on. And I don't have to worry about, all these other rules and consequences for not being responsible. You're trying to make it meaningful, and tool building is one of the hugest things you can do. Largest things you can do. Hugest if that was a word. So now, these are principals and teachers in a room with Rick Lavoie. And Rick is helping them feel what it's like to be learning disabled. Now, does some of you recognize what I'm saying? All right. So what's going to happen is, he's going to go through this with the teachers. You'll see it here. There is one moment that will be an aha moment. I will point that out to you as it's about to happen. But for right now, see if you recognize teachers' responses to this stuff, and you're trying to learn a little bit more about motivation. What does motivation really mean as we try to engage kids? Let's take a look. Oh, when he says learning disabled child, do you remember what that means, LD? Learns differently. And now we're really cool, because all of us could be LD in the classical sense or in that new definition sense, depending on the situation. Let's take a look.
Okay, over to the next page, go. Raise your hand, you can tell me
Please
what's
do
on
not
the
say it out loud, but just raise your hand if you know what that's a picture of. One person, 2, 3, 7,
Look at your
8.
homework. Look
The
at
rest
your
of
homework.
you, you're up for a wonderful surprise. Good journey.
You know what that is, Elaine? Yes or no? Yes or no? You know what it is? Yes or no? Just yes or no answer. You know what that is, Tom? Yes or no? Yes. You know what that is, Karen? Yes or no? You know what that is, Stephanie? Yes or no? You know what that is, Karen? Yes or no? Yes or no, Karen?
No.
Debbie, you know what that is? Yes or no? Okay? Let's work with Debbie here, okay? Let me show you what happens with a learning disabled child in the classroom when he's unable to perceive. There's basically 4 things the teacher does when the child cannot perceive something. Here's the first thing the teachers do. Each one is a little bit sillier than the one in front of it. Here's the first thing the teachers do. Debbie, tell me what that is. Debbie, look at it. Debbie, look at it. Here it comes. Debbie, look at it harder. See, I don't know what that means. I've had teachers for years tell kids to look at something harder. I have no idea what that means. I don't know what that means. I mean, I can push harder or pull harder, I can't look at something harder. So the first thing we do is we tell them to look at it harder. That doesn't work. We do this. Debbie, put the book, you don't have to turn the book around. Second thing we do is we say we're going to give them something. Debbie, would you please tell me what that is? Tell me what that is and you can be first in line for recess. Did that help? Why do we do that? Why do we do that as teachers? The child can't do something, so we automatically promise him something if he can. That would be like if I took my child to the hospital with a temperature of 105 degrees and I went to the doctor and I said, "Doctor, my child's got a temperature of 105 degrees." And the doctor said, "Here, I tell you what, here, I'll give you this dollar. I'll give you this dollar if you can get it down to 102, son." How would that be? You would expect the doctor to give some sort of medicine. You wouldn't expect the doctor to try to bribe the child out of his temperature, and yet that's what we do with kids. We try to bribe them by giving them things. Did that help, Debbie?
It's a man.
No. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. We do 3 things. We basically do. Now the third thing we do is we begin taking things away. We begin taking things away from the child. Tell me what that is, or you can't go to recess. Tell me what that is, or I'll send a note home to your mother. Tell me what that is, or I'll drop you down the reading group. When that doesn't work, we go into our 4th mode, which is something that I find very distressing as a personality trait that many, many teachers have, and that is we do what's called blaming the victim. What we do is we blame Debbie. We say the reason Debbie can't tell me what this is she's not what? Trying hard enough. You see, what that reflects is what we call blaming the victim. That reflects blaming the victim. What we say is the reason the child can't tell me what this is that the child is not motivated. It's a motivational problem. Because we all know that the answer to learning disabilities is motivation, right? The key to overcoming learning disabilities is motivation. Correct? Wrong. Wrong.
Here we go.
Motivation is one of the most misunderstood concepts in education today. Motivation only enables us to do, to the best of our ability, what we are already capable of doing.
So you perceive your own
Let's try it a little
confidence.
bit more. Debbie, can you tell me
Now you're
what this is?
motivated.
Yes or no? Yes or no, Debbie?
No, I don't know what that thing is.
Okay, here we go, Debbie. I've got a check, blank check for $100. I will sign this over to you if you can tell me what this is in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5 more seconds for $100. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Was Debbie motivated? Was Debbie motivated? Could she do it? No. Because you see, learning disabilities has very little to do with motivation. What it really has to do with is perception. Perception. You see, you can all see this picture, but you can't perceive it. Here's what I'm going to do. I am now going to give you some direct instruction. Once I tell you what this is, or half of you will automatically get it, and you won't understand why you couldn't see it in the first place. The rest of you will need a little extra help, and that's okay too. There'll also be some of you who will say, "Oh yeah, I know what that is," but you really don't. Don't do that, okay? Don't do that. You really want to. Once you see it, it's like turning on a light in a dark room. But this is a classic picture that illustrates the difference between vision and perception. You can all see it, but you can't bring meaning to it until I teach you what it is. And this activity is done to demonstrate that what the LD child needs is a teacher. He needs a teacher, not necessarily all kinds of commercial software. What he needs is a teacher to give him this direct instruction, because once I give you this direct instruction, you will be able to see this perfectly clearly. What you have in front of you is a photograph, a poor quality photograph, but the photograph of the face of a cow. The cow's looking directly in your face. Raise your hand if you cannot see it.
He's going to put a transparency on it.
Raise your hand if
Some
you
of you
can't
will
see
see
it.
it. It's when he pulls it off that all of you will see it at the exact same moment. Watch.
All right. Anybody over here not see it? Anybody not see it? Nancy? Face of a cow. Okay, all right. Over here, anybody not see it? Welcome to see it. Let me do Carol. Carol?
Gotcha. I look at that and I can't not see a cow. How humble would I be if I said, here's a cow, and kept teaching blind to whether or not you saw it? Not very engaging. You would give up. You'd be undisciplined.
Anybody not see it yet? Does anyone not see it? Okay, everyone please look at the picture. What do you have in front of you? It's a cow. It always was a cow. I didn't change it. I didn't change the stimulus. All I did is give you direct instruction. And yet what we do with learning disabled kids is we expect them to go in the corner and teach themselves. Or we assign them to the nearest intern or teacher aide or volunteer grandmother that we have. What they need is trained, experienced teachers. Once I taught you what this was, you had a little difficulty proceeding. But you see, this doesn't really capture the experience of the elder child for this reason. No one in this room could do this. The real experience of learning disabilities is being the only person.
Or the 7 or 8.
The other kids open up their books and they get to work, and the poor LD child sits there and thinks, what's everybody doing? I don't understand what this is. I can't understand this. Why can everybody get to work right away? See, that's the real experience of being learning disabled, being the only one who can't do it.
So think about that for a minute. If I just kept, here's the cow, and everybody saw that it was a cow, could process it was a cow, except for you or these 7 other people. And I kept teaching, and then I shared something else, and you really could process that. How really invested are you going to be after just a few moments? You'll start digging at your desk, illegally texting other people on your phone. You'll start doodling, you will zone out, and then suddenly I'll call on you, and you won't know the answer to something. I'll say, hey, take some responsibility for your behavior. That's not what's going on. That's not a responsibility thing. He couldn't process. I wasn't teaching with the brain in mind, the developmental level. I was not living up to the promise of what I can do with modern pedagogy. So I have to be mindful. If a kid can perceive and feels like he has the tools, they will totally engage. I don't have to worry about getting to be responsible. They're totally responsible. They're into it. But if I have something that's somehow distancing them, or they can't perceive competence, all they perceive in themselves is incompetence, they'll find all kinds of escape routes and won't follow through. So a portion of building responsibility in others is to actually show them the benefits and value of meaningful learning, which means I have to make teaching and the instructional experience valuable as well. Now, I got to tell you, provide students the sense of choice, autonomy. The brain hates to be controlled every time. So if I told you I want you to teach exactly this way, would some of you rebel and go, I don't think so. Yeah, and some of you even now, because I've been a little bit strident and didactic a little bit about your grading, are pushing back against me because it's a natural state. You hate to be controlled. You want to own this. I totally get that. So look at your lessons. Are you building a little choice? Here's one example. In my class, hey guys, we've done all this stuff, we've learned it. What will be 5 really good ways to practice it tonight for homework? And the kids brainstorm like 8 of them or something, and I write 5, maybe only 4 that I like. Good. Choose one of these as the way you practice it tonight, because I think that will actually create a processing that's evidentiary in nature that I was seeking. Instead of saying, everybody universally will do page 26, 1 through 10. Or whatever it is. A sense of choice from time to time. Kind of cool. Then, there are 3 big models that I usually recommend people get started in learning these. And once they get into it, they go, oh, that's why they're not responsible. That's why they don't have discipline with time management. Oh my gosh. Oh, and that's exactly how I can build it in them. The answers to all those questions, why don't they do this stuff? How do I get them to do their stuff? Is in these 3. So I am begging you, could you get up to speed at least one of them like really well? As much as you can. First one is executive function. All right? So check this out. It could be key. That's a kid who's struggling with executive function, I'm just saying. I can tell from the outset. Executive function is an issue. I'm going to show you a few of these, and then I'm going to get you out to lunch, and we'll get more into the specific practical when we come back. But does that ever happen? How about that one? Ever heard of a kid who does that? With his parents or you? Totally have it all together, oh my gosh! 3 hours later, Mom, can you bring me that thing? Yeah. How about this one? Oh, I see why that's so bad. You think they're immoral when they do this stuff? This is executive function. Do you know I am describing kids in grades 5 through 9, maybe 10? Yeah, so the middle school stuff. Yeah. These are all people who have struggle with issues with executive function. And you might even recognize some of your spouses in these descriptions. Or some of your own children. How many times does that happen? Explain 3 times, they don't make any changes at all. Or that one? You knew it last week, why don't you know it now? You're dumbfounded. Oh, you didn't study hard enough. That's the first thing we go to. You didn't study hard enough. Teach with the brain and mind, and he would not say that. That last one ever happened? You know, learned helplessness is a recognized physiological condition of the brain, and there are specific things teachers can do in response to it. So, you recognize this teacher in response to these issues? Which is the same thing as the Charlie Brown teacher. You remember the Charlie Brown teacher? Oh, you're very good at it. Let's see if you are.
Yes, ma'am? Can't ever read anymore. Why, Shane? Would you stop screaming? I should explain, Dad.
That's all I hear.
Darn you, Annie. They said you could crush a man's skull with one hand.
That cracks me up. People who don't have executive function, that's what they hear that is going on. It's all there. So I thought this might be curious. These are the generalized, accepted elements of executive function. Again, I say, anything up there applicable to our classrooms? All of them, pretty much, right? So what you get when you study executive function is, hey, what's going on there? This is where their brain is, and here's what you can do specifically to build that. So here's the problem. There's not one strategy that works. Oh wait, it gets worse. And they'll change over time what you need to do. So you can't just get good at one thing. You have to be flexible too. So I thought I'd get into it. One of the first ones is exercise daily. A whole bunch of the practical things that will really help. It's an article I wrote. I just brought out some of the talking points for you, and a whole bunch of other cool stuff when we come back. Can you give us direction, Devin, about lunch?
Head on down cafeteria, go through the lunch lines there, lunch food divided, the cafeteria is open.
What time do you have to be back? 1 o'clock. You might know it. Do the whole thing, maybe just half of it.
Good stuff.
So there's just nobody talking yet.
It's me. I know we just got out for Christmas, but I really need some more time to myself. You see, so if you could come a day or two, or maybe 23, oh snow, can you hear me? I'm inside my classroom dreaming about how it used to be when we were younger and free.
She's a real teacher.
I've forgotten how the snow felt as it crunched beneath my feet. We need a snow day tomorrow, or at least a good delay. Typical of me to ask if you can get a move on with the weather. You see, the kids are getting antsy and it's rubbing off on me. It's no secret that the both of us are running out of time.
You guys get the idea. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Just thought I would put a smile on you because this is Presenter Nightmare Hour. Especially if you gave your cookie to somebody else and they ate it. It's 2 cookies, pasta, the white bread. I mean, this is like sleep-inducing. The chips. So try your very best to say urgent and awake. We actually left off here. But last we saw our heroine. Not heroine, heroine, no. This, of course, is one of the gifted kids in my class. That kid has an issue with executive function, I'm just saying. Not really thought this out. Can't plan ahead. So, what I did is, remember, I wrote this article, and I'm not going to belabor every one of these points, because some of the stuff you can probably figure out yourself. But these are actually some very specific things, and I need to remind you what I said before. It's like 5 or 6 things together, not one of them. All right, if I just get them exercising a lot more, I can do executive function. No, but it is one thing to actually help. One of the things I assign as homework is actually go play basketball for 45 minutes or soccer, ride your bike for 11 miles or more in an English class, a science class, a math class. The physical, getting oxygen to your brain. Maybe the PE program, they're all doing scoliosis screening, or it's, human growth and development. There's no like working out, getting your heart rate up. That's a problem. We're talking heart rates rising for about 45 to 60 minutes per day. Kids need that. But you have rain days, you have sweat wells, it's just not there. Academically, you don't get as much out of an executive function as it is an issue. So lots of different ideas. There are 3 right here. The yellow words are always the 3 different ideas. And I do describe them during the article if you'd like. Video students, I actually have a video camera. It could be your phone, it could be regular video camera from the school. But I actually film kids, and then we sit together quietly and say, what were you doing? What was the impact on your learning? What was the impact on those seated around you? What was the impact on the teacher? And the teacher's capacity to teach is really effective if you invite mom and dad to sit with you. And then I just give the tape to the parents. I don't keep it. But see, so many kids are so lost in their own ego, they don't see the way the rest of the world sees them. And I need to give them unfiltered. I don't have the technology to change video yet. The MP3 file or the video of the kid and how he's interacting. And a lot of times kids don't realize they were having that negative impact on other people. Videotape doesn't lie. Okay, that's an old word. MP3 doesn't lie. Videotape, silly me. DVD doesn't lie. Compelling visual aid. I know it sounds really weird, but if I say something like really important, I have a slide about it, I have a symbol, I have something of it. If you notice my other slides, there's a lot of visual. Sometimes it's just a lot of text, but I try to do some visual with it, and it really helps kids refocus on what's really important. And then timekeeping tools. Yeah, I've had little alarm clocks. You can get all kinds of timers on your iPads and your phones, and a lot of those kids really respond well when there's a timer. It could be just a sand, falling through an hourglass or something like that. Something that works like that. And then, just like I described before, self-monitoring. Some of you know John Hattie, Visible Learning. Everybody else has been talking about this. But when I can tell you, here's the goal, here's where I am, here's what I need to do to close the gap, I can monitor my own progression, I'm so much more invested. And I will actually try to achieve those things and move things around. But we need to make it very visible. It's kind of like what principals do for teachers and teachers do for students. You were once here, and now you're here. Look what you did in between to get to that point. A lot of times we're so caught up in the daily urgency, we don't see it. But when I can actually help you reflect a little bit on it, and I can show you how you're progressing, make it extremely visible. How many of you have done United Way campaigns, and you see the mercury rising in the thermometer? That's kind of rallying, gets people kind of into it. Like, oh, we're almost there. Some of you know P90X, I may have mentioned this back in September. I would do P90X, but I travel too much. Yeah, that's my excuse, I'm sticking to it. My wife and daughter do P90X a lot. And one of the biggest things in P90X, which is an exercise program, is that you have to take pictures of yourself and the different muscle groups you want to do, and you have to measure all the stuff, and you see little incremental changes. It actually works. They used to have all this philosophy that you should weigh yourself when you're doing a diet plan only once a week. And now that's changed. They said if you can do daily and you see like a little half-pound difference, and then a 1 pound, for some people that actually works really well. Daily weight instead of waiting every week. Because it's nice to have that daily feedback. Now, it just depends on the kid. Remember, what works with 3 kids may not work with that 4th. Back and forth, but it's something to think about. And then, I need to prove to you how this stuff we're doing and learning this skill is transformative in your life. Some of you know Alfred Tatum. He writes beautifully about how do you teach African American males that reading is important for them to learn. And the stuff he talks about is so transferable to any disenfranchised, male group or even female group. But one of the biggest things in his writings, he was a gang member in Chicago, became a professor of reading and literacy, just so you know, is you have to prove every single day how being the capacity to read transforms your life. So what we found with EF kids, skill success is, I have to show you how this skill translates to something you want out of life. And then, improving sleep patterns is one of the best things we've ever done. By the way, by changing sleep patterns, you actually change weight issues. See, if you have sleep deprivation, you invoke the starvation response in a human, in a mammal you do. And so you overeat the next day thinking you need to intake of food, and you gain weight. When you actually have regulated sleep and you get enough hours of sleep, you're not as hungry the next day. Seriously, try that. Stay up really late, go to a concert, then grade your papers. Or apply the lesson plans, and the next day you will graze all day because you'll be perpetually hungry. But go to bed at a reasonable time, I know, that's a joke, but we try. Go to bed at a reasonable time, get like 8 hours of sleep or something, and the next thing you'll find yourself, I can stick to just 3 meals, and maybe some water in between each one. It's amazing how it changes things. And then, descriptive feedback, we've already talked about it, but I decided to relist all those little things I told you before. So remember, you've got no judgment, right? Because that ruins feedback. You got point and describe, goal, status, plan for it. I told you this, when you do feedback, always comment on decisions, not quality, because you shut it down when you talk about quality. It's very threatening, even if it's high quality. You made this decision, this impact, is that what you wanted? And then remember, here's what, so what, now what? I shared that with you back in September too. So I'm giving you very specific techniques, and of course, this item analysis chart. Remember that one? The kid fills it out, because if I fill it out, it makes the child passive. We're trying to make active creators, not passive consumers, if you remember that. Right? And then they write a letter to you. I need assistance in, I understand, I need assistance in, here's what I suggest is my way of learning. These are all things to create self-advocacy, self-efficacy. In other words, I perceive I have the power to make a change in my life. There's self-efficacy. And I have the tools to do that. I can act upon them. That's you. Do you remember all that? Do you guys want to talk about descriptive feedback at all? Because I'm okay if you have a question. How many people used any of the descriptive feedback stuff from September, between September and today? Did anybody? Good. Was there a positive effect? Yeah, nodding of heads. So 4 hands went up. Not a good percentage. So I'm hoping I could go to any of you and say, look, could you seriously show me how you're into descriptive feedback? You know, letting kids revise their efforts in light of that? And then growing from it, and self-monitoring. So can you honestly say, my children can self-monitor their own progression towards the goal? That means every one of your kids in your class can articulate what the goal is, and whatever way they do it. And they have a way to measure where they are at any point in the journey as they race towards it, or as they march or walk or crawl towards it. Can your kids do that? In your technology class, your world language class, your U.S. government class, in 3rd grade social studies or art? I'm hoping. That would be like a transformational moment for your class. And then, record due dates. At the tops of every assignment, just record the due date. This is written right at this. It's a simple thing. This just keeps them mindful. Tops of the opening page of any file, with clutter, and then bag dumps, baby. Like every Wednesday, there are kids, I taught high school, you will do a bag dump in my class right now. Sometimes they need a mom or a dad, surrogate of some sort. Once in a while, just dump them. Every Wednesday, we're doing bag dumps. I don't care where you are, do bag dump, organize your bag. And then that emotional atmosphere, we've already talked a lot about this, but know the humiliation for EF shortcomings actually helps them move away from you, not invest. So humiliation is actually a really big deal, and the EF is normal. There are some of you right now who are probably struggling with executive function if you're a typical population. Some adults struggle with this, and some of these ideas will help you as well. We've already talked a lot about that. And then the growing autonomy. Nothing motivates like that autonomy and success. So occasional modified democracy, sense of choice. And I will tell you, my goal is always this. Half of all clerical responsibilities, no matter what grade level I teach, will be done by children. Not me. So do you remember when you had to like number the textbooks and hand them out, and you'd record the name next to the number on some sheet of paper, something like that? That would all be done by students. So if the server goes down, I have trained technoids that can get the server back up again in my classroom. I've got something where the clerical stuff can be done by kids. At least 50% of my classroom management is all done by students. By the way, when we when we request a scientist from National Geographic or the Smithsonian, remember I live near DC, right? We've got a lot of scientists, historians, and so on. If we ask them to come speak at a school, I never call. I work with the kids, and they write the letter of invitation. I can sign off as a faculty sponsor or cooperating teacher or whatever you want to call it. And they're the ones that make the call. They're the ones that actually say, now, do you need anything to drink? What kind of AV material do you need? And these could be 10-year-olds doing this. Or there could be 17-year-olds doing this. But the kids coordinate all invited speakers, guest speakers. They help run this particular science festival. We have sleepovers at night where we do science experiments and fun science things all night long. We pull all-nighter. We get cow dunking tanks, you know, I'm in Iowa, you know about, like, in Virginia, we have a big agricultural community. And we put that in the school parking lot. It's all cleaned out, and kids go scuba diving in it. They just sink down with the scuba tanks, and they sit in it. I mean, we set up huge telescopes. We do the pickle thing. You know, we light a pickle up, you know, with electrodes and everything, and a glowing pickle, whoa! We will call scientists in New Zealand who are studying giant squid at 1:30 in the morning through some kind of Skype or Google Hangout. They're actually in the submersible, going through the murky depth off the Kakura Peninsula, the southern island of New Zealand, looking for sperm whales, because sperm whales feed a giant squid. We do this all night long. We invite the public if they want to come in and out, and kids have to do some kind of scientific presentation during the night. So it's, you know, like a science fair, but it's very interactive. Give them the responsibility for helping to coordinate that. The kids run the TV station in the school. That's right. Man, we announced this over and over. This is very interesting. I've been working with a lot of national associations. So AMLE, which is Association for Middle Level Educators, NSTA, NCTM, NEA, NASP, NAESP. These are principal associations. And I work behind the scenes for the national conferences. Here's what they found. Depending on the research, it takes 11 to 19 times of seeing something before an adult will act upon it and record it and something that they want to do. So we have to show flyers, we have to send emails, we do constant reminders. So you say, I just give the kid, I just told them once, it's up to them to learn the system, to remember it. No. We have so many things competing with people's attention. It's okay to be repetitive in your reminders and have a variety of ways to remind them of that. It doesn't become intellectual white noise. It's actually okay. So, for executive function people, if I have a surprise person coming in, which I do a lot. Remember I told you about the parent and the plagiarism example? So I have some people just pretend to walk by, but they're actually purposeful in the lesson. Like at one point I was teaching about how Cortez affected the Aztecs, and I was teaching a lesson, and I had somebody come in and rip all the posters off my wall. I went to a garage sale and bought them for that purpose, so they were scrappable. It was okay. They took things off and said, by tomorrow, all of you have to wear orange. And you're not allowed to use it. The only pencil you're allowed to use is Ticonderoga #2. Seriously, this is offensive. They use pens or any other kind of pencil. In other words, you have to practice this new religion. And that's it. Otherwise, your parents will be fined and jailed. And they would storm out. And it's like the building principal and the superintendent. I'm like, oh guys, I'm so sorry. I hate to see that. I don't know what we're going to do, but let's follow the rules. So tomorrow we have to come in, having followed those rules. Like, Mr. Wormeli, you can't tell us we all have to wear orange. Oh my God, you took all your posts off. Aren't you upset? Yeah, but my hands are tied. I want to keep my job. What? And so I started talking about how you come in and you impose your religion and your culture on some other culture. How would you respond? But it was a purpose to set up about how Cortez affected and interacted with the Aztecs. So for an EF kid, somebody struggles, I pulled them to one side. Hey, this is going to happen. And you should be aware it's going to happen. Is it good? And they're much better. So surprises, I can handle that. More than one reminder system. You know, some teachers do this. Hey, put a post-it note on the front door so when you go out, you see, remember book bag. Remember the canned soup, or whatever it is. No, for adults, you might say, okay, I'll put a post-it note on the steering wheel of my car. I'm saying 3 or 4 redundant systems, baby. I love NASA. Redundant system. If this reminder doesn't work, this other one will help you. And then, of course, hey, can you tell me the directions I just said to you? Good. And now, 30 seconds later, maybe 5 minutes later, can you tell me those directions one more time? I confirm and I reconfirm. As much as I possibly can. Because kids will hear about half of what you say, and every 7 seconds, they're thinking about sex. I cue from afar a lot. So some kid is struggling with executive function, and we're aware of it, we've talked about it. I can send a text message if you need to, but I've done some hand signals. So it might be something like this, if somebody's really talking way too much, and I'll do this, or I'll just do 2, which means rule number 2. There are 5 rules that they've memorized, I'll go 2, or I might say 3. Or whatever it is, or I might say 1, whatever it might be. Okay, 1. Mahalo, no. Whatever it might be, it might be a symbol system, but cueing from afar, so I don't overtly have to go, excuse me, what rule are you breaking? You are misdirected. That's just humiliating. But if I can cue from afar, it's much more cool, understandable. And then I actually have to teach kids how to break class time. I can't just say, break it down so you finish a little bit each day, you'll save your sanity. No, you don't say that. It's wasting planet Earth's oxygen once again. Don't want to do it. So, literally, I'll do an example. This is an example. All right, homework. Canvas for the class, confirm assignment with the teacher. So I'm really helpful with that, and I'll say, it's 10 minutes, what do you think you might want to do right now? That's a cueing, we need to do it. And I'll say, we're at the 10. And maybe whenever the big hand is there. I mean, this is really, sounds like primary school, like early grade levels, but it's actually very helpful to a lot of teenagers and young adolescents. And we break down exactly what they need to do. And what they do is they put checks through it when they finish it, when they put their initials next to it, and I put my initial next to it. This creates a habit. I might do this for 6 weeks straight, but the kid's remembering his homework. That's a lot of effort on my part, and the kid's part. But the kid is doing his homework, I'm not having to do remediation, and he actually learns a good life skill. I'm okay with that. These are my favorite resources on executive function. Well, one, the bottom one, I have a personal bias. I wrote it. But all the rest of these are really, really good, and it also includes anything you see on ADHD, ADD, or just H, and you know who they are. Okay, some of you are like that too. It's okay, you get really practical tips. Well, when you read this stuff, either any of these things here, or these things here, you go, oh my gosh, I wish I had known that way back when I was starting to teach. And now it might be something you can grab. So I'm going to say, remember I said there are 3 kind of models here. One is a for it. So good movie, Amazing Grace. The guy who was in the Fantastic Four, the first film, Ian Goldfield or Goldberger, like that, he was the star of it. It's an amazing thing. See, in our history and in our stories, we have all these people who are tenacious, and we lift them up as the heroic epic. Do you remember Malala? Okay, we blow your face off because you're explaining that girls should be educated. You're like 12, 13 years old, and we just shoot you in the face. You go through surgery, your family supports you and everything, you come back, you write a best-selling book, you become a Nobel Peace Prize winner, and you still keep talking about women should be actually educated too. What? Even though Taliban is going to kill all of you and all your family. That's the real Balto, guys. If you ever saw the movie Balto, you can actually see the real Balto stuffed in New York. That's the real dog. And there's a statue dedicated to him as well. Get the diphtheria serum across the frozen tundra, man. And that would have that Iditarod race over the same track. So if you ever saw the Disney film Balto, you can actually see the real dog Balto, if you like. Whoa! So even in animal fairy tales, and animal real life tales, we have this thing called persevere. And we lift it up as a thing we want to teach. Yeah, 12 different rejections from all the different publishers. Something about a wizard. It will never fly. J.K. Rowling said, the editor said, no child will ever read a book over 700 pages. And then some of her books were over 900 pages. No one's going to read this. And she said, if it's a good story, they will. And they did. And kids every day read the Robert Jordan, the Wheel of Time series. Game of Thrones, baby! All of Artemis Fowl. I'll read all the Laura Ingalls Wilder books. They will persevere if it's meaningful, if it's good stuff. So I don't have to keep convincing kids to be responsible. I have to be meaningful making. And then Theodore Geisel, Ted Geisel, to see I saw it on Mulberry Street. This dribble, never will ever buy it. 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish. I don't think so. 27 different rejections. And then Apollo 13, Rudy, Jaime Escalante, Bilbo going to find Smaug, Civil Rights, Phantom Tollbooth, Homer Hickam, Rocket Boys, you know, October Sky, Jake Gyllenhaal's first film. I'm just saying, Virginia Tech. Thank you. I'm a Hokie. My daughter's there now. Tortoise in the Hare. We have it everywhere. So, you get across the raging river while the wagon train is still stuck on the earlier side, right? You get over, you sit in a boulder and go, yoo-hoo, it's easy. Come on, you wussies. Do it. That's not a heroic person. Here's a person who lived up in the American ethic. I get myself over, I get the entire wagon train across the river or up the mountain. That's a hero. Now you got yourself. You got everything. That's huge. So we lift this up. It's everywhere. We want to teach it. So let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to give you a quiz on this, and understanding what you see in this slide right here is actually critical to your future learning. So I need all of you to read this, but please read it quietly because some people need the silence to do it. There will be a quiz later. It's really important. Please now read and appreciate what's up here. I said no talking. Please now continue to slide 2. Shh. Please read it. It's very important that you understand this. Please now continue, slide 3. I don't think this is funny. Eyes on the screen, not anywhere else. Or on the hard copy on your handout. That Yuri, he was such a stick in the mud. Slide 4. Actually, did we say personal technology is allowed? I don't think so. I don't care how talented and official you are. Please get to the end of the slide. All right, I'll put you out of your misery. We'll stop here. So I downloaded this in 2014, and it's written for college-level graduates. So all of you should have been able to read this and appreciate, understand it, and carry it forward. It was written at your level, because most of you completed college, or so I assume. Yep. Show of hands right now, because some of you are acting just like your clientele as I looked around the room. Phasing off, hoping somebody will bail you out. I wonder if Rick will say something funny in a moment. Or maybe when this is all done, I can run by like Dunkin' Donuts or Starbucks or something. I don't know. Maybe something like Subway. They think I have the specials running today? I don't know. I'll grab that. That pizza place closed, but I really wanted to open again under a new management. Whatever one we went through last year. In other words, you're thinking of stuff. So here's my question to you. What kept you reading it? I'm the authority in the room, and you're a rule follower, so the guy who's leading you in this experience just said, read it, and you follow rules. Some of you, I'm just a nice person. Some are like, you know what, I've had experience with Rick so far, and some of it has actually been substantive and okay, so I'll put up with him being pushy and having me do boring stuff. Because there might be some method to the madness. There might be an outcome that's worth it. Some of you did it like that. How many of you, honest truth, there was a portion of it that was like halfway interesting, you're actually kind of getting into it a little bit. Hey, look at that, a lot of you. Is it because you had a background in math, where you saw Enigma, or you knew about Enigma, the imitation game, you saw all that? And you're like, cryptography, you're making connections? Yeah. So, what would have helped all of you keep reading this and enjoying and appreciating it, learning from it, engaging, in other words, investing in it? Any ideas? What? I said purpose, I said it was important. A clip from the movie would help. Maybe if I gave you background of what was really going on, if I actually had some connections where you could actually look at stuff and go, oh, that connects to what he was saying earlier. Yeah. I had to find some of the difficult words. I broke it up a little bit. What else? Some questioning, like what are you reading to find out? Is that what you're saying when you say questioning? We're reading to find out this. If it gave you a skill set for close reading. Sound familiar? Yeah, how do I read just with what's in that body? Nothing else outside of it. But all kinds of things, 6, 7, 8 things I could do, and you would really be all over this. I would not have to complain to you, hey, sit up, show some respect, take some self-discipline, personal responsibility here. You need to read this and persevere. I don't have to do that if I'm using sound pedagogy and some of these different ideas. One of the biggest things we found is model reliability helps a kid persevere through stuff he doesn't like. So if I, as the leader in the room, teacher with the class, if I have a proven record of if you do this, there's a positive outcome, kids are more likely to put up with boring junk that they don't see any value in initially. If I say we're going to bring this supply in on Friday, I bring the supply in. We're going to do this thing, and it's going to lead to this thing, and that actually happens, they'll put up with me. So model reliability, as recently as 2013, we found action-specific research that it does work. A reminder about, hey, what is failure really, where does success come from? Not you make a choice between success and failure. Almost all success had a lot of mistakes along the way. And I have to make it okay. And I'm going to say things like, wow, it took longer than I thought. Wow, that's one thing I'll never forget to do next time. The teacher who's into stuff would not say, who got that one right? When they're going over homework or a quiz, they would say, who had an interesting mistake? And they were able to solve it. Let's hear that. So I don't want to demonize failure as abnormal. I want to make it completely normal. And I'm not going to have posters on my wall that say failure is not an option. It's not only an option, it's actually preferred. So I'm going to get into all this stuff, and now we get to Walter Mischel. Many of you know about the marshmallow experiment, but I'm about to show you a real video from the 1960s marshmallow experiment, which actually should be known as the Oreo cookie experiment, because that's what they used way more often. Pretzel sticks, Oreo cookies. In 2014, the marshmallow experiment book by Walter Mischel came out that explained what was going on. But here's the weird thing. In Stanford, they had 4-year-olds, some were 5, some were 3, but most of them were 4 years old. And they said, we're going to put you in a room that has no decoration. That's the room. There's green walls like that and a table and a chair, nothing else. And they said basically this, for those of you who don't know. Here's a marshmallow. If you don't eat it for 15 minutes, before I come back, you can have 2. I'll actually give you a second one. You can have both. But if you eat this before I come back, that's the only one you get. So decide what you want to do. Ready? And then the observer, the experimenter, left the room. And we watched the kids. It was an interesting psychological experiment. Can you delay self-gratification, all that stuff? That's fine. That's not the thing that kind of blew up and everybody got what and stunned over it. It turned out when those kids were in middle school, Walter Mischel's own daughters were in the original experiment at 4 years old. And at dinner one night, he was simply asking his daughters, hey, how's Danny doing? How's Lakeisha? Or whoever it was. And these were people who happened to be their classmates who were in on the experiment at Stanford. And the girls said, oh my gosh, he's like the captain of the debate team and the baseball team. He's so dreamy. He always gets straight A's. Oh my gosh. Or, oh my gosh, nobody wants him in their group. He's failing everything. We think he's doing drugs. It was like really bad, really good, right? And Walter Mischel got chills. Because it lined up perfectly. Every single kid who delayed self-gratification right there and self-satisfied right immediately were the ones who were doing so well in middle school. And the ones who ate the marshmallow right, they're the ones who went down this dysfunctional path. So that's when they actually started doing the research. There was initial research, and then it kind of faded away, and then this startling discovery, they went back. Those people who were in the original research are now just turning 50. And they're still being followed by Walter Mischel. The book tells what they discovered when they were in their 20s, their 30s, and their 40s, based on this simple experiment. So I'm about to show you a 5-minute clip from Charlie Rose. Some of you know the Charlie Rose show on PBS? It's a group of intellectuals sitting around the table with Walter Mischel, who's describing this. But in the group, and it's hard to see in the wide shot, is a very famous actor. In fact, this actor was in the most watched television show of all time in the history of Earth. Outside a sporting event, like the World Cup or a Super Bowl or something like that. A scripted TV show. You will recognize the actor because he, at the end of the 5 minutes or so, He asked the one question that is the most important question. And I'll wave my hands like this to show you like it's happening in case you need a little signal. Executive function people. I will do that. But what he says and the answer to it is the most exciting thing of the entire clip. Ladies and gentlemen, what was I just doing with you as I set up what you're about to experience? Anticipation, priming the brain, what are you reading to find out? There'll be some clues along the way to help guide you. There's a structure to this. I'm also speaking to your life television show. What could be the most, watch television show of all time on the history of Earth? You're going back through your whole history of television shows. I'm setting you up so you'll actually stay engaged for the full 5 minutes. Even though it's just a group of intellectuals talking around a table. So yeah, we're setting you up by priming the brain for what's to come. Let's take a look at Walter Michel, and I apologize, I can't cue this up and embed it to the proper place. I don't have the technology to do it, so I have to go outside the PowerPoint and switch to this.
As the marshmallow experiment.
A wonderful experiment.
Well, what happened to the marshmallow experiment? Although it's referred to as the marshmallow experiment, it actually isn't always marshmallows. Very often it's Oreo cookies, or it could be tiny little pretzel sticks. But the point is, it's very small rewards that are pitted against each other that the child has chosen from a whole bunch. So what you're seeing in this picture is a little girl who's chosen to wait for 2 Oreo cookies rather than one immediately, and she knows that at any time she can ring that bell. The experimenter will come back into the room, and she will, if she rings the bell, she'll get the 1 Oreo cookie, but she'll forgo the 2. On the other hand, if she waits for the lady to come back by herself and doesn't ring the bell and doesn't begin nibbling out the cookie, she gets the 2. Right. That's the experiment.
Let me make sure that I understand this correctly. So she gets 1 cookie, and then the instruction is that if you don't eat this cookie right away, if you can hold on for a while, then you will have a chance to get a second.
It's even simpler. Before she starts, the little girl has already made a choice. She's taken what she would like to have, which is cookies, and she's been told, would you like the 1 or would you like the 2 of the cookies? And she's decided she would like the 2. So what she understands now and what is practiced with the stuff right in front of her, both the 2 cookies that she gets if she waits, the 1 cookie that she can have immediately, is that it's entirely up to her. At any time she can ring the bring me back bell, the experimenter jumps back into the room and it's hers. So then she gets only 1 and not the 2. That's the experiment. Right. The simplicity itself. I've always believed that it's important to be able to eat your methodology. and so my question was, so that's the study. Now, the important thing about it is it provided us with an opportunity to do experiments on how does the representation of the object of desire, of the thing you want, like the 2 cookies, make it possible to do this delay thing, to make it possible for a child as young as 4 years old to be able to wait 15 minutes in a room that's deliberately barren, that's deliberately strict. There are no distractors. She's got nothing to entertain herself with. But what we found here that was surprising was that as these children at Stanford, where these studies began, were growing up, it became clear that they were different in ways that actually connected to how long they were able to wait initially. And I began to do follow-up work to see if we could find correlations between how long the child waited in this situation at age 4 or 5 and what was happening to them when they were young adolescents, when they were 12 years old, 13 years old, and so on. And that was the beginning. And we found to our surprise that beginning in adolescence, there were very strong correlations, much larger than we had any reason to anticipate, between seconds of delay time and outcomes that were very important, including at age 16 and 17. They had the scores on the Scholastic Aptitude Test, which are very important for admission to college in the United States, including things like ratings by parents and teachers of their social and cognitive competence in adolescence, and including a whole set of things that became increasingly clear when we were following them at age 32. And that included less tendency to develop a large body mass index, less tendency towards obesity, less cocaine drug use, and so on.
Walter, you make me think about public policy right away. If these tests are so predictive of future behavior, if it appears that a kid who can delay gratification for those 15 minutes turns out to get better SAT scores, to do better at a job later in life even, how would ordinary people in the public be reassured that such a test at such an early age wouldn't brand the kid for life?
Particularly the kids who don't do well on this.
That's what I'm thinking. The kids who don't do well,
Yeah.
or do we then have kind of self-fulfilling prophecies about these kids that would sort of trail them all through their lives? What reassurance would they have?
And here's the
So
moment.
the idea of being frozen in the position on the measure is completely off. We're talking about correlations that are significant. We're not talking about a destiny for an individual. So I want to be very clear that branding would be completely missing the point, particularly since the most exciting findings about the marshmallow experiments are the ease with which it is possible to change an individual's ability to delay gratification.
Whoa! I can see some of you initially hearing this part, and you rush home because you have young children. Martha, get the kids. Come here. There's an Oreo. Don't eat it, you can have 2 later. You don't eat this one before I come back. Martha, she's eating it! Oh my God, you're gonna try it like that! That would be like the worst possible conclusion for you to walk out of here, okay? Oh, she's eating it, oh my gosh, we have to prepare her now for drug addiction. Or something. She's gonna get really obese. Or she's gonna be dysfunctional. No, not even close. Because it's very, very changeable. That's a cool thing. What they find, if you continue reading the rest of this stuff, is they found the kids didn't have more perseverance, more patience, more tenacity, more self-discipline. The kids who did stuff, when you watch some of the videos, remember there's nothing in the room, right? And the videos are watching everything they do. Some of them did this. They got up, and they just did this for the whole 15 minutes. Isn't that? Some of them crawled under the table and knocked on it from underneath. That was like really cool. I was thinking they distracted themselves. They had great imagination. In fact, this one group of kids, they gave them all an empty picture frame. No matting, just a picture frame. And they held it up in front of it. Look, it's just a picture. You can't eat a picture, can you? And they said, you know, whenever the kids got a little bit tempted, they'd put the picture frame. Oh, it's just a picture. Some of the kids, they didn't give them a frame. They told them, imagine a frame around it, and it's just a picture. These kids had a better sense of play and imagination. And their brains, they could go into their brains and do all kinds of cool things there to distract themselves. That's one of the things they found was they were a great indicator. That you could delay things. You had a sense of play. So you don't want to take away fiction reading, imagination and playfulness all the way through. It's a fascinating study. But the idea that we look at, how do we cultivate somebody's perseverance, their capacity to endure stuff that they initially find not interesting. Is it through punishment? No. If you look at these 3 statements on motivation, you'll find them very familiar. Take a look at the top one. You can control, you can coerce, but you can't motivate anyone to do anything. I'm telling you right now, stop motivating kids. Stop trying to motivate colleagues. Just doesn't work. Motivation comes from within. Is there a difference between being engaged and being on task? Look at all my kids, they're doing all the stuff I asked them to do. They must be so motivated. No. They're coerced or controlled by you, but you have no idea if they're engaged. Engagement is a completely different thing than being on task. You don't know if they're motivated to do this stuff. The middle bullet, we just saw that in a video today. It's only doing to the best of your ability what you're already capable of doing. And then, it's not something we do to people, teachers or students, it's only something we do with them, not to them. And that will help quite a bit. So look at these 2 sets of students. I'm going to suggest the one on the left is very engaged in his task. He's putting it all out there, man. And it might go a direction you're not totally prepared for it to go. These guys are just being really compliant. So there's a difference between engaged and compliant as we move forward. Leanne Nichols is a friend of mine. We actually co-present on this quite a bit, and this is her slide. Remember Calvin and Hobbes? I always turn to the great philosophers of our time. Socrates said, so I want kids to engage. I have to create a sense of curiosity and wonder. Rachel Carson, a sense of wonder. One of the schools in which I served was called Rachel Carson Middle School. I'm into that. I have to create a sense of wonder. So I'm about to teach you verbs. We will try to have a conversation about having verbs. Me, Pop-Tarts, good. Miss Wormeli, this sounds awful. I sound like Tarzan. Teach me verbs. I will do that. We're about to explain Newton's laws. Objects of rest tend to stay at rest. Objects of motion tend to stay in motion. It's occupied by an outside force. Whatever it is, we'll play marbles first. So see how one marble hits this one and spins off into a metal hoop of some sort? And they have to explain chemical muscular energy from the thumb clicked into this marble hit this one, and then wobbled up and stopped. But this marble that was just sitting there with no energy, took off with energy. Where did it get the gas, man, to start rolling? There must have been a transfer of energy of some sort. From the hand, the wrist, through this marble to the other marble. We play like it, and then we read the chapter on Newton's laws, and suddenly we totally get it, and we're engaged with it. Because we have background. There's something to attach it. The brain craves that stuff. All thinking begins with wonder. We want to create a sense of wonder. And then this was said about a TV show. But isn't that not true for our everyday classrooms? I'm going out of my way to create such a curiosity. You're about to pop unless you figure out the answer. So a gentle competition? Yeah, we can do that stuff. And then, $1 million? No. What we found is carrot and stick stuff, rewards and punishment, doesn't work with cognitive things. It does work with physical labor to some degree, and then it stops working. So if I increase your pay to $200,000 a year, would it increase your effectiveness as a teacher? We found it doesn't. Test scores don't go up if you use that as your measure. If, however, I give you autonomy, connectedness, you're a part of something bigger than yourself, and you have the tools to pull this stuff off, test scores will go up. So remember Daniel Pink's stuff from Drive? Autonomy, mastery, and purpose. Those three things happen, kids improve in cognitive skills. A lot of school is cognitive stuff. So if I just reward you or I punish you when you're not responsible, it doesn't actually build maturation or cognition. You want to get into those things. This is a slide. It was from a book in 2007, The Motivation Breakthrough. I bet you guys could have made this list yourself. But what Rick LaBoy, who was the guy you saw in that video a while ago, you know, seeing the cow picture, he wrote this book on what we know about motivation, what motivates kids. And these are the things that motivate kids. So I would ask you this. In your lesson plan, can you show me where those elements exist or they're manifest? That would be huge. And then, have a laugh. You may have seen this before. Or maybe you know this one. Or maybe you remember from Flowers for Algernon. This little section up here, that is, that is not, is that, it is. But of course we need a guide to really separate that out.
That is. That is not. Is that it? It is. Go to the next slide, you will.
We're about to do mini making a bunch of other cool stuff, but I need to let you stretch for about 5 minutes. We only have about 45 minutes left once we come back. So really 5 minutes. That's it. 5 minutes stretch. You're down to 4 minutes. Watch your time. Who's got one? One thing you already knew, I was just repeating it or validating it for you. You knew it walking in. Go. Kids want to know that you care about them, and you have to make overt acts to show that. You don't leave it to chance or like, sure they know I like them, I'm with them. No, you have to be purposeful. Okay, that's one thing. How about a second thing? You already knew it walking in. Or it was validated for you. They want to know the reason or purpose, so I need to really focus on purpose. Something else? Same thing, okay. They need to motivate themselves, what? Constructive feedback and assessment. There's 3 or 4 things right there. Now, to honor that, you have this wisdom experience. You don't need some consultant coming in blowing lots of sunshine around to tell you that stuff. But I am validating those who say, hey, Rick's bringing news of the entire nation is into this. That's actually helpful. Well, wait, how about 3 or 4 things kind of new? And you're willing to think about it, explore the possibilities in the next 3 weeks. Who's got one? Something, any from the entire day, anything at all. Small or large, look through the handout if you need to. Something you're willing to carry forward and think about in the next 3 weeks. I'm not making you publicly commit, don't worry. Just because you say it out loud doesn't mean like you're the guru and hero of it. Kids are not inherently lazy. That's a myth. So there's actually something more at their core. She's just going to play with the idea. See how that works? Second thing, you'll think about next 3 weeks. Call it practice, not homework, because now we're mindful of the role it plays.
Making kids aware of their executive function.
Making kids more aware of executive function and some of the skill sets you need to use to cultivate that in humans. She's just going to look at that. Anybody have a 4th one? Yeah?
Proactive, interactive, and reactive.
Proactive, interactive, reactive, discipline. Remember that? 3 elements, you have to have all 3. If you look at your own practice and you haven't really looked at this a lot, you might discover you're really doing 1 or 2 of them primarily. The 3rd, whatever they are, you might want to build that. It would help. Anybody have a bonus round? Oh, the standard of excellence instead of all the other levels. Keep that in their forefront of their vision. Okay. And then be really good at your explanatory comments as you get feedback. Correct. Wow. We've got about an hour left, maybe a little less, about 15 minutes or so, and then I'm going to stop and do Q&A. So I'm going to ask you to be thinking, you're driving home this afternoon. Could you list 10 things you pulled out of this? If you only get to 5, I'll be okay. But let's go for 10. I'm pushing. I would love it if you had things revalidated and things actually new to think about. That'd be a good outcome. And play with this stuff. By the way, play with it now, even though the end of the year is pretty close, relatively speaking, because you want to make your mistakes now, instead of starting to make your mistakes next fall and just delaying implementation. You want to get into it? And please understand, I'm talking from years of doing this stuff. So this is my 38th year, 39th year, something like that, in education. So I have a head start. And I had people who would come in and tell me stuff, like Tom Gusky came in my first year to talk about mastery learning. And I looked at what he did and went, okay, here's my response. I apologize for the vernacular. There is no freaking way I'm going to do what he just said. And here I am telling you, yeah, it works just fine, and I'm doing it just fine, thank you. Every year I get new students, I really struggle with how to teach them. And I do have students who fail, and I feel terrible. When I pick up my pieces, I try to put it together and do something constructive with it the next day or the following year. I realize I'm a part of a larger system. They may not be able to receive school this year, or at least the learning, but my hard work this year, knocking my head against the wall, trying all this stuff, opened the door for them to be receptive to next year's teacher. And I realize it's a 2 or 3 year process for some humans, not the 1 year. And all hope is lost if they don't get it. There might be some extraordinary things, and I'm totally cool with parting ways with the master schedule design, with the school's procedures, in order to actually teach a kid. I'm good with that. I'm hoping you'll be good with that too, because school is not set up to do a lot of this stuff. So you're going to have to be a little bit radical, some of you, as we go through it. We've said that several times. And I hope you'll give yourself that permission to do that. Now, we're into meaning making. Remember, I actually juxtaposed that with sense making, if you remember earlier. Sense making is just, can you list these parts, can you analyze these things, break it down. But meaning making is making connections between things and how it transforms. So we want to get really good at that. So, I look at that painting from Van Gogh, but I was in Amsterdam in May, and it's actually Van Gogh to everybody there. In the Rijks Museum, the Van Gogh Museum in Amsterdam. I highly recommend it, it's really cool. I went to the museum looking for this. I've been fascinated by this. It's Starry Night, I think it is, Starry Sky, something like that. Starry Night, thank you. And I'm looking all over the museum, and I go, I looked for like an hour, because I'm a Y chromosome, I didn't ask directions. And I go to the curator of the whole place, and I said, look, I saw the bedroom scene that he painted with the perspective, I saw the lilies, I've seen the 248 different versions of the self-portrait. I've seen all these different things. I totally find it. I can't find this. And the curator said, yeah, it's on loan in the United States. It's in New York City. You can go there and say, oh, man, came wrong this way. But the reason I wanted to see it so much is that when I was in middle school and high school, I used to doodle a lot. And I would do swirls like this. And I look at that and go, what's the big deal? You give me those colors, I could totally do that. And you can sell it for like $10,000. I'll make a lot of money for your museum. I don't care. I'll sell it to you for $100. Just let me doodle. It's great. I go to the Hirshhorn Museum and the National Gallery of Art, and there's all these wire sculptures, and it just looks like a rat's nest to me. What? Ooh, $7 million. Security laser systems. And I'm like, look, I'd go to Home Depot, get different gauge wire, put that together, and you could sell a whole bunch of them. And then the curator comes up to me and goes, can I tell you about Van Gogh himself? Can I tell you about the technique that was used and how this came to be? And the curator starts telling me this stuff, and I go, oh, I'm in awe. I marvel. My jaw hits the floor. Do you have some models of this I could put on my desk for inspiration? Do you have a book with all this person's prints so I can see this stuff every single day? I can't believe it. Somebody gave me the backstory, the meaning. Because right now, that's just gobbledygook doodle. I look at that and go, why is that so impressive? And people think it's so cool and they put it in a museum. And some of you are probably thinking the same thing right now. So, it's kind of like what Huxley said. We have the Stephen Udvar Hazy Air and Space Museum about 3 minutes from my house. It's an annex for the Air and Space Museum downtown DC. We also have the Air and Space Museum there. I see so many teachers who just go there and they have the kids do a Where's Waldo scavenger hunt when they're in the museum. They're there for 3 hours and they basically in 15 minutes do the entire scavenger hunt. And the kids just run around the museum for the remaining of the 3 hours, remainder of it. They do things like this. What time did Lindbergh's watch stop? They have Charles Lindbergh's watch right there on display. Find an airplane that has a shark's mouth on the front cowling. Find a missile named for a Roman god. And the kids fill it out and they're done. You better believe I scold those teachers. See, I was a parent who was on one of these field trips for my own children, and the teachers were in the coffee shop eating donuts and coffee the entire 3 hours. The parents took kids around doing this stuff. The other parents found out I was a teacher myself, and I was so livid at these teachers. I was staring daggers at them. I hope they felt the little pricks of the knife point in the back of their scalp. At any rate, they knew I was doing this, and I taught science before. So I said, all right, this is enough. Every parent had like 15 kids. So the other parents saw I was doing this. I started teaching air as mass, air as fluid, thrust, propulsion, lift, Bernoulli's principle, whatever it was. I found pilots who happened to be visiting there, and they talked about airplanes going in the air. We started building flying machines using different scraps of things we found around, and to demonstrate 2 or 3 principles of this stuff. And the other parents looked at me with these like sad eyes, like, can we join your group, please? And stuff. And yeah, we could do this stuff, and it turned into something pretty valuable. And then you better believe, I asked the principal to come in, and those teachers right there, and I chewed them out for making all of us look bad. Bringing shame on the profession. How dare you do this? I wasn't really popular for a long time in that school. But anyway, I teach kids the story of what we're about to see in the exhibit, and they do this when we go to the museum. Just for me, is this the car or the engine that it, you see that's, can I touch it? Yeah, go ahead. Humans are really weird like this. We like to touch stuff, don't we? Oh, that's so awesome, man. You guys know there's a really famous book about this. I forgot the title right now. But the guy comes out and says, hey, ladies and gentlemen, this is the sweater worn by Fred Rogers in most of his TV shows, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. How many of you like, I'm just going to pass it, how many of you like to just touch it and smell it maybe a little bit? Yeah. And then he puts it away. And then he goes, now, this is a sweater worn by Jeffrey Dahmer. Every time. You want to touch it and pass it down now? Ah! It's been laundered like 30 times. There's not one skin cell anywhere on it. No, touch it. Humans are really weird like that. We like physical contact. This is the original Louisiana Purchase you're holding in your hands. Not a print. This is the real. Be careful. Gloves, please. We're moved by that. By connection. By meaningfulness. So I'm going to tell you, kids way more often develop this, experience this, when they've memorized stuff. So teach memorization in a world where you can always look it up. Still teach kids to memorize. There is value. My kids memorize the entire Gettysburg Address. They memorize 50 pronouns, 50 transition words. They memorize all the formulas. They memorize huge swaths of literature. Some of you heard me testing the mic this morning. My kids memorize in Middle English. What am I doing? The first few lines of Chaucer. Canterbury Tales. Prologue. Wander Abril, when in April, the shoulder spoke, the shower spoke. Okay, so it's Middle English. Do that. The kids love that. There's incredible competency. So take a look. Number 1 and number 2. I want my student to totally invest and really remember the stuff in the article about how microscopes work. Number 1 and number 2, which one will lead to the most stuff learned from the article? They read the article, how it works, answer the 8 questions, and then they play with the microscope based on what they learned? That's number 2. Number 1, they play with the microscope, trying out all the parts, get to know it, and then they read the article and answer the questions. So which one is it? Yay, you're right. Indeed, that's correct. So before I teach you the rules of baseball, we'll play baseball. We're about to read a murder mystery that involves chess. I'll teach you how to play chess, and we'll play a couple games of chess, then we'll read the book. And kids will absolutely invest in it, but we'll get into it. I create competence where there was none. I create prior knowledge where there was none. And kids will hang in every word. If I had them read the article first, they would get the glazed eye. Okay, I'm just reading enough to answer the question, so I get to the fun stuff. But when they read the article, they hang on every word of the article. It goes in long-term memory because they have a frame of reference. The brain likes connection. It seeks connection. So everybody shout out what you see. Be creative, by the way. Keep them coming. I know you're thinking it. You might as well say it. Have a butterfly, sunglasses, B13. Boobs, yeah. I was thinking... He's back there, he's doing it like this. This is handled. Boobs, boobs, boobs. I was going to say cheeks, but he went with boobs. Okay, go ahead. All right, stop. Everybody in the entire room yell out the answer to this question. What number less than 20 do you see? 13. Letter of what letter of the alphabet? Good. Half of what flying insect? You're getting 100% because I gave you meaningful context. Remember what perception is. You can perceive meaning. So you can all see that, but you can't bring meaning to it. Sound familiar from the earlier video? This exact doodle is in Pat Wolf's wonderful book, Brain Matches. Now, the new version came out in 2010, so if you want to transpose the 2001 to 2010, feel free. But that exact doodle is there. And I could do this. Please memorize this for the test. And you could do that. A few days from now, you take the test. But months from now, you could recreate that doodle. If I said, please learn about this picture of half a butterfly. 3 months from now, you can recreate the same doodle because I gave you meaningful context. It's a very simplistic analogy for what teachers do like every day. I read chunk stuff, so it's meaningful to you. I don't go to page 66 because it's the page after 65. I go to what's meaningful to you based on what I know about you, which means I enter into a relationship with you so I can actually see that side of you. Benbow's volcano. Look at the vivid imagery here. It's like a beautiful story. You want to get into this. This is a journalist crawling into a volcano. Up close jet engines mixed with a cosmic belch. And then somewhere, not too far below, red hot pumpkin-sized globs of ejected lava are flying through the air. Ichabod Crane leaves. That's pretty vivid, right? This is the narrative, journalistic version of boring stuff I have to teach. Lava may flow out as a viscous liquid, or it may explode from the vent as solid liquid particles. Kids read that and glazed eyes. But if they read this one first, I didn't say instead of, I said first. Now there's a narrative sense. We are consummate story receivers and storytellers. We love narrative. No matter what is taught, science is a narrative, socialized narrative, music is a narrative, everything's a narrative. We love that. We seek story in everything. If I do this first, and then I do this, you will hang on every word and you will totally get into it. You'll actually use words like viscous liquid, You'll look up, what's viscous, man? You'll really engage. By the way, what if you don't have a journalistic version of boring stuff you have to teach? You make it up, or use this generation to create them all for subsequent generations of students. It's a form of their learning too. I do that all the time. But I read Magazine, Calliope, Odyssey, Discover, Martin Gardner stuff in mathematics. I will find whatever I can, a journalistic, National Geographic too. I'll find the journalistic version as much as I possibly can, written by other people. But sometimes I have to write it, or ask my current students to write it, or future students. So, here's an interesting thing. I sort of alluded to this in September, but let's make sure we're clear. Reading complex tests aloud. Proper vocal inflection on the left side. Kids can actually understand stuff, much deeper understanding. Greater comprehension than if they just read it silently. So I have to look at my standard. Does it say, when reading silently on grade level text, the student can't know and be able to do the following? It usually doesn't. There's some kind of thing I have to teach. So if I record it, or I get the CD of somebody else reading the thing, they can really understand the stuff, they can totally engage. Well, it turns out students actually could understand the stuff, remain engaged. If there are all these walls, these little filters, these hoops through which they jump, in other words, you didn't lay the transparency on the overhead and show them the picture of a cow. If they don't have those tools, they'll find any route to disengage and be irresponsible. It's a survival coping mechanism. So I'm trying to take away anything that would limit their engagement. And that means I have to be overly attentive to have the tools to perceive. I'll do whatever it takes to make sure that happens. So take a look. This is the poem. The teacher says something like this. Please now read the poem and decide what it's all about, Alfie. Go ahead. As soon as you know what this poem's about, shout it out to the whole room. I've got a Columbus. That's a viable option. Let's see if there's any other choice. Is that louder? I've heard Macbeth before, The Three Sisters. I've also heard it is an analogy for students with learning disabilities. And I've heard Noah's Ark. Anything else come to mind? No other answers are forthcoming. Then you should know, personal honesty here, I didn't get it the first time, the second time, somebody had to help me, and I finally got it the third time. I'm a bear of very little brain. Yeah, it's Columbus. I didn't know that. I didn't see it. What do you mean it's Columbus? What are your clues, now that you know it is Columbus, that leap at you, little short phrases or words that say Columbus did? Okay, let me try to get to the Three Sisters. Got it? Yeah. Wait a minute, why did you choose this one in red? You're more often over. It seems just as much a clue, just as little a clue. I don't get it. Did Columbus have a head shaped like an egg? You say, what's the main idea of the poem? And some kid in the front row goes, I know, and gets it totally right. And the rest of the class goes, how did you do that? What did you rely upon to decide what was a clue, what was just inane and not a clue? Your prior knowledge. I want kids to engage. I will create prior knowledge where there was none. 1/5 of my school year, and sometimes it's a fourth, is purely building prior knowledge where there was none. I'm going to teach something on Wednesday. I want you to engage in it. I want you to be so disciplined and really focused, all in it. On Monday or Tuesday, I might have to take some of you to one side and build prior knowledge where there was none, or the whole class, and build prior knowledge where there was none. And then I have to worry on Wednesday, oh, nobody's engaged, not self-disciplined. No, they're totally in it, because they have the background to connect the stuff. But if I just gave this to you now, just like this, before I put all these little clues in there, you look at it and go, oh my gosh, why do I have to do this? This is so stupid. And then my teacher says, hey, sit up, show some respect. Practice some self-discipline, you're so immature. That's not real helpful. Really, it's not at all. So I need to teach them this stuff. By the way, all these slides I use with students. I'm not using it here, I don't use my kids. You can steal all this stuff, I don't really care. If you use it once in your class, it's not yours. Priming the brain increases effect size. which means the impact, and I do this thing, it goes way up if I prime your brain. What's priming the brain? I explain what you're going to get at this, what you're going to experience it, and I also tell you what the goal is. How many people have heard or seen Chris Tavani's wonderful book, I read it, but I don't get it? I got one nodding head. Anybody else? Two? If all you do in your class is teach directions, like you're a PE teacher or a technology teacher, it's still that cool. You should get it. Chris Tavani, I read it, but I don't get it. No child's ever said that to me. No, they haven't. Well, purchase does not understand all of it. Ugh. So here's the deal. There's a story from that that's become legend on the internet. It comes from Chris's book. So I'm going to embellish a little bit. Chris is French. She lets me do this. All right? A house is for sale. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Somebody knows. A house is for sale. And the first hour of the open house, the family is actually gone away for a week so the real estate agent can show the home. So two thugs come to the door in the pretense of wanting to purchase, but what are they really doing is they walk through the house. Okay, so they're scoping it out. So what are they noticing as they walk through all the rooms? What? Valuables. Is that it? How about alarm systems? Exits and entrances. What gets lit up at night and what's not lit up at night? All this stuff, right? Let's say they walk out the front door when they're done, and you're a weird teacher standing on the lawn, and you rush up to them and say, "Quick, you ruffians, write a summary of what you experienced in the house." And for purposes of this story's example, let's say they do. An hour later, a young couple looking for their very first home, newly married, has arrived at the front door. Now they're walking through the house. What are they noticing as they walk through? Kitchen, breakfast nook in the kitchen. Bathrooms, his and her sinks or closets. Nursery. Oh, was it cozy? What was the name of that? Oh, well, it was a coziness. All right. Backyard. Hardwood floors. What? Countertops. Does a washer and dryer convey? They walk out the front door and you're still a teacher and you're still weird on the front lawn. You rush up to them and say, "Quick, write a summary of your experience inside the house." And for purposes of this story's example, let's say they do. Hold up those two summaries. Don't they be dramatically different? The kids were primed to see different things. The priming of the brain is incredible. Turns out when you prime the brain, the kids remember the important stuff longer. If you just say, "Hey, go on the field trip, take notes from the docent, we'll talk about it later." No priming there, is it? We're going to the field trip for you to learn this, this, and this. You're trying to get these answers. Kids remember this stuff later. It's the same thing with reading a textbook, reading an article, engaging in a lab, something along those lines. So, man, I am so going to prime the brain if I want the kids totally engaged, not, "Please remember all of it" in a sweeping gesture. That's overwhelming to adults, I remind you. Let alone working humans, kids. So, creating the prior knowledge, to do the priming, to make the connections, these are just some examples from real school stuff. I've actually given you two of those examples already. Look familiar? Wait, there's more. Again, I've given you some of those examples. Begin with the kids know, set them up, activate prior knowledge, and then make the connections. This keeps kids engaged. It's just modern pedagogy. But you know where this comes from? A point of caring about the kid's success, not just getting through the day. I'm hoping your mindset would be there, and talking to some of you, I think it is. Now, that's the curriculum. So I want you to remember that, come up with a mnemonic. I'm thinking, da-oody-vile, da-oody-vile, the old car horns, da-ooga, ooga, da-oody-vile. That's how I remember all that stuff. No, that's bad teaching. I know this student really well, so I'm going to re-chunk it so it's meaningful. And by the way, this is done for me, Rick Wormeli in particular. When the teacher re-chunks this, as I'm about to reveal to you, my breath is taken away with meaning, insight. I will never, ever forget every single letter in this entire sequence for the rest of my life. I guarantee it. When the teacher rearranges it, knowing me so well and what's important in my life, like this. So me as an adult, I see "I love you, Dad." I will never not know those letters unless I'm going senile and, Alzheimer's or something. But if I'm in a normal state, this is my college professor knowing me well if I was a dad at the moment. I melt when people say that to me. Well, particularly my own children. Other people, it's kind of weird. But I'm all about that. That teacher or professor could do anything with me, and I will climb the highest mountain with him or her. Again, it's a simplistic analogy for really what we're striving to do every day. I'm going to regroup this, rechunk it so it's meaningful, and you'll come along for the ride without any kind of prodding from the one in charge. What? What could this be? Woohoo! Whoa! Yeah, baby! What? Right in the middle of your teaching, something weird and fanciful. Let's see. I should have taken a photo at that moment. Somebody's going, whoop! Someone were asleep. What do you do? Let's try it again. Here we go. And they're thinking, I'm still going to use this week. I don't know how I'm going to use it, but I'm still going to use it. Something in my class. This idea of enticement. How do we get kids to invest? We explore all the ways this is accomplished. Noise off screen we cannot see. Ominous. The ripples. Water. Rain. Means I can't see it. It's loud. Trying to come back on.
What is that?
They're stand-ins for us. They're our surrogates. If you have a weak stomach, I'm going to ask you to look away, and I'll ask you to turn back in a moment. Please now look away.
Where's the goat?
Now you may return your view. So now we see just a corner of the picture, not the entirety. That makes us unsettled. We keep adding elements. You take suspensive scenes and see what goes together to make them so enticing. Even you humanize it. What do? You add a sense of humor.
He left us.
Unsure footing. Race to the bathroom.
Where does he think he's going? You gotta go, you gotta go.
Let me bring the lights back up there. So what is it where all of you are like this? You may have seen that scene 1,000 times. It's an old film. But now you're totally looking at that and going, that's like so cool. I want to do more of that. So what are they? I have found these are the things that gets kids enticed. Come on in, it's fun. You can engage in this stuff. A sense of anticipation. I put an empty box in the middle of the room on a stool and had police tape wrapped around, you know, the yellow police tape, warning, do not cross, and there's a sign on it. Warning, only open to the presence of an official adult from the school community on February 16th. No other prior access allowed. And I put it there on Monday. Now, the date is going to be Friday that week. So the kids come in, Mr. Wormeli, this is so lame. You know what's in there. They poke it, and here's something inside like shifting. So dumb. Then Tuesday comes, this is still there. It's like the Phantom Toll Booth just shows up. Oh my gosh. And they keep coming in, they so Friday comes, and this anticipation is brewing the entire week. I have parents who've emailed me, oh no, please, whatever you're doing, keep doing it. You raised out of the house, no time for breakfast, Mr. Wormeli's all in the box, I have to get to class. It's so cool. It just, this anticipation foreshadow, creating suspense, is actually a good way to go. Now, on the next slide, you want to talk, see how well that worked? Even you, just hearing about it from a distance, like, okay, I sort of want to know. Okay, the first time I did it, it was the state testing booklets. But a sense of curiosity. I have a sweater, and I also have a lab coat. I don't know if you're aware of this, but Velcro can be attached to clothing. You get the patch up here, you put it in the other thing, and go. So I've had a baseball, a stapler, and a bagel, and an orange. Yeah, even that heavy, you can do that stuff. And it's just all over me. So it's like, seatbelts, everyone, let's get messy. And I clank as I walk down the hall, because I have these props. And you know what? I'm talking about World War II, the beginning of it. Or I'm talking about sinking of Lusitania, I was talking to somebody else in the Battle of San Juan Hill, or maybe it's just some kind of scientific processing. Whatever it might be, and these props there, I am so going to work in each one of the props in the lesson. They're like, that's seriously, how's it going to work in origin for that particular political arena? And of course, I pull it off, start peeling it, it's a Mercator map that actually affected political decisions. Those who understand history and social studies, you know, Mercator map. And I get it. But there's something in there that I always, and they're trying to sit there anticipating, how is he going to use it? What's the connection going to be? It's foreshadow, it's curiosity. Situational interest. I have a whole bunch of kids who wake up in the morning going, I can't wait to learn about bibliographic format and citing resources. But I can create situational interest, like the example I gave you before when I plagiarized. You didn't wake up. I don't do this. He's really into fishing. I can only use fishing examples. Otherwise, he won't be interested in everything. No! Kids are curious about pretty much everything. You can create situational interest in a moment and a gentle competition. So games, once in a while, you can totally do that. If it's something where kids cry or feel crushed, don't do that. But all kinds of games are available to out there. And then when kids get a personal voice, they get to personalize the learning in some way. Wow, is that really engaging? So you want to really explore what's enticing the kids to come in, the water's fine, and you'll be very safe here, and you'll have a good time. These are some of the elements I'm going to suggest to you. And then, the last thing is they want to talk. We're finishing up here, I'm about to do homework. That's why I'm kind of going fast, I apologize. But, inquiry method, great way I described it earlier, a lot of talking. Kids love the talking. You also have Socratic seminar. And these are some of the ways you do it. Matt Copeland wrote a wonderful book, Socratic Seminars. I highly recommend that book. You have other books about Socratic seminars. Kids love to do this. I don't usually have to cajole kids to be prepared for a Socratic seminar. They love doing it. And the other one is debate. I'm a Smoky Mountain Invitational in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and Gatlinburg, depending on where it is, where we do, I'm the forensics judge, one of the forensics judges for debate competitions. And now we have debate clubs as a society in elementary school and middle school. If your school has a forensics competition or a debate competition, this is one of the official guides. You can totally change the timings and drop some of the steps if you want. But debate, Socratic seminar, inquiry method, kids are talking. These are structured ways to get them talking successfully. And some of you remember this from last time, Meeting of Minds. You might remember the slide right here on the right side. That's Rosa Parks Having Words with Bob Dylan. When I talk about Meeting of Minds, alternative assessment. All kinds of cool stuff right there. And then that's Joseph McCarthy having words with Joseph Stalin. That's a good debate, I'm going to tell you right now. And if you look at the background, that's the unsinkable Molly Brown looking on. That's Robert Oppenheimer, who was a pacifist, yet he made the most destructive device known to mankind. And there in the center is detente. Stalin, McCarthy, Einstein, and the unsinkable Molly Brown. I gave you some ideas about Meeting of Minds. Ropes courses are awesome for problem solving, getting kids to communicate and engage. So these are really complex things. And I found when I increase the complexity, I get more engagement. When it's simplistic drudgery, kids find a way to wiggle out of it. But let me just say that again. When I make my homework assignments more complex, I get more of a return. Isn't that interesting? So lots of ideas of ropes course stuff, and you can physicalize pretty much anything. Oh, that's really good. Look at that. All kinds of things to get them really engaged up there. Now we're here. I'll let you take a moment to find that slide if you want to get there. When I share all this stuff with you, you're sitting there probably doing this. Yeah, Rick, that works with most of the students. What about the 2% where nothing works? Or the 5% where nothing works? These are my slides for you. I did write an article on this. I can give it more flesh to it if you like. But these two slides talking back and forth, I have found when all else fails, if I do 5 or 6 or 7 of these, I must always get kids on board. Unless there's something beyond my expertise. And that means I have to go to a school psychologist, social worker, SRO, school resource officer, or a medical professional. Because nothing's working. So is there anything there you want me to explain to you? Remember, you could do these things, at least you could facilitate them getting done. Anything there you want me to clarify? Oh, what's looping? Anybody ever do a looping, or you know what looping is? What's looping? You move with your students through the years. That means you have to know the curriculum above and below you really well. It's one of the coolest things I've ever done because you enter into a relationship with students. For example, if I know I'm going to be with you for 2 years or 3 years in a row, I change the way I talk to you during the regular year. Because I have to realize I have to be very constructive, not just get through stuff. And over the summer, I plan for you specifically as I'm working on stuff. I remember where you came from, and I know exactly where you're going to when I'm your science teacher for 3 science years in a row. Or your math teacher for 3 math teachers in a row. Now, you don't have to have the whole school do looping. As long as you have teachers above and below you willing to do this. So in a middle school, I might start at 6th grade, and I'm your 6th grade science teacher, 7th grade science teacher, 8th grade science teacher. But that means I have to have partners who are the 7th grade, 8th grade teacher, and then they rotate through while I'm moving up. So if you find just one other partner or 2 other partners, maybe you could do this. But even in high school, you could do 2 years of looping. You know, your freshman, sophomore class, or your junior, your senior class. You can do this. It can be your English teacher, all 4 years. It works with some kids, and some kids it doesn't work nearly as well. But we find when you enter into a relationship and you're planning the kid and you know their maturation, their journey so far, you actually have kids more engaged in what's going on in the class. So it's one idea for you. Anything else? Okay, let's look at the second slide. Anything there? Yeah, that last bullet is actually pretty important. Don't save it for the end. Yeah? Oh, gosh. Well, I stole this from Macaulay, but it really works well. You know when one of the spouses, I'm not going to be sexist, but one of the spouses is cleaning up from dinner in the kitchen while the other one is watching a sporting event in the family room on television. Just saying. And the one in the kitchen calls out and says, "Hey, can you take out the trash?" And the one in the family room says, "Yeah, next commercial." And the one in the kitchen thinks, "Yeah, right." Hope it'll happen. Well, the commercial comes and goes, and the one in the family room totally forgets. So the one in the kitchen takes matters into his or her own hands and walks out to the family room, standing between the couch and the television. "Honey, I'm just really feeling low. I need a hug." And the one on the couch is very dutiful to the other. So he or she hops right up and goes over and hugs. Well, at that particular moment, the one who came from the kitchen pulls out the garbage bag that she or he brought out and says, "Oh, by the way, while you're up, just keep on walking. There's a garage door right there. Just take it right out to the trash can." What I found is you get kids up doing something fairly positive, they find kind of interesting, different, and then you zing them with the boring stuff that if you asked them initially, they would have moaned and groaned. So I've done things like this. "Please now get up. You have 20 seconds to do this. Find somebody else in the room and poke them gently in a non-private place." All right, and that's the first you have to answer the following 3 questions I suddenly reveal about what we just viewed on the video, or whatever was what they read. "You tricked us." "Yep." "You chose your own partners." "Oh." I just get them up doing something they find positive, and I sling in the negative stuff, and they're usually okay. Objects of motion tend to stay in motion, right? Objects of rest, it's really hard to overcome that static, just that's there. They need to kind of build up some kind of critical mass to get to rise for the occasion. That's what inertia is. I use inertia a lot. And they're very suspicious of me after the first month. All right, so you have 2 slides on lots of you do when you're really drastic measures. Okay, so I wanted to give you resources before I started homework. Self Theories is a much better book for Carol Dweck's growth mindset. It's all about what happens in schools, and it's starting in 5th grade, going through all the years of middle school, high school, college, and beyond. How do you build this sense of, yes, I am so going to learn at all costs, not I'm going to be smart at all costs. That's very different. I want to learn no matter what, not I want to be smart and show that I'm smart at all costs. Very different mindset. So that's a better one. Mindset is the one people always associate with her. And it's good, but it's about living life. It's not a lot about school compared to self-theories. I'm going to recommend that one. Okay? Then, look at the title of that book by Debbie Silver. Is that not cool? And look who wrote the foreword, Carol Ann Tomlinson. Yeah! Awesome. So, this is a whole book about what we know about motivation and getting kids to persevere. You fall down 7 times, you will so get up 8. Pretty much a theme of the afternoon here. Alright? These are all really good. Resilience, motivated minds. Some names you'll recognize. And then, Some of you know Paul Tuff. And look at that book, Resilience. Look at all those things we want kids to do, the roots of resilience. A lot of stuff we've already talked about. There's executive function. I just read another slide to remind you of it. Now, Larry Ferlazzo writes whole books, several books, I'm going to show you several of them, on how to get kids to motivate themselves, so it's not relying on you, the external you. You want intrinsic motivation. So that's one of them. And then, look at those, self-driven learning, self-motivated learning. I wrote a blurb for one or two of those things, so you'll see my little blurb on the back cover. He's a high school teacher in Sacramento, California, in a very difficult high school. His greatest thing he does is ELL, but also motivation, and his blog and Twitter account is probably the most prolific I've ever seen. So I write for his blog as a guest blogger from time to time, just no truth in advertising. But he writes for Ed Week, his commentary as well. Oh look, shameless plug. Well, look to the right, you got Bob Marzano and Deb Pickering, highly engaged classroom. What's the research say? A lot of stuff you heard today already. And then, remember this from last time? Motivation Matters, a whole magazine dedicated to motivation. I wrote the third article in there. The first article is Dan Pink talking about it. And then this one just came out in October, and I showed you this one as well when I was here last time. It's about the social emotional side. And I wrote the first article in this issue, just so you know, truth in advertising. And then, if you're really into like ropes course games and problem solving, these are the training manuals. I'm a former ropes course instructor. And we have to read these manuals and get really good at problem solving. What was a help, what was a hindrance, to solve problems and persevere. And I'm going to suggest you actually get these and do some of it on your campus instead of having to go out into the forest someplace. You can actually do these things, low ropes initiatives, right here on the property if you're not already having one in play. And now it's time for homework. So what I'm going to do is I have a very short time, just about 15 minutes, to kind of expose you to a few ideas. But I'll show 2 out of these 3 clips because we're short of time. One is super short, and the other one is a little bit longer, but pretty funny. I think you'll like it. Once again, I'm going to have to go to the external one and show you one and then the other. Let's take a look. This is Alfie Kohn in a very short clip. He's one of the guys who says there should be no homework ever, other than silent reading. You will acquiesce to that. But the homework serves no purpose. Let's take a look.
When you think about it, it's kind of weird that after spending all day in school, kids are asked to do more academic assignments when they get home. What's weirder about that is that we don't think it's weird. But we never stop to ask whether it's logical, whether it's consistent with our ultimate goals for children's development, or whether any research supports it. The questions I want to ask about homework are not the little bitty questions like should we cap it at X minutes. I want to ask the question, why do kids need to work a second shift when they get home on academic assignments? The downside of homework is clear to kids and their parents. Painfully clear. Kids who are frustrated, who are exhausted, families that are changed for the worse by the appearance of homework, the nagging, the homework wars, and even the fact, when you think about it, that parents have been away from their kids all day. Sometimes the first thing out of their mouth when they see their kids, so do you have any homework? How sad is that? That the relationship between parents and children must be shaped by the school's agenda even after school is over.
Okay, very good. Can you raise the sound?
Just a 5th grader. 11-year-old Ben Barafano is challenging, seriously challenging one of America's most enduring and widely held beliefs.
Okay.
The belief that kids need homework.
Where has it been proven in these many centuries of this work that it has been good for anyone?
Ben's crusade against homework began with a simple assignment. For English class here at New Layton Elementary in Selden, New York, Ben had to write an essay about something he was passionate about. And since Ben hates homework,
Homework is assigned to students like me without our permission. Thus, homework is slavery. Slavery was abolished with the passing of the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. So, every school in America has been illegally run for the past 143 years.
On a whim, Ben sent a copy of his essay to the New York Daily News.
And I got like this humongous section of the op-ed page.
It then circulated on the internet. Ben started doing talk shows, and an agitator was born.
As I said, school should stay at school. When it is brought home in a backpack, it causes problems.
For teachers and school administrators, Ben's whole argument borders on blasphemy. Certainly most would dismiss it as wishful propaganda, if not for the simple fact that the kid may be right.
He's really onto something.
It's a good book.
Nancy Kalish is co-author of a book called The Case Against Homework.
As he pointed out, there is almost zero connection, correlation between homework and any type of achievement in elementary school.
Nancy says Ben clearly did his homework, so to speak.
Kids who do 60 to 90 minutes of homework in middle school and over 2 hours in high school actually score worse than average on standardized tests.
Ben is now so fired up about this.
I have a petition, and I'm going to try to get a law abolishing homework.
So far, he says, just about everybody's been supportive.
Where do I sign?
Except his principal.
You know, famous historian once said, I may not agree with what you say, but I'll defend it to death. You're right to say it. Do you know who that was? I believe it was Patrick Henry. I could be wrong. I learned that in homework a long time ago, and I forgot it.
Ben says she just proved his point like that.
If you're going to do homework and then forget what it is, then why even do it?
Great. Now he's probably got homework and detention.
It's an interesting thought.
Not that it would deter him anyway. To paraphrase what Patrick Henry actually said, give Ben liberty from homework or give him extra credit, at least.
So cute, that kid.
Yeah, he's adorable.
So I think he's got a future in politics,
Oh,
don't you
definitely.
think?
Well, and he's got two things he's considering. One is president, the other is game show host. And I told him if he can figure out the difference to let me know.
Okay.
Wow. So here's the thing. That kid was working after school hours, trying to learn all these civics ideas, put together his arguments, all those things. He did not need...
You need to be self-disciplined.
Because he was doing something very meaningful to him. How powerful is that? So if you're worried about how do I get kids into stuff, I have to actually know my kids to see what lights are fired. And you know what? I teach stuff that is totally boring. And there are times when I say, well, I call it eat your spinach homework. Do it because I said so. Does this sound like familiar? Do it because it's good for you. I can get away with that a dozen times during the year, maybe 20 times, because the majority of stuff I do, I go out of my way to show how it's meaningful and transformative. And they will trust me because I have had that relationship. But if I don't try to do that most of the time, they will balk and the horse will buck. They will just forget it. I'm not going to do this stuff. Why should I do it? Or they'll just conveniently forget because that's the way you're coping. So if they see that I'm, an advocate, not an adversary, not playing gotcha, and I'm going out of my way to be developmentally appropriate and meaningful and transformative, they're cool with me having to do stuff that's complete, utter drudgery to them. And they see no value up, but it's Mr. Wormeli's asking for it. So that's okay. So, sweet. All right, turn this on. There we go. That's actually my son Ryan again. Once again, he's one of the few students who gave us permission, his parents gave us permission to use his photo. Look at all those reasons for giving homework, assigning homework, and doing it. There's not one thing there that says, learning it. Homework is never to learn it the first time. You only give homework once you have the proof that they totally have it. Fairness is always equal. Somebody shared a book with that title. Very soon. Oh yeah, I did. Old joke from September, because you weren't there. So here's the deal. I might give them homework, but I don't give you guys homework. Because I have proof you don't understand it, and practice makes permanent. It does not make perfect, it makes permanent. Guarantee it. So it'll take, what, 10 times the energy, intellectual, physical, sometimes emotional, to undo bad learning. Then it will to teach correctly the first time around, and you practice what I've already invented that you totally understand. But you practice stuff you don't understand, it is so hard to overturn that. If I put my head close to the fire, what does it become? Crispy, yeah. I pull my hand back, it gets cold. So the reason it's warmer in the summer, cooler in the winter, is because we're closer to the sun and farther from the sun, correct? In a revolution around the... It's so rude to contradict me. It's a 23.5 degrees tilt of the Earth off the central vertical axis that causes direct and indirect rays. That cause seasons. But in cold, bitter winter, we're at the closest point to the sun. In hot, steamy July, we're at the farthest possible point. But counterintuitive. You guys all learned it, but over half the teachers and principals in the United States think that's why we have seasons, because of the distance from the sun, not the tilt, which is very different. That to me is a misconception that was born of students being allowed to practice something that the teacher didn't vet as accurately understood before they were allowed to practice it. So that's something you have to think about. I'll let you practice that, interact, apply, extend, parent, but man, you only practice stuff that I think you'll practice correctly. So it's never given to get to teach it the first time, oh, do the homework assignment, it'll be made clear to you. No. They're nice there. And it's never used to demonstrate final mastery, because homework needs to be a low stakes, safe place where I can wrestle, try cool things out without having to be the final judgment on me. Otherwise, it ruins any kind of practice or instructional value. I want to get feedback on it, that I need. But judgment, final declarative judgment, not even close. So I'm going to make this declaration to you, this stuff in the yellow. I think it's a lazy teacher, or at least uninformed teacher, who relies on homework to teach their course content. Here's the problem. AP teachers, honors classes, sometimes there's so much course content you can't get through it all unless you assign homework to do some of the teaching. That's one of your compromises as a modern hypocrite you will have to make. I regret doing that when I've done it. I try not to, but sometimes I do. I fall into it. So, one of the things we found is that when kids have a large exposure to a wide variety of experiences, they do better academically no matter what the subject is. So I want kids to take family vacations. I want them to participate in sports, extracurricular activities, church, mosque, synagogue. I want them to do extraordinary experiences in their lives. They'll get more out of my math class and English class by doing it. If homework is preventing them from exposure to a wide variety of things, I need to change homework because it doesn't have nearly the value. Do you remember when Kalish said that there's no correlation to doing homework and subsequent achievement in elementary school? That's true up to about 2nd and 3rd grade. Middle school and high school, well, I'll do this. Middle school is an unusually tiny, barely perceptible correlation bump between doing homework and subsequent achievement. High school, it's only a little bit, hair's breadth higher correlation bump. That's it. But what if the child doesn't do homework? I can't possibly teach him. There's nothing I can do. There's no homework. You have 999 other ways to teach. That was one door closed. You have all these other doors to do, to get in there. So yes, sometimes they need to practice to get better at something. Totally get that. But I can't put all my eggs in that one basket. And I got to tell you, some of this other stuff that expands the mind and the physical skill set will do more for their academics than doing a program worksheet would ever create. So, these are all bad reasons for assigning homework. And the worst thing to do, if you get your money, do you stop? I know I was yelling a little bit more. Will there be batteries for tonight, or the parents just can hear the womp 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 womp? There you go. So here's the deal. Back to school night. Don't ever say this. Your child will have homework every single night in this class. If he comes home and says there's no homework, he's lying. You just created an incredible amount of family dysfunction. So you can say stuff like this. Most of the nights they'll have homework. But you know what? You might have a sub. There might be fire drills, and you don't give this homework assignment. There should be a little bit of credibility there that maybe you didn't assign homework that night. That's okay. So maybe most nights you can do that if you need to. I'm going to suggest this should always be your thought. No homework ever. So that when you really do it, you have to fight for the justification to make sure it's legit. Not this. It's Thursday. I always give homework on Thursday. Every day so I must practice ritual because kids respond to ritual. No. Homework has to be timely practice. Not just practice any time. How about parents who do this? Well, could you give us all the homework for the whole month so we get it all done the first week because we're going away on vacation for the whole week? We're going to do it all on Monday because we have CCD and martial arts. And he's got to work in the store on Thursday. And we'll do it all Monday. No, it's timely practice. I'm not going to do that. I will tell you, here's what I'm intending to give us homework. But if Thursday comes and I give a different homework assignment, I don't care if you did this stuff Monday. You're still going to have to do the Thursday assignment. Because I changed homework right there in class for some kids that will do different things. And remember, the homework is supposed to be timely in that moment in the learning, not just you bunch it all up and that's going to really matter. That's just jumping through hoops and it's called busy work. So I'm going to say I got to really fight for the justification. Otherwise, my default should always be no homework. So I really have to prove it to myself. And then remember I told you it had a special effect? Well, here it comes. If you weren't perky, get perky now. Ready? Here we go. Homework is fading. Oh, thank you very much. Oh, one more time. Some of you are looking down. Whoa. I talked about this already, the 24/7 cycle nature of kids. So we're just going to say, hey, look, whenever you get it done, you get it done. Some tips associated with this. When you assign homework, it better be advancing your discipline's cause. So this is not a worthy homework assignment. Yeah, decorate your textbook cover. Permission slip sign. That's an assignment they have to do. It's compliance. But it's not really homework for your discipline, is it? So make sure it advances the cause. My own son, you saw pictures of him earlier, not very good at fine arts. He had to develop or create a diorama for some scientific process that the teacher lectured about the first day. They were given 2 weeks. He struggled, he struggled, he struggled. He finally turned the thing in. And I said, Ryan, what did you learn? Nothing about the topic, but I learned how to fold paper so you open the door, stuff pops out, and how to dangle stuff from the roof of a shoebox. Great. I go to the teacher and I say, what did they learn by doing a diorama? How did that advance your scientific understanding? Oh, some kids are just artistic. You know, they really respond to that. They really get into it. You just said some kids. Do you ever differentiate the actual homework? So I do a differentiate lesson and I give one-size-fits-all homework. You're undermining the entire developmentally appropriate responsive teacher. So I'm going to give different homework assignments for different kids. And if a kid ever goes home and goes, hey, can you help me with this, mom, dad, brother, guardian? It was the wrong assignment. Homework is supposed to be 100% autonomous. Because you've already proved they already understand how to do it, right? And then, stop reader rigor mortis. At the end of every chapter, stop and write a summary of the chapter. You created reader death. It's like me in a movie theater with you. Every 10 minutes, quick, make a prediction of where the movie's going next. Make a connection to your personal life, to other movies you've seen. You would look for a slingshot. Get out of here. Go sit someplace else. You kill it when you do that. And the daily exercise I mentioned again is actually a cool thing to do for academic achievement. The reason I emphasize this so much, in Virginia about 10 years ago, we were given a 46-page packet. I don't know where mine is right now, but it's tiny print, and each one was just a research citation on how exercise, getting the heart rate up daily, actually changed things in math, and music, and science, and English, and everything else. You can't forget that science. And then many things we've talked about already. I thought the last bullet, I should say, is actually pretty important. They actually did studies of the chemicals in your bloodstream when you're being audited. And you have to cross your T's and dot your I's and you're so worried about the audit, right? There's a level of stress chemicals in your bloodstream. They found it's the same level of stress chemicals the kids have when they have homework every single night and there's no end in sight. So think about how frustrating and tiring that would be for you if you worked all day long, sponsored clubs, sports, and committees, cleaned up the book room, whatever. You go make dinner, clean up the dinner, do laundry, whatever, drive your own kids around, and you sit down for 3 hours working your taxes. Okay, and then the next night, you do the exact same thing, and you still have another 3 hours to work to prepare your tax returns. And then the third night, you still have a little bit more to go because TurboTax is really freaking you out, or whatever it is. Or maybe you have to itemize because you have a little side business or whatever it is. You're doing those stuff, but you know at the end of a week or so, a week and a half, this will be done. They don't have that. It's every single night. They have to do this stuff. They have to be really attentive to it. No matter how exhausted they have to do this stuff. It wears on you. If you were in that situation, you had to do your taxes and you were being audited every single night of the entire year, or at least the school year, would you get mad? Would you find ways to sabotage the effort a little bit and say, I don't really care, screw it? You would get in survival mode. It's a lot of the same stuff that happens to kids. Be mindful of that. This is you creating empathy for the student's experience. And then when I work with schools over long term, over homework stuff, I give little pieces of paper and they sit in small groups and have to respond to it. These are 3 of the quotes. I just thought they might be interesting for you. Take a look. The homework issues is actually one of the biggest issues with the achievement gap between different races and cultures. It's fascinating. It could be solved so readily. Now, we already mentioned that last time I was here. right? Two extremes. And if you need to count homework a little bit, a small percentage is fine, but the goal is 0%. And then, starting here, and what I'm going to do right now is just show you what's here, and then I'm going to climb up and let you do questions. But starting here, there are 20 ideas that increase the interest in students doing the homework assignment. Okay? So for example, I incorporate their own cultural products. I'm doing a scale drawing in math. I don't say, here's a family circus cartoon that nobody will have any issue over for family values because I want to be emotionally alert. No, I say, choose a sports team logo that you love, a rock band logo, or something like that, and we'll do a scale drawing of that. I allow them to bring their culture into it. If I'm going to have you write some kind of argumentative paper, it'll be something in the local community that they really care about. If I incorporate that, we are so good. I want you to create a pool party, and you have to identify the games, but your pool is going to be filled. It's an L-shaped swimming pool with the following dimensions, and one box of chocolate pudding fills this amount of volume. How many boxes of chocolate pudding will you need to fill your pool, and what games do you play? And the kids have to figure that instead of, here's an L-shaped swimming pool with the following dimensions. What's its carrying capacity and volume? I will have some kind of fun element to it if I can. This is just ideas. If you incorporate them into it, they will get into it. I've already mentioned audience. All of these are there. Change your prompts. Really. Instead of, please describe how FDR handled the economy during the Great Depression. I may have mentioned this in September. You don't do that. That's just going to cut and paste plagiarize off the internet without remorse. They're going to be a good parent. So I do this. Hey, here are 4 economic principles. Boo, 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 boo. Please rank these in order of importance to FDR and tell me the ranking would differ for Hoover, the president who came before. Now they have to take a stance and prove that they're right? What's the new verb? The first one was describe how FDR handled the economy. What was the second one? Rank. So here are 4 objects I found in the back of my garage or out in the shed in the backyard. They're totally unrelated to each other. Rank them in order of importance to Hermione Granger in terms of ranking would differ for Ron Weasley. That creates a character study. So argue, who's more important, the colon or the semicolon in this particular essay? Give me the autobiography of a right angle, or a day in the life of the mantissa and the logarithm. I don't really care. But just change your verb. It really opens up minds. Argue against gravity. Go. Argue against pronouns. I dare you. Argue against democracy. And it becomes very hard to do that. They feel how valuable democracy is. And at the very top, never ever do homework passes. You diminish the importance of the assignment. Why would you assign it? It could be skipped. So I give deadline extension certificates, and they think it's just as much a reward as anything else. So if they win a prize for something, the homework pass, homework deadline extension, no questions asked, 1, 2, or 3 days. Don't give homework on weekends or holidays, guys. Because when does it get done? Sunday night, or the night before it's back, and it doesn't go into long-term memory. So let them be a kid, if at all possible. Now, do I give homework on Friday afternoons? You bet. When's it due? Tuesday. So when they come back and they have a positive relationship with mom and dad and the son and when they come back, I get more out of them academically. Are they going to get homework on Monday afternoon as well? Yes. Will it be compounded with the Friday homework if they didn't do it? Yes. So I found more and more of my kids did Friday night homework on Friday night. But it was stress-free because it wasn't due on Monday. Lots of these other ideas, 1 through 20. Remember, I told you a lot of stuff. And then following it, 2 slides of some interesting assignments. Every homework assignment you see in this whole series of slides, I've given over the course of my career. There's 2 right there. And then some research on it. Again, we don't have much time to go there because I need to honor your time. I will tell you that adding a 0 to the grade level still kind of works in the research studies. So if you're 5th grade, you give 50 minutes. If you're 10th grade, you give 100 minutes, that kind of thing. But basically what I'm saying to you this, in middle school, high school, it's 1 to 2 hours, all subjects combined. Not just, your class is 30 minutes, so this is just 30 minutes, that's all it'll take you. So if you have 7 classes times 30, that's 210 minutes already. So just understand, you can't just keep doing it. It's pretty much everything put together is there. There's some other feedback ideas. And then starting here, who's the woman who's talking about vocabulary acquisition? Here you go, this is it. So you got some of the slides. You have to be real professional. I have stuff in here for PE teachers, science teachers, history teachers, right? Look at all of them. Because so many of them, you could totally do in your math class. You can totally do in your language arts class. So you want to read through all the slides. These are assignments that I've given, but I have a high return rate. Some are really creative and complex, but there's a high return rate. So if you're just trying to get kids to actually do vocabulary, I'll be glad to explain any of those things if you want. You may we'll do it through Q&A if you like. Then, you just create homework assignments for writing, but now you have some for math, social studies, science, art, PE, and then 2 slides of just thoughtfulness, thoughtful prompts. Any one of those work? And then I thought you might like this. These are the books that are really good for book studies and conversation, but can I tell you, the bottom 2, save those for after you've done the other ones. The other ones are better. The bottom 2, that Wormeli guy, he's like a Looney Tune. But the Bennett and Kalish book that was mentioned in the video, that's the top one there. Then I would skip over Neil Connors, and I go to Harris Cooper, Alfie Kohn there for really good, intense book studies that are controversial. And then Bob Marzano's book, and Kathy Badrock's Rethinking Homework is probably the go-to practical guide for most schools in the United States. And by the way, it's not that thick of a book. It's actually pretty good. Okay? And then in 2017, maybe, Rick Wormeli's book on homework will come out. But it may not be until 2018. Don't rush me. Anyway, I'm working on one right now. Okay, and after this, more ideas. I was going to do this thing, but we're out of time. It was going to be a really cool thing. Wait, I didn't do that with you in September, did I? No. So just pretend it was really awe-inspiring, and it involved this particular piece of music. And every time this long story.
Give me a second, I
recognize that?
Need to get my
And we merged into this.
Friends are in the bathroom, getting higher than
It's going to be really fun, but we're not going to do that. We can do it at the end if you want. It's actually pretty fun. And everybody's cell phone comes out. It's like really cool. We rock it. But I need to do questions with you right now in honor of that. And then about 3:30, I'm just going to close up my mouth. Okay? So, go. Anything in the homework stuff you want to address? You want to ask a question about it?
I'm thinking, I like your ideas, I read your math ideas, but what's your, like, when you go over logarithms, solving the logarithms, exponential functions, solving exponential equations, stuff like that, what kind of stuff do they do with that would be meaning other things than just practice? That would be meaning.
You mean other than... Oh, well, first of all, why would you teach anybody exponential functions or logarithmic reasoning at all? What's the value? What does it give you? I've got to get that across. And the second thing you have to do, because by the way, if I don't know that answer, some of you are sitting there, I really don't know why I just do it, because that's what I was assigned to the curriculum. That's okay, you're normal. But I'm going to go to subject colleagues or my national subject associations to say, hey, what's the rationale? In NCTM, you have several publications on why do we teach this in math and what's so really important about it, and that's really cool. I want to grab that. I'm okay there. But then I also have to do this. And seriously, I only know of one way to practice this. I know of one way to make a connection to kids' life. I don't know that. That's something you have to get better at doing. And we sit around in small groups and go, seriously, I need like 8 different ways your kids can do homework on this. Like, I'm going to something simple as, you have to create a poster that gives the top pieces of advice, top 8 things for why this is important or how to do this. Now that might be a little bit different than actually do the math itself. I might do this. I might give them an assignment where they have 5 students who are attempting to resolve a particular question about logarithms or exponential functions of some sort, and they have to analyze in writing which ones are successful, which ones are not. That was their practice, instead of doing it themselves. So that's 3 right there we just did. So I'm going to sit there and I'm going to figure out, I need to brainstorm more than the obvious way on how to practice stuff. What I find is a lot of teachers have learned to sit down and actually cultivate their own creativity with a variety of homework assignments, and once they do it, they see a whole world just opened up that was swimming around them the whole time they didn't realize was there. So many teachers, I'm so grateful to those teachers, post their cool ideas online. And if I find somebody like Dan Meyer, who has all kinds of wonderful stuff, with these little activities you can do with a whole variety of things that are taught at high school level, I am going to grab onto that. Frank Noshesi, some of you know, physics professor, who does TED Talks and other things, awesome stuff. I'm going to grab those things, and I'm going to totally participate in online listserv communities, where I'll say stuff like this. Look, I only have like 4 ways to do this. I'm really looking for like 9. Does somebody have an idea for me? And I get like I'm flooded with stuff within 24 hours. So in other words, I'm not alone. And I have found people who participate in the national conversations of the field engage in this stuff way more and totally accept it. But if you just stay insular, I don't want to listen to my own echo chamber. It's a problem. So basically today, I was handing out a blowtorch to everyone. So you could bust through your echo chamber. Shields down. You could do it. And achieve escape velocity from that which would admire you in mediocrity. Maybe you can do that. Anyway, those are 2 pieces of advice I would do. Maybe 3 pieces of advice. I'm also for this. Concerns about homework or anything we've talked about today? Yep.
I need to go clear back to this morning that.
That's okay.
I'm just really concerned about preparing our high schoolers for college.
Yeah, I would be too.
I disagree with almost everything you said this morning, because I don't believe, I know most colleges don't let you reteach, reassess anything.
But would you think
For
that...
example, if you have a professor who's teaching, let's say, 250 kids, not unusual.
Yeah.
Chemistry 101, that professor doesn't have time. Even if
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Even if he picks on his GPA, he does not have time to reteach, reassess that.
You're right.
For those kids. And so, I really, and you've given us wonderful resources for
Follow up.
these kids self-motivated now. That's what we're going to do. But right now, they are not. Most of our students in the high school are not self-motivated. They come in taking quizzes and tests and other assessments purposefully unprepared because they know they get to just see what's on it and take it again.
Is that fixable?
And again and again.
Right. So, my first thought is, holy cow, you didn't have a whole lot of consequences with your redos if that's happening. Because nobody in my school district thinks it's a treat that they get to redo something, they got away with something.
Yeah, you mentioned that nobody likes to do work in this
Yeah.
place.
But it's not just my class, it's
We
other
need
classes.
to work on making it more painful.
Right. Make it more painful so you learn your lesson. But I would suggest you this. Would the alternative be any better? In other words, let's say they kind of blow off a project and they turn in garbage. Right? Oh, well, no redo, that's enough. Is that going to prepare them for the college level course? Probably not. So then I have to decide, all right, I have to get them to mature up, to really get their act together, learn timelines, self-discipline. And F on something that they fail when they initially made a bad decision doesn't teach them that. So the alternative is, I need to teach them that. So I now walk them through, and they have privileges taken away and all these consequences. They have to submit plans of relearning that I have to approve. Their parents are aware of it, all the different things, and there are consequences. They're not getting away with anything, and then they really learn it. And now they're empowered. They know the stuff, they're confident. They're going to be served so much better in that 250 freshman class because they actually carry this stuff forward than they would be going in there and sitting there ignorant and trying to cover that they don't know the stuff. Or how about this? A teacher who gave them the whole year long, remember, a buffered grade, and a false sense of confidence when they really didn't know the stuff because they never tested this stuff from earlier in the year. That's not setting them up for success either. So when I'm saying reiteration, every college professor I know got really confident because they did that field over and over again. Every profession does that. So for us to say, oh, because it's only one and done, because the college professor doesn't have the scale to do sound pedagogy, so we're going to do just one and done here, is not an acceptable alternative. That's the rationale. So what's going to lead to the most success? Real maturation. Knowing the stuff in competence. Those two things. And I think you achieve maturation faster, more constructively, that will last for a lifetime, and they're better served through the redo or reiterative process. So when you sit there and say you disagree with me of everything I said this morning, you're saying is, okay, then my alternative to get them to do this is to give them the F, the one and done. And I would say, please find the research that says giving a kid an F and they never learn the stuff prepares them for college, and you probably won't find it.
Well, it's a paradox because you have taught me that, no, that F, one and done is not acceptable.
Yeah, okay,
So,
good,
and
cool.
I really appreciate that.
Yeah. But you sorting your thinking on it like this is exactly what everyone in the room should be doing.
It sounds like two things. One, we need to truly structure the reteach, reassess process.
So it's not just an easy little gift.
It really is challenging. It does take up more of their time. It's something they want to avoid. Right?
I've had kids at upper grade level say, thank you for making the redo process so investing and time consuming that they want to avoid it when they finally get to me. I've actually had teachers thank me for that. So I know it sounds weird, but it is true. I don't have time to do redos of everything. So I want you to really respect it. When you do a redo, you use it. By the way, if you redo and get the same grade or lower, you and I all have words. Because you are dishonoring yourself and me. You're not allowed to disrespect me. I'm allowed to say this, no redo. You've abused the system.
That's my second point was, I think we need to really grab onto that. It's the teacher's discretion. So if I tell them, you can do it twice, I might let you do it a third time, but then we're done here. At least it creates some urgency.
Yeah. But I've also done this. I've said, that's it. I'm going to spit nails in your face, but I'm going to go behind my desk so I don't get legal across. There must be furniture between me and you, otherwise something bad is going to happen. Okay, I've been so upset with the kid, right? Who abused all the stuff I was doing out of kindness. He just kept spitting back in my face, so I was like, I'm going to spit. Alright, we're done. That was twice dysfunction. And like 2 weeks later, I'm in a different mind space. You know what? This thing we were doing, it's actually one of the big top 6 things I have to teach. I'm going to swallow my words and my pride. Let's go back and do it, because now we're going to be functional. Before it was dysfunctional. And we're going to do it again. I always do that, by the way. I weigh the standards. Is this one worth fighting for? It's one of the big boulders. Is this one where he just needs a life lesson that he's not allowed to abuse the people who care for him? So if I say to teachers, hey guys, you're allowed to just use your discretion, that doesn't give you carte blanche to just be punitive from time to time if the kid's kind of a jerk. You really have to say, wait, why was I getting into this? Oh yeah, so students learn, not just to survive. And I just got to tell you, everything we described today, if you don't find it meaningful, there may not be enough in this field to keep you in the profession for much longer. And that's hard. I know, it's really hard. But I've actually had to say to some people, perhaps you've misjudged the date of your retirement. Yeah, they laugh nervously like you're doing that right now. But I have to understand, truly, I find significance and meaning in your development, your shining. My success will come with your success. Does that elevate you? Does it get you out of bed in the morning? If it doesn't, teaching may not be the thing for you. And that's totally understandable. That's totally okay. This is not where you are. And you're going, Rick, economically, I don't have any other choice. But I also remind you, kids' futures are at stake. And you're not allowed to be anything but a really meaningful, engaging teacher. If my child was in your class, and certainly if your own children were in somebody else's class, you'd want them to be like that. Totally committed to kids' success, not caving in to making immature decisions, if at all possible. Do you see how almost the entire day was mindset, and then we also coupled it with how to practically pull it off? And I just got to tell you, you're going to have situations that come up we haven't addressed today. But do you have the principles where you can solve the problem, at least make a reasonable, constructive response based on the principles? I hope. Now, I'm going to stay for another 20 minutes, 30 minutes. For anybody who wants to stay and talk individually, but I need to honor your time. So I'm going to turn it over to Devin and say, thank you guys for the whole day.
Well, it's a lot of stuff to digest in one day, and a lot of sitting all day, and I know that was not an engaging day from that aspect. Hopefully, we all can learn something from today's activities and apply them as we move forward. Good news, we have Tammy Hufflebauer coming in August, the first 2 days back for 612 staff.
And this is next September. Holy cow!
Yeah. And,
Who's coming?
We have Leanne Nicholson coming in September.
My good friend. So ask her questions about what stuff I did. And go up to her like this. Rick said, if we said hello to you, that you would give us $20. I will tell her I said that, so she has to bring an extra $20 to give the first person who asks.
And we also have Dr. Martin coming for our K-5 staff in reading and writing on the 16th and 17th. We're committed to continuing to provide high-quality professional development from national speakers such as Rick to challenge our thinking and have implementation with fidelity in what we do with our kids. So we're going to continue with that, even if at the district level, down to the building level, even down to the grade level if we have to support you in the mission of having our kids be successful. So for that, I totally thank you for being able to sit through this entire day and grasp everything that you have. Rick has his website up and he has his contact information up, and he's not kidding when he says email him, text him. He's not giving me his phone number yet, so.
I do. It was on the slide last time in September. The
Yeah,
kitchen phone number is there.
I was looking for it about 7:45 this morning.
Oh, not my cell phone. Only my home phone. I don't give just anybody, only the worthy people.
Yeah. I haven't acquired that level yet, so.
You're not the inner circle. You're almost. A few more pecan pies my way, we might want something else.
So, with that, it concludes our day. If you want to come back for the parent evening tonight, it starts at 6. But with that, you guys are free to go. I hope you have a good day.